He soon knew every bird's nest about Queen's Crawley, and rode out with Sir Huddlestone's hounds, which he admired so on his first well-remembered visit to Hampshire. Chapter 56. Georgie is made a gentleman. Georgie Osborne was now fairly established in his grandfather's mansion in Russell Square, occupant of his father's room in the house and heir apparent of all the splendours there. The good looks, gallant bearing, and gentlemanlike appearance of the boy won the grandsire's heart for him. Mr. Osborne was as proud of him as ever he had been of the elder George. The child had many more luxuries and indulgences than had been awarded his father. Osborne's commerce had prospered greatly of late years. His wealth and importance in the city had very much increased. He had been glad enough in former days to put the elder George to a good private school, and a commission in the army for his son had been a source of no small pride to him. For little George and his future prospects the old man looked much higher. He would make a gentleman of the little chap, was Mr. Osborne's constant saying regarding little Georgie. He saw him in his mind's eye, a collegian, a parliament man, a baronet, perhaps. The old man thought he would die contented if he could see his grandson in a fair way to such honours. He would have none but a tip-top college man to educate him, none of your quacks and pretenders, no, no. A few years before, he used to be savage, and inveigh against all parsons, scholars, and the like, declaring that they were a pack of humbugs, and quacks that weren't fit to get their living but by grinding Latin and Greek. And a set of supercilious dogs that pretended to look down upon British merchants and gentlemen, who could buy up 100 of them. He would mourn now, in a very solemn manner, that his own education had been neglected, and repeatedly point out, in pompous orations to Georgie, the necessity and excellence of classical acquirements. When they met at dinner the grandsire used to ask the lad what he had been reading during the day, and was greatly interested at the report the boy gave of his own studies, pretending to understand little George when he spoke regarding them. He made 100 blunders and showed his ignorance many a time. It did not increase the respect which the child had for his senior. A quick brain and a better education elsewhere showed the boy very soon that his grandsire was a dullard, and he began accordingly to command him and to look down upon him. For his previous education, humble and contracted as it had been, had made a much better gentleman of Georgie than any plans of his grandfather could make him. He had been brought up by a kind, weak, and tender woman, who had no pride about anything but about him, and whose heart was so pure and whose bearing was so meek and humble that she could not but needs be a true lady. She busied herself in gentle offices and quiet duties. If she never said brilliant things, she never spoke or thought unkind ones, guileless and artless, loving and pure. Indeed, how could our poor little Amelia be other than a real gentlewoman? Young Georgie lorded over this soft and yielding nature, and the contrast of its simplicity and delicacy with the coarse pomposity of the dull old man with whom he next came in contact made him lord over the latter too. If he had been a prince royal he could not have been better brought up to think well of himself. Whilst his mother was yearning after him at home, and I do believe every hour of the day, and during most hours of the sad lonely nights, thinking of him, this young gentleman had a number of pleasures and consolations administered to him, which made him for his part bear the separation from Amelia very easily. Little boys who cry when they are going to school cry because they are going to a very uncomfortable place. It is only a few who weep from sheer affection. When you think that the eyes of your childhood dried at the sight of a piece of gingerbread, and that a plum cake was a compensation for the agony of parting with your mamma and sisters, oh my friend and brother, you need not be too confident of your own fine feelings. Well, then, Master George Osborne had every comfort and luxury that a wealthy and lavish old grandfather thought fit to provide. The coachman was instructed to purchase for him the handsomest pony which could be bought for money, and on this George was taught to ride, first at a riding school, whence, after having performed satisfactorily without stirrups, and over the leaping bar, he was conducted through the new road to Regent's Park, and then to Hyde Park, where he rode in state with Martin the coachman behind him. Old Osborne, who took matters more easily in the city now, where he left his affairs to his junior partners, would often ride out with Miss O. in the same fashionable direction. As little Georgie came cantering up with his dandified air and his heels down, his grandfather would nudge the lad's aunt and say, "Look, Miss O." And he would laugh, and his face would grow red with pleasure, as he nodded out of the window to the boy, as the groom saluted the carriage, and the footman saluted Master George. Here too his aunt, Mrs. Frederick Bullock, whose chariot might daily be seen in the ring, with bullocks or emblazoned on the panels and harness, and 3 pasty-faced little bullocks, covered with cockades and feathers, staring from the windows. Mrs. Frederick Bullock, I say, flung glances of the bitterest hatred at the little upstart as he rode by with his hand on his side and his hat on one ear, as proud as a lord. Though he was scarcely 11 years of age, Master George wore straps and the most beautiful little boots like a man. He had gilt spurs, and a gold-headed whip, and a fine pin in his handkerchief, and the neatest little kid gloves which Lamb's Conduit Street could furnish. His mother had given him a couple of neckcloths, and carefully hemmed and made some little shirts for him, but when her Eli came to see the widow, they were replaced by much finer linen. He had little jeweled buttons in the lawn shirt fronts. Her humble presents had been put aside. I believe Miss Osborne had given them to the coachman's boy. Amelia tried to think she was pleased at the change. Indeed, she was happy and charmed to see the boy looking so beautiful. She had had a little black profile of him done for $1, and this was hung up by the side of another portrait over her bed. One day the boy came on his accustomed visit, galloping down the little street at Brompton, and bringing, as usual, all the inhabitants to the windows to admire his splendor, and with great eagerness and a look of triumph in his face. He pulled a case out of his greatcoat. It was a natty white greatcoat, with a cape and a velvet collar, pulled out a red morocco case, which he gave her. "I bought it with my own money, Mamma," he said. "I thought you'd like it." Amelia opened the case, and giving a little cry of delighted affection, seized the boy and embraced him 100 times. It was a miniature of himself, very prettily done, though not half handsome enough, we may be sure, the widow thought. His grandfather had wished to have a picture of him by an artist whose works, exhibited in a shop window, in Southampton Row, had caught the old gentleman's eye. And George, who had plenty of money, bethought him of asking the painter how much a copy of the little portrait would cost, saying that he would pay for it out of his own money and that he wanted to give it to his mother. The pleased painter executed it for a small price, and old Osborne himself, when he heard of the incident, growled out his satisfaction and gave the boy twice as many sovereigns as he paid for the miniature. But what was the grandfather's pleasure compared to Amelia's ecstasy? That proof of the boy's affection charmed her so that she thought no child in the world was like hers for goodness. For long weeks after, the thought of his love made her happy. She slept better with the picture under her pillow, and how many times did she kiss it and weep and pray over it. A small kindness from those she loved made that timid heart grateful. Since her parting with George she had had no such joy and consolation. At his new home Master George ruled like a lord. At dinner he invited the ladies to drink wine with the utmost coolness, and took off his champagne in a way which charmed his old grandfather. "Look at him," the old man would say, nudging his neighbor with a delighted purple face, "did you ever see such a chap? Lord, Lord! He'll be ordering a dressing-case next, and razors to shave with, I'm blessed if he won't." The antics of the lad did not, however, delight Mr. Osborne's friends so much as they pleased the old gentleman. It gave Mr. Justice Coffin no pleasure to hear Georgie cut into the conversation and spoil his stories. Colonel Fogey was not interested in seeing the little boy half tipsy. Mr. Sergeant Toffee's lady felt no particular gratitude, when, with a twist of his elbow, he tilted a glass of port wine over her yellow satin and laughed at the disaster. Nor was she better pleased, although old Osborne was highly delighted, when Georgie whopped her third boy, a young gentleman a year older than Georgie, and by chance home for the holidays from Dr. Ticklius's at Ealing School, in Russell Square. George's grandfather gave the boy a couple of sovereigns for that feat and promised to reward him further for every boy above his own size and age whom he whopped in a similar manner. It is difficult to say what good the old man saw in these combats. He had a vague notion that quarreling made boys hardy, and that tyranny was a useful accomplishment for them to learn. English youth have been so educated time out of mind, and we have hundreds of thousands of apologists and admirers of injustice, misery, and brutality, as perpetrated among children. Flushed with praise and victory over Master Toffee, George wished naturally to pursue his conquests further, and one day as he was strutting about in prodigiously dandified new clothes, near St. Pancras, and a young baker's boy made sarcastic comments upon his appearance, the youthful patrician pulled off his dandy jacket with great spirit, and giving it in charge to the friend who accompanied him, Master Todd, of Great Coram Street, Russell Square, son of the junior partner of the house of Osborne and Company. George tried to whop the little baker. But the chances of war were unfavorable this time, and the little baker whopped Georgie, who came home with a rueful black eye and all his fine shirt frill dabbled with the claret drawn from his own little nose. He told his grandfather that he had been in combat with a giant, and frightened his poor mother at Brompton with long, and by no means authentic, accounts of the battle. This young Todd, of Coram Street, Russell Square, was Master George's great friend and admirer. They both had a taste for painting theatrical characters, for hardbake and raspberry tarts, for sliding and skating in the Regent's Park and the Serpentine, when the weather permitted, for going to the play, whither they were often conducted, by Mr. Osborne's orders, by Rawdon, Master George's appointed body servant, with whom they sat in great comfort in the pit. In the company of this gentleman they visited all the principal theatres of the metropolis, knew the names of all the actors from Drury Lane to Sadler's Wells, and performed, indeed, many of the plays to the Todd family and their youthful friends, with West's famous characters, on their pasteboard theatre. Rawdon, the footman, who was of a generous disposition, would not unfrequently, when in cash, treat his young master to oysters after the play, and to a glass of rum shrub for a nightcap. We may be pretty certain that Mr. Rawdon profited in his turn by his young master's liberality and gratitude for the pleasures to which the footman inducted him. A famous tailor from the west end of the town, Mr. Osborne would have none of your City or Holborn bunglers, he said, for the boy, though a city tailor was good enough for him, was summoned to ornament little George's person, and was told to spare no expense in so doing. So, Mr. Wolsey, of Conduit Street, gave a loose to his imagination and sent the child home fancy trousers, fancy waistcoats, and fancy jackets enough to furnish a school of little dandies. Georgie had little white waistcoats for evening parties, and little cut velvet waistcoats for dinners, and a dear little darling shawl dressing gown, for all the world like a little man. He dressed for dinner every day, like a regular West End swell, as his grandfather remarked. One of the domestics was affected to his special service, attended him at his toilette, answered his bell, and brought him his letters always on a silver tray. Georgie, after breakfast, would sit in the armchair in the dining-room and read the Morning Post, just like a grown-up man. How he do damn and swear, the servants would cry, delighted at his precocity. Those who remembered the captain his father, declared Master George was his pa, every inch of him. He made the house lively by his activity, his imperiousness, his scolding, and his good nature. George's education was confided to a neighboring scholar and private pedagogue who prepared young noblemen and gentlemen for the universities, the Senate, and the learned professions, whose system did not embrace the degrading corporal severities still practiced at the ancient places of education, and in whose family the pupils would find the elegances of refined society and the confidence and affection of a home. It was in this way that the Reverend Lawrence Veal of Hart Street, Bloomsbury, and domestic chaplain to the Earl of Bareacres, strove with Mrs. Veal his wife to entice pupils. By thus advertising and pushing sedulously, the domestic chaplain and his lady generally succeeded in having one or two scholars by them, who paid a high figure and were thought to be in uncommonly comfortable quarters. There was a large West Indian, whom nobody came to see, with a mahogany complexion, a woolly head, and an exceedingly dandified appearance. There was another hulking boy of 23 whose education had been neglected and whom Mr. and Mrs. Veal were to introduce into the polite world. There were two sons of Colonel Bangles of the East India Company's service. These four sat down to dinner at Mrs. Veal's genteel board, when Georgie was introduced to her establishment. Georgie was, like some dozen other pupils, only a day boy. He arrived in the morning under the guardianship of his friend Mr. Rawdon, and if it was fine, would ride away in the afternoon on his pony, followed by the groom. The wealth of his grandfather was reported in the school to be prodigious. The Reverend Mr. Veal used to compliment Georgie upon it personally, warning him that he was destined for a high station. That it became him to prepare, by sedulity and docility in youth, for the lofty duties to which he would be called in mature age, that obedience in the child was the best preparation for command in the man. And that he therefore begged George would not bring toffee into the school and ruin the health of the master's Bengals, who had everything they wanted at the elegant and abundant table of Mrs. Veal. With respect to learning, the curriculum, as Mr. Veal loved to call it, was of prodigious extent, and the young gentleman in Hart Street might learn a something of every known science. The Reverend Mr. Veal had an orrery, an electrifying machine, a turning lathe, a theatre, in the wash-house, a chemical apparatus, and what he called a select library of all the works of the best authors of ancient and modern times and languages. He took the boys to the British Museum and descanted upon the antiquities and the specimens of natural history there, so that audiences would gather round him as he spoke, and all Bloomsbury highly admired him as a prodigiously well-informed man. And whenever he spoke, which he did almost always, he took care to produce the very finest and longest words of which the vocabulary gave him the use, rightly judging that it was as cheap to employ a handsome, large, and sonorous epithet as to use a little stingy one. Thus he would say to George in school, I observed on my return home from taking the indulgence of an evening's scientific conversation with my excellent friend Dr. Boulders, a true archaeologian, gentlemen. A true archaeologian, that the windows of your venerated grandfather's almost princely mansion in Russell Square were illuminated as if for the purposes of festivity. Am I right in my conjecture that Mr. Osborne entertained a society of chosen spirits round his sumptuous board last night? Little Georgie, who had considerable humour, and used to mimic Mr. Veal to his face with great spirit and dexterity, would reply that Mr. V. was quite correct in his surmise. Then those friends who had the honour of partaking of Mr. Osborne's hospitality, gentlemen, had no reason, I will lay any wager, to complain of their repast. I myself have been more than once so favoured. By the way, Master Osborne, you came a little late this morning, and have been a defaulter in this respect more than once. I myself, I say, gentlemen, humble as I am, have been found not unworthy to share Mr. Osborne's elegant hospitality. And though I have feasted with the great and noble of the world, for I presume that I may call my excellent friend and patron, the Right Honourable George Earl of Bareacres, one of the number, yet I assure you that the board of the British merchant was to the full as richly served, and his reception as gratifying and noble. Mr. Bluck, sir, we will resume, if you please, that passage of Eutropus, which was interrupted by the late arrival of Master Osborne. To this great man George's education was for some time entrusted. Amelia was bewildered by his phrases, but thought him a prodigy of learning. That poor widow made friends of Mrs. Veal, for reasons of her own. She liked to be in the house and see Georgie coming to school there. She liked to be asked to Mrs. Veal's conversazioni, which took place once a month, as you were informed on pink cards, with AOHNH engraved on them, and where the professor welcomed his pupils and their friends to weak tea and scientific conversation. Poor little Amelia never missed one of these entertainments and thought them delicious so long as she might have Georgie sitting by her. And she would walk from Brompton in any weather, and embrace Mrs. Veal with tearful gratitude for the delightful evening she had passed, when, the company having retired and Georgie gone off with Mr. Rawdon, his attendant, poor Mrs. Osborne put on her cloaks and her shawls preparatory to walking home. As for the learning which Georgie imbibed under this valuable master of 100 sciences, to judge from the weekly reports which the lad took home to his grandfather, his progress was remarkable. The names of a score or more of desirable branches of knowledge were printed in a table, and the pupil's progress in each was marked by the professor. In Greek Georgie was pronounced Aristos, in Latin Optimus, in French Très bien, and so forth. And everybody had prizes for everything at the end of the year. Even Mr. Swartz, the woolly-headed young gentleman, and half-brother to the Honourable Mrs. Mac Mull, and Mr. Bluck, the neglected young pupil of 23 from the agricultural district, and that idle young scapegrace of a Master Todd before mentioned, received little 18-penny books, with Athene engraved on them, and a pompous Latin inscription from the professor to his young friends. The family of this Master Todd were hangers-on of the house of Osborne. The old gentleman had advanced Todd from being a clerk to be a junior partner in his establishment. Mr. Osborne was the godfather of young Master Todd, who in subsequent life wrote Mr. Osborne Todd on his cards and became a man of decided fashion, while Miss Osborne had accompanied Miss Maria Todd to the font, and gave her protégé a prayer book, a collection of tracts, a volume of very low church poetry, or some such memento of her goodness every year. Miss O. drove the Todds out in her carriage now and then, when they were ill. Her footman, in large plush smalls and waistcoat, brought jellies and delicacies from Russell Square to Coram Street. Coram Street trembled and looked up to Russell Square indeed, and Mrs. Todd, who had a pretty hand at cutting out paper trimmings for haunches of mutton, and could make flowers, ducks, and out of turnips and carrots in a very creditable manner, would go to the square, as it was called, and assist in the preparations incident to a great dinner, without even so much as thinking of sitting down to the banquet. If any guest failed at the 11th hour, Todd was asked to dine. Mrs. Todd and Maria came across in the evening, slipped in with a muffled knock, and were in the drawing-room by the time Miss Osborne and the ladies under her convoy reached that apartment, and ready to fire off duets and sing until the gentleman came up. Poor Maria Todd, poor young lady! How she had to work and thrum at these duets and sonatas in the street, before they appeared in public in the square. Thus it seemed to be decreed by fate that Georgie was to domineer over everybody with whom he came in contact, and that friends, relatives, and domestics were all to bow the knee before the little fellow. It must be owned that he accommodated himself very willingly to this arrangement. Most people do so. And Georgie liked to play the part of master and perhaps had a natural aptitude for it. In Russell Square everybody was afraid of Mr. Osborne, and Mr. Osborne was afraid of Georgie. The boy's dashing manners, an offhand rattle about books and learning, his likeness to his father, dead unreconciled in Brussels yonder, awed the old gentleman and gave the young boy the mastery. The old man would start at some hereditary feature or tone unconsciously used by the little lad, and fancy that George's father was again before him. He tried by indulgence to the grandson to make up for harshness to the elder George. People were surprised at his gentleness to the boy. He growled and swore at Miss Osborne as usual, and would smile when George came down late for breakfast. Miss Osborne, George's aunt, was a faded old spinster, broken down by more than 40 years of dullness and coarse usage. It was easy for a lad of spirit to master her. And whenever George wanted anything from her, from the jam-pots in her cupboards to the cracked and dry old colours in her paint-box, the old paint-box which she had had when she was a pupil of Mr. Smee and was still almost young and blooming, Georgie took possession of the object of his desire, which obtained, he took no further notice of his aunt. For his friends and cronies, he had a pompous old schoolmaster, who flattered him, and a toady, his senior, whom he could thrash. It was dear Mrs. Todd's delight to leave him with her youngest daughter, Rosa Jemima, a darling child of 8 years old. The little pair looked so well together, she would say, but not to the folks in the square, we may be sure, who knows what might happen. Don't they make a pretty little couple, the fond mother thought. The broken-spirited, old, maternal grandfather was likewise subject to the little tyrant. He could not help respecting a lad who had such fine clothes and rode with a groom behind him. Georgie, on his side, was in the constant habit of hearing coarse abuse and vulgar satire levelled at John Sedley by his pitiless old enemy, Mr. Osborne. Osborne used to call the other the old pauper, the old coal man, the old bankrupt, and by many other such names of brutal contumely. How was little George to respect a man so prostrate? A few months after he was with his paternal grandfather, Mrs. Sedley died. There had been little love between her and the child. He did not care to show much grief. He came down to visit his mother in a fine new suit of mourning, and was very angry that he could not go to a play upon which he had set his heart. The illness of that old lady had been the occupation and perhaps the safeguard of Amelia. What do men know about women's martyrdoms? We should go mad had we to endure the 100th part of those daily pains which are meekly borne by many women. Ceaseless slavery meeting with no reward. Constant gentleness and kindness met by cruelty as constant, love, labor, patience, watchfulness, without even so much as the acknowledgement of a good word. All this, how many of them have to bear in quiet, and appear abroad with cheerful faces as if they felt nothing? Tender slaves that they are, they must needs be hypocrites and weak. From her chair Amelia's mother had taken to her bed, which she had never left, and from which Mrs. Osborne herself was never absent except when she ran to see George. The old lady grudged her even those rare visits. She, who had been a kind, smiling, good-natured mother once, in the days of her prosperity, but whom poverty and infirmities had broken down. Her illness or estrangement did not affect Amelia. They rather enabled her to support the other calamity under which she was suffering, and from the thoughts of which she was kept by the ceaseless calls of the invalid. Amelia bore her harshness quite gently, smoothed the uneasy pillow. Was always ready with a soft answer to the watchful, querulous voice, soothed the sufferer with words of hope, such as her pious simple heart could best feel and utter, and closed the eyes that had once looked so tenderly upon her. Then all her time and tenderness were devoted to the consolation and comfort of the bereaved old father, who was stunned by the blow which had befallen him, and stood utterly alone in the world. His wife, his honor, his fortune, everything he loved best had fallen away from him. There was only Amelia to stand by and support with her gentle arms the tottering, heart-broken old man. We are not going to write the history, it would be too dreary and stupid. I can see Vanity Fair yawning over it d'avance. One day as the young gentlemen were assembled in the study at the Reverend Mr. Veal's, and the domestic chaplain to the Right Honourable the Earl of Bareacres was spouting away as usual, a smart carriage drove up to the door decorated with the statue of Athene, and two gentlemen stepped out. The young Masters Bangles rushed to the window with a vague notion that their father might have arrived from Bombay. The great hulking scholar of 23, who was crying secretly over a passage of Eutropius, flattened his neglected nose against the panes and looked at the drag. As the Laquais de Place sprang from the box and let out the persons in the carriage. "It's a fat one and a thin one," Mr. Bluck said as a thundering knock came to the door. Everybody was interested, from the domestic chaplain himself, who hoped he saw the fathers of some future pupils, down to Master Georgie, glad of any pretext for laying his book down. The boy in the shabby livery with the faded copper buttons, who always thrust himself into the tight coat to open the door, came into the study and said, "Two gentlemen want to see Master Osborne." The professor had had a trifling altercation in the morning with that young gentleman, owing to a difference about the introduction of crackers in school time. But his face resumed its habitual expression of bland courtesy as he said, "Master Osborne, I give you full permission to go and see your carriage friends, to whom I beg you to convey the respectful compliments of myself and Mrs. Veal." Georgie went into the reception room and saw two strangers, whom he looked at with his head up, in his usual haughty manner. One was fat, with mustachios, and the other was lean and long, in a blue frock coat, with a brown face and a grizzled head. "My God, how like he is," said the long gentleman with a start. "Can you guess who we are, George?" The boy's face flushed up, as it did usually when he was moved, and his eyes brightened. "I don't know the other," he said, "but I should think you must be Major Dobbin." Indeed it was our old friend. His voice trembled with pleasure as he greeted the boy, and taking both the other's hands in his own, drew the lad to him. "Your mother has talked to you about me, has she?" he said. "That she has," Georgie answered, "hundreds and hundreds of times." Chapter 57. Eothen. It was one of the many causes for personal pride with which old Osborne chose to recreate himself that Sedley, his ancient rival, enemy, and benefactor, was in his last days so utterly defeated and humiliated as to be forced to accept pecuniary obligations at the hands of the man who had most injured and insulted him. The successful man of the world cursed the old pauper and relieved him from time to time. As he furnished George with money for his mother, he gave the boy to understand by hints, delivered in his brutal, coarse way, that George's maternal grandfather was but a wretched old bankrupt and dependent. And that John Sedley might thank the man to whom he already owed ever so much money for the aid which his generosity now chose to administer. George carried the pompous supplies to his mother and the shattered old widower whom it was now the main business of her life to tend and comfort. The little fellow patronized the feeble and disappointed old man. It may have shown a want of proper pride in Amelia that she chose to accept these money benefits at the hands of her father's enemy. But proper pride and this poor lady had never had much acquaintance together. A disposition naturally simple and demanding protection. A long course of poverty and humility, of daily privations, and hard words, of kind offices and no returns, had been her lot ever since womanhood almost, or since her luckless marriage with George Osborne. You who see your betters bearing up under this shame every day, meekly suffering under the slights of fortune, gentle and unpitied, poor, and rather despised for their poverty. Do you ever step down from your prosperity and wash the feet of these poor wearied beggars? The very thought of them is odious and low. There must be classes, there must be rich and poor, Dives says, smacking his claret, it is well if he even sends the broken meat out to Lazarus sitting under the window. Very true. But think how mysterious and often unaccountable it is, that lottery of life which gives to this man the purple and fine linen and sends to the other rags for garments and dogs for comforters. So I must own that, without much repining, on the contrary with something akin to gratitude, Amelia took the crumbs that her father-in-law let drop now and then, and with them fed her own parent. Directly she understood it to be her duty, it was this young woman's nature, ladies, she is but 30 still, and we choose to call her a young woman even at that age, it was, I say, her nature to sacrifice herself and to fling all that she had at the feet of the beloved object. During what long thankless nights had she worked out her fingers for little Georgie whilst at home with her, what buffets, scorns, privations, poverties had she endured for father and mother. And in the midst of all these solitary resignations and unseen sacrifices, she did not respect herself any more than the world respected her, but I believe thought in her heart that she was a poor-spirited, despicable little creature, whose luck in life was only too good for her merits. Oh, you poor women! Oh, you poor secret martyrs and victims, whose life is a torture, who are stretched on racks in your bedrooms, and who lay your heads down on the block daily at the drawing-room table. Every man who watches your pains, or peers into those dark places where the torture is administered to you, must pity you, and thank God that he has a beard. I recollect seeing, years ago, at the prisons for idiots and madmen at Bicêtre, near Paris, a poor wretch bent down under the bondage of his imprisonment and his personal infirmity, to whom one of our party gave a halfpenny worth of snuff in a cornet or screw of paper. The kindness was too much for the poor epileptic creature. He cried in an anguish of delight and gratitude, if anybody gave you and me 1,000 a year, or saved our lives, we could not be so affected. And so, if you properly tyrannize over a woman, you will find a HP worth of kindness act upon her and bring tears into her eyes, as though you were an angel benefiting her. Some such boons as these were the best which fortune allotted to poor little Amelia. Her life, begun not unprosperously, had come down to this, to a mean prison and a long, ignoble bondage. Little George visited her captivity sometimes and consoled it with feeble gleams of encouragement. Russell Square was the boundary of her prison. She might walk thither occasionally, but was always back to sleep in her cell at night, to perform cheerless duties, to watch by thankless sick beds, to suffer the harassment and tyranny of querulous disappointed old age. How many thousands of people are there, women for the most part, who are doomed to endure this long slavery? Who are hospital nurses without wages, sisters of charity, if you like, without the romance and the sentiment of sacrifice, who strive, fast, watch and suffer, unpitied, and fade away ignobly and unknown. The hidden and awful wisdom which apportions the destinies of mankind is pleased so to humiliate and cast down the tender, good, and wise, and to set up the selfish, the foolish, or the wicked. Oh, be humble, my brother, in your prosperity. Be gentle with those who are less lucky, if not more deserving. Think, what right have you to be scornful, whose virtue is a deficiency of temptation, whose success may be a chance, whose rank may be an ancestor's accident, whose prosperity is very likely a satire. They buried Amelia's mother in the churchyard at Brompton, upon just such a rainy, dark day as Amelia recollected when first she had been there to marry George. Her little boy sat by her side in pompous new sables. She remembered the old pewwoman and clerk. Her thoughts were away in other times as the parson read. But that she held George's hand in her own, perhaps she would have liked to change places with. Then, as usual, she felt ashamed of her selfish thoughts and prayed inwardly to be strengthened to do her duty. So she determined with all her might and strength to try and make her old father happy. She slaved, toiled, patched, and mended, sang and played backgammon, read out the newspaper, cooked dishes, for old Sedley, walked him out sedulously into Kensington Gardens or the Brompton Lanes. Listened to his stories with untiring smiles and affectionate hypocrisy, or sat musing by his side and communing with her own thoughts and reminiscences, as the old man, feeble and querulous, sunned himself on the garden benches and prattled about his wrongs or his sorrows. What sad, unsatisfactory thoughts those of the widow were. The children running up and down the slopes and broad paths in the gardens reminded her of George, who was taken from her, the first George was taken from her. Her selfish, guilty love, in both instances, had been rebuked and bitterly chastised. She strove to think it was right that she should be so punished. She was such a miserable wicked sinner. She was quite alone in the world. I know that the account of this kind of solitary imprisonment is insufferably tedious, unless there is some cheerful or humorous incident to enliven it, a tender jailer, for instance, or a waggish commandant of the fortress. Or a mouse to come out and play about Latude's beard and whiskers, or a subterranean passage under the castle, dug by Trenck with his nails and a toothpick. The historian has no such enlivening incident to relate in the narrative of Amelia's captivity. Fancy her, if you please, during this period, very sad, but always ready to smile when spoken to, in a very mean, poor, not to say vulgar position of life. Singing songs, making puddings, playing cards, mending stockings, for her old father's benefit. So, never mind, whether she be a heroine or no. Or you and I, however old, scolding, and bankrupt, may we have in our last days a kind soft shoulder on which to lean and a gentle hand to soothe our gouty old pillows. Old Sedley grew very fond of his daughter after his wife's death, and Amelia had her consolation in doing her duty by the old man. But we are not going to leave these two people long in such a low and ungenteel station of life. Better days, as far as worldly prosperity went, were in store for both. Perhaps the ingenious reader has guessed who was the stout gentleman who called upon Georgie at his school in company with our old friend Major Dobbin. It was another old acquaintance returned to England, and at a time when his presence was likely to be of great comfort to his relatives there. Major Dobbin, having easily succeeded in getting leave from his good-natured commandant to proceed to Madras, and thence probably to Europe, on urgent private affairs, never ceased travelling night and day until he reached his journey's end, and had directed his march with such celerity that he arrived at Madras in a high fever. His servants who accompanied him brought him to the house of the friend with whom he had resolved to stay until his departure for Europe in a state of delirium. And it was thought for many, many days that he would never travel farther than the burying ground of the Church of St. George's, where the troops should fire a salvo over his grave, and where many a gallant officer lies far away from his home. Here, as the poor fellow lay tossing in his fever, the people who watched him might have heard him raving about Amelia. The idea that he should never see her again depressed him in his lucid hours. He thought his last day was come, and he made his solemn preparations for departure, setting his affairs in this world in order and leaving the little property of which he was possessed to those whom he most desired to benefit. The friend in whose house he was located witnessed his testament. He desired to be buried with a little brown hair chain which he wore round his neck and which, if the truth must be known, he had got from Amelia's maid at Brussels, when the young widow's hair was cut off. During the fever which prostrated her after the death of George Osborne on the plateau at Mount St. John. He recovered, rallied, relapsed again, having undergone such a process of bloodletting in calomel as showed the strength of his original constitution. He was almost a skeleton when they put him on board the Ramchunder East Indiaman, Captain Bragg, from Calcutta, touching at Madras. And so weak and prostrate that his friend who had tended him through his illness prophesied that the honest Major would never survive the voyage, and that he would pass some morning, shrouded in flag and hammock, over the ship's side, and carrying down to the sea with him the relic that he wore at his heart. But whether it was the sea air, or the hope which sprung up in him afresh, from the day that the ship spread her canvas and stood out of the roads towards home, our friend began to amend. And he was quite well, though as gaunt as a greyhound, before they reached the Cape. Kirk will be disappointed of his majority this time, he said with a smile. He will expect to find himself gazetted by the time the regiment reaches home. For it must be premised that while the Major was lying ill at Madras, having made such prodigious haste to go thither, the gallant, which had passed many years abroad, which after its return from the West Indies had been balked of its stay at home by the Waterloo campaign, and had been ordered from Flanders to India, had received orders home. And the Major might have accompanied his comrades, had he chosen to wait for their arrival at Madras. Perhaps he was not inclined to put himself in his exhausted state again under the guardianship of Glorvina. "I think Miss O'Dowd would have done for me," he said laughingly to a fellow passenger, "if we had had her on board, and when she had sunk me, she would have fallen upon you, depend upon it, and carried you in as a prize to Southampton, Jos. My boy." For indeed it was no other than our stout friend who was also a passenger on board the Ramchunder. He had passed 10 years in Bengal. Constant dinners, tiffins, pale ale and claret, the prodigious labour of cutchery, and the refreshment of brandy pawnee which he was forced to take there, had their effect upon Waterloo Sedley. A voyage to Europe was pronounced necessary for him, and having served his full time in India and had fine appointments which had enabled him to lay by a considerable sum of money, he was free to come home and stay with a good pension, or to return and resume that rank in the service to which his seniority and his vast talents entitled him. He was rather thinner than when we last saw him, but had gained in majesty and solemnity of demeanour. He had resumed the mustachios to which his services at Waterloo entitled him, and swaggered about on deck in a magnificent velvet cap with a gold band and a profuse ornamentation of pins and jewellery about his person. He took breakfast in his cabin and dressed as solemnly to appear on the quarter-deck as if he were going to turn out for Bond Street, or the course at Calcutta. He brought a native servant with him, who was his valet and pipe-bearer and who wore the Sedley crest in silver on his turban. That oriental menial had a wretched life under the tyranny of Jos Sedley. Jos was as vain of his person as a woman, and took as long a time at his toilette as any fading beauty. The youngsters among the passengers, young chaffers of the 150th, and poor little Ricketts, coming home after his third fever, used to draw out Sedley at the cuddy table and make him tell prodigious stories about himself and his exploits against tigers and Napoleon. He was great when he visited the Emperor's tomb at Longwood, when to these gentlemen and the young officers of the ship, Major Dobbin not being by, he described the whole battle of Waterloo and all but announced that Napoleon never would have gone to St. Helena at all but for him, Jos Sedley. After leaving St. Helena he became very generous, disposing of a great quantity of ship stores, claret, preserved meats, and great casks packed with soda water, brought out for his private delectation. There were no ladies on board. The Major gave the pas of precedency to the civilian, so that he was the first dignitary at table, and treated by Captain Bragg and the officers of the Ramchunder with the respect which his rank warranted. He disappeared rather in a panic during a 2 days' gale, in which he had the portholes of his cabin battened down, and remained in his cot reading the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, left on board the Ramchunder by the Right Honourable the Lady Emily Hornblower, wife of the Rev. Silas Hornblower, when on their passage out to the Cape, where the reverend gentleman was a missionary. But, for common reading, he had brought a stock of novels and plays which he lent to the rest of the ship, and rendered himself agreeable to all by his kindness and condescension. Many and many a night as the ship was cutting through the roaring dark sea, the moon and stars shining overhead and the bells singing out the watch, Mr. Sedley and the Major would sit on the quarterdeck of the vessel talking about home, as the Major smoked his cheroot and the civilian puffed at the hookah which his servant prepared for him. In these conversations it was wonderful with what perseverance and ingenuity Major Dobbin would manage to bring the talk round to the subject of Amelia and her little boy. Jos, a little testy about his father's misfortunes and unceremonious applications to him, was soothed down by the Major, who pointed out the elder's ill fortunes and old age. He would not perhaps like to live with the old couple, whose ways and hours might not agree with those of a younger man, accustomed to different society. Jos bowed at this compliment. But, the Major pointed out, how advantageous it would be for Jos Sedley to have a house of his own in London, and not a mere bachelor's establishment as before, how his sister Amelia would be the very person to preside over it. How elegant, how gentle she was, and of what refined good manners. He recounted stories of the success which Mrs. George Osborne had had in former days at Brussels, and in London, where she was much admired by people of very great fashion. And he then hinted how becoming it would be for Jos to send Georgie to a good school and make a man of him, for his mother and her parents would be sure to spoil him. In a word, this artful Major made the civilian promise to take charge of Amelia and her unprotected child. He did not know as yet what events had happened in the little Sedley family, and how death had removed the mother, and riches had carried off George from Amelia. But the fact is that every day and always, this love-smitten and middle-aged gentleman was thinking about Mrs. Osborne, and his whole heart was bent upon doing her good. He coaxed, wheedled, cajoled, and complimented Jos Sedley with a perseverance and cordiality of which he was not aware himself, very likely. But some men who have unmarried sisters or daughters even, may remember how uncommonly agreeable gentlemen are to the male relations when they are courting the females, and perhaps this rogue of a Dobbin was urged by a similar hypocrisy. The truth is, when Major Dobbin came on board the Ramchunder, very sick, and for the 3 days she lay in the Madras roads, he did not begin to rally, nor did even the appearance and recognition of his old acquaintance, Mr. Sedley, on board much cheer him, until after a conversation which they had one day, as the Major was laid languidly on the deck. He said then he thought he was doomed. He had left a little something to his godson in his will, and he trusted Mrs. Osborne would remember him kindly and be happy in the marriage she was about to make. Married? Not the least, Jos answered. He had heard from her, she made no mention of the marriage, and by the way, it was curious, she wrote to say that Major Dobbin was going to be married, and hoped that he would be happy. What were the dates of Sedley's letters from Europe? The civilian fetched them. They were 2 months later than the Major's. And the ship's surgeon congratulated himself upon the treatment adopted by him towards his new patient, who had been consigned to shipboard by the Madras practitioner with very small hopes indeed. For, from that day, the very day that he changed the draught, Major Dobbin began to mend. And thus it was that deserving officer, Captain Kirk, was disappointed of his majority. After they passed St. Helena, Major Dobbin's gaiety and strength was such as to astonish all his fellow passengers. He larked with the midshipmen, played single stick with the mates, ran up the shrouds like a boy, sang a comic psalm one night to the amusement of the whole party assembled over their grog after supper, and rendered himself so gay, lively, and amiable that even Captain Bragg, who thought there was nothing in his passenger, and considered he was a poor-spirited feller at first, was constrained to own that the Major was a reserved but well-informed and meritorious officer. "He ain't got distangy manners, dammy," Bragg observed to his first mate. "He wouldn't do at Government House, Roper, where his lordship and Lady William was as kind to me, and shook hands with me before the whole company, and asking me at dinner to take beer with him, before the Commander-in-Chief himself. He ain't got manners, but there's something about him," and thus Captain Bragg showed that he possessed discrimination as a man, as well as ability as a commander. But a calm taking place when the Ramchunder was within 10 days' sail of England, Dobbin became so impatient and ill-humored as to surprise those comrades who had before admired his vivacity and good temper. He did not recover until the breeze sprang up again, and was in a highly excited state when the pilot came on board. Good God, how his heart beat as the two friendly spires of Southampton came in sight. Chapter 58. Our friend the Major. Our Major had rendered himself so popular on board the Ramchunder that when he and Mr. Sedley descended into the welcome shoreboat which was to take them from the ship, the whole crew, men and officers, the great Captain Bragg himself leading off, gave 3 cheers for Major Dobbin, who blushed very much and ducked his head in token of thanks. Joss, who very likely thought the cheers were for himself, took off his gold-laced cap and waved it majestically to his friends, and they were pulled to shore and landed with great dignity at the pier, whence they proceeded to the Royal George Hotel. Although the sight of that magnificent round of beef, and the silver tankard suggestive of real British home-brewed ale and porter, which perennially greet the eyes of the traveller returning from foreign parts who enters the coffee-room of the George, are so invigorating and delightful that a man entering such a comfortable snug homely English inn might well like to stop some days there, yet Dobbin began to talk about a post-chaise instantly, and was no sooner at Southampton than he wished to be on the road to London. Joss, however, would not hear of moving that evening. Why was he to pass a night in a post-chaise instead of a great large undulating downy feather bed which was there ready to replace the horrid little narrow crib in which the portly Bengal gentleman had been confined during the voyage? He could not think of moving till his baggage was cleared, or of travelling until he could do so with his chillum. So the Major was forced to wait over that night, and dispatched a letter to his family announcing his arrival, entreating from Joss a promise to write to his own friends. Joss promised, but didn't keep his promise. The captain, the surgeon, and 1 or 2 passengers came and dined with our 2 gentlemen at the inn, Joss exerting himself in a sumptuous way in ordering the dinner and promising to go to town the next day with the Major. The landlord said it did his eyes good to see Mr. Sedley take off his first pint of porter. If I had time and dared to enter into digressions, would write a chapter about that first pint of porter drunk upon English ground. Ah, how good it is! It is worth while to leave home for a year, just to enjoy that one draught. Major Dobbin made his appearance the next morning very neatly shaved and dressed, according to his wont. Indeed, it was so early in the morning that nobody was up in the house except the wonderful Boots of an inn who never seems to want sleep. And the Major could hear the snores of the various inmates of the house roaring through the corridors as he creaked about in those dim passages. Then the sleepless Boots went shirking round from door to door, gathering up at each the Bluchers, Wellingtons, Oxonians, which stood outside. Then Joss's native servant arose and began to get ready his master's ponderous dressing apparatus and prepare his hookah. Then the maidservants got up, and meeting the dark man in the passages, shrieked, and mistook him for the devil. He and Dobbin stumbled over their pails in the passages as they were scouring the decks of the Royal George. When the first unshorn waiter appeared and unbarred the door of the inn, the Major thought that the time for departure was arrived, and ordered a post-chaise to be fetched instantly, that they might set off. He then directed his steps to Mr. Sedley's room and opened the curtains of the great large family bed wherein Mr. Joss was snoring. "Come, up, Sedley," the Major said, "it's time to be off, the chaise will be at the door in half an hour." Joss growled from under the counterpane to know what the time was. But when he at last extorted from the blushing Major, who never told fibs, however they might be to his advantage, what was the real hour of the morning, he broke out into a volley of bad language, which we will not repeat here, but by which he gave Dobbin to understand that he would jeopardy his soul if he got up at that moment, that the Major might go and be hanged, that he would not travel with Dobbin, and that it was most unkind and ungentlemanlike to disturb a man out of his sleep in that way. On which the discomfited Major was obliged to retreat, leaving Joss to resume his interrupted slumbers. The chaise came up presently, and the Major would wait no longer. If he had been an English nobleman travelling on a pleasure tour, or a newspaper courier bearing dispatches, government messages are generally carried much more quietly, he could not have travelled more quickly. The postboys wondered at the fees he flung amongst them. How happy and green the country looked as the chaise whirled rapidly from milestone to milestone, through neat country towns where landlords came out to welcome him with smiles and bows. By pretty roadside inns, where the signs hung on the elms, and horses and wagoners were drinking under the checkered shadow of the trees, by old halls and parks. Rustic hamlets clustered round ancient grey churches, and through the charming friendly English landscape. Is there any in the world like it? To a traveller returning home it looks so kind, it seems to shake hands with you as you pass through it. Well, Major Dobbin passed through all this from Southampton to London, and without noting much beyond the milestones along the road. You see, he was so eager to see his parents at Camberwell. He grudged the time lost between Piccadilly and his old haunt at the Slaughters, whither he drove faithfully. Long years had passed since he saw it last, since he and George, as young men, had enjoyed many a feast, and held many a revel there. He had now passed into the stage of old fellowhood. His hair was grizzled, and many a passion and feeling of his youth had grown grey in that interval. There, however, stood the old waiter at the door, in the same greasy black suit, with the same double chin and flaccid face, with the same huge bunch of seals at his fob, rattling his money in his pockets as before. And receiving the Major as if he had gone away only a week ago. Put the Major's things in 23, that's his room, John said, exhibiting not the least surprise. Roast fowl for your dinner, I suppose. You ain't got married? They said you was married, the Scotch surgeon of yours was here. No, it was Captain Humby of the 33rd, as was quartered with the th in G. Like any warm water. What do you come in a chay for, ain't the coach good enough? And with this, the faithful waiter, who knew and remembered every officer who used the house, and with whom 10 years were but as yesterday, led the way up to Dobbin's old room, where stood the great marine bed, and the shabby carpet. A thought more dingy, and all the old black furniture covered with faded chintz, just as the Major recollected them in his youth. He remembered George pacing up and down the room, and biting his nails, and swearing that the governor must come round, and that if he didn't care a straw, on the day before he was married. He could fancy him walking in, banging the door of Dobbin's room, and his own hard by. You ain't got young, John said, calmly surveying his friend of former days. Dobbin laughed. 10 years and a fever don't make a man young, John, he said. It is you that are always young, no, you are always old. What became of Captain Osborne's widow? John said. Fine young fellow that. Lord, how he used to spend his money. He never came back after that day he was marched from here. He owes me £3 at this minute. Look here, I have it in my book. April 10th, 1815, Captain Osborne, £3. I wonder whether his father would pay me, and so saying, John of the Slaughters pulled out the very morocco pocketbook in which he had noted his loan to the captain, upon a greasy faded page still extant. With many other scrawled memoranda regarding the bygone frequenters of the house. Having inducted his customer into the room, John retired with perfect calmness. And Major Dobbin, not without a blush and a grin at his own absurdity, chose out of his kit the very smartest and most becoming civil costume he possessed, and laughed at his own tanned face and grey hair. As he surveyed them in the dreary little toilet glass on the dressing table. I'm glad old John didn't forget me, he thought. She'll know me, too, I hope. And he sallied out of the inn, bending his steps once more in the direction of Brompton. Every minute incident of his last meeting with Amelia was present to the constant man's mind as he walked towards her house. The arch and the Achilles statue were up since he had last been in Piccadilly. 100 changes had occurred which his eye and mind vaguely noted. He began to tremble as he walked up the lane from Brompton, that well-remembered lane leading to the street where she lived. Was she going to be married or not? If he were to meet her with the little boy, good God, what should he do? He saw a woman coming to him with a child of 5 years old, was that she? He began to shake at the mere possibility. When he came up to the row of houses, at last, where she lived, and to the gate, he caught hold of it and paused. He might have heard the thumping of his own heart. May God Almighty bless her, whatever has happened, he thought to himself. Pshaw! She may be gone from here, he said, and went in through the gate. The window of the parlor which she used to occupy was open, and there were no inmates in the room. The Major thought he recognized the piano, though, with the picture over it, as it used to be in former days, and his perturbations were renewed. Mr. Clapp's brass plate was still on the door, at the knocker of which Dobbin performed a summons. A buxom-looking lass of 16, with bright eyes and purple cheeks, came to answer the knock and looked hard at the Major as he leant back against the little porch. He was as pale as a ghost and could hardly falter out the words, "Does Mrs. Osborne live here?" She looked him hard in the face for a moment, and then turning white too, said, "Lord bless me, it's Major Dobbin." She held out both her hands shaking. "Don't you remember me?" she said. "I used to call you Major Sugarplums." On which, and I believe it was for the first time that he ever so conducted himself in his life, the Major took the girl in his arms and kissed her. She began to laugh and cry hysterically, and calling out, "Ma, Pa," with all her voice, brought up those worthy people, who had already been surveying the Major from the casement of the ornamental kitchen, and were astonished to find their daughter in the little passage in the embrace of a great tall man in a blue frock coat and white duck trousers. "I'm an old friend," he said, not without blushing though. "Don't you remember me, Mrs. Clapp, and those good cakes you used to make for tea? Don't you recollect me, Clapp? I'm George's godfather, and just come back from India." A great shaking of hands ensued. Mrs. Clapp was greatly affected and delighted. She called upon heaven to interpose a vast many times in that passage. The landlord and landlady of the house led the worthy Major into the Sedleys' room, whereof he remembered every single article of furniture, from the old brass-ornamented piano, once a natty little instrument, Stothard maker, to the screens and the alabaster miniature tombstone, in the midst of which ticked Mr. Sedley's gold watch, and there, as he sat down in the lodger's vacant armchair, the father, the mother, and the daughter, with 1,000 ejaculatory breaks in the narrative, informed Major Dobbin of what we know already, but of particulars in Amelia's history of which he was not aware, namely of Mrs. Sedley's death, of George's reconcilement with his grandfather Osborne, of the way in which the widow took on at leaving him, and of other particulars of her life. Twice or thrice he was going to ask about the marriage question, but his heart failed him. He did not care to lay it bare to these people. Finally, he was informed that Mrs. O. was gone to walk with her pa in Kensington Gardens, whither she always went with the old gentleman, who was very weak and peevish now, and led her a sad life, though she behaved to him like an angel, to be sure, of a fine afternoon, after dinner. "I'm very much pressed for time," the Major said, "and have business tonight of importance. I should like to see Mrs. Osborne though. Suppose Miss Polly would come with me and show me the way?" Miss Polly was charmed and astonished at this proposal. She knew the way. She would show Major Dobbin. She had often been with Mr. Sedley when Mrs. O. was gone Russell Square way, and knew the bench where he liked to sit. She bounced away to her apartment and appeared presently in her best bonnet and her mamma's yellow shawl and large pebble brooch, of which she assumed the loan in order to make herself a worthy companion for the Major. That officer, then, in his blue frock coat and buckskin gloves, gave the young lady his arm, and they walked away very gaily. He was glad to have a friend at hand for the scene which he dreaded somehow. He asked 1,000 more questions from his companion about Amelia. His kind heart grieved to think that she should have had to part with her son. How did she bear it? Did she see him often? Was Mr. Sedley pretty comfortable now in a worldly point of view? Polly answered all these questions of Major Sugarplums to the very best of her power. And in the midst of their walk an incident occurred which, though very simple in its nature, was productive of the greatest delight to Major Dobbin. A pale young man with feeble whiskers and a stiff white neckcloth came walking down the lane, end sandwich, having a lady, that is, on each arm. One was a tall and commanding middle-aged female, with features and a complexion similar to those of the clergyman of the Church of England by whose side she marched, and the other a stunted little woman with a dark face, ornamented by a fine new bonnet and white ribbons, and in a smart pelisse, with a rich gold watch in the midst of her person. The gentleman, pinioned as he was by these two ladies, carried further a parasol, shawl, and basket, so that his arms were entirely engaged. And of course he was unable to touch his hat in acknowledgment of the curtsy with which Miss Mary Clapp greeted him. He merely bowed his head in reply to her salutation, which the two ladies returned with a patronizing air, and at the same time looking severely at the individual in the blue coat and bamboo cane who accompanied Miss Polly. "Who's that?" asked the Major, amused by the group, and after he had made way for the three to pass up the lane. Mary looked at him rather roguishly. "That is our curate, the Reverend Mr. Binney," a twitch from Major Dobbin, and his sister Miss B. "Lord bless us, how she did use to war at us at Sunday school," and the other lady, the little one with a cast in her eye and the handsome watch, is Mrs. Binney, Miss Grits that was. Her pa was a grocer, and kept the little original gold teapot in Kensington gravel pits. They were married last month, and are just come back from Margate. She's £5,000 to her fortune, but her and Miss B., who made the match, have quarrelled already. If the Major had twitched before, he started now, and slapped the bamboo on the ground with an emphasis which made Miss Clapp cry, "Law," and laugh too. He stood for a moment, silent, with open mouth, looking after the retreating young couple, while Miss Mary told their history, but he did not hear beyond the announcement of the reverend gentleman's marriage. His head was swimming with felicity. After this rencontre he began to walk double quick towards the place of his destination, and yet they were too soon, for he was in a great tremor at the idea of a meeting for which he had been longing any time these 10 years, through the Brompton lanes, and entering at the little old portal in Kensington garden wall. "There they are," said Miss Polly, and she felt him again start back on her arm. She was a confidante at once of the whole business. She knew the story as well as if she had read it in one of her favourite novel books, Fatherless Fanny, or The Scottish Chiefs. "Suppose you were to run on and tell her," the Major said. Polly ran forward, her yellow shawl streaming in the breeze. Old Sedley was seated on a bench, his handkerchief placed over his knees, prattling away, according to his wont, with some old story about old times to which Amelia had listened and awarded a patient smile many a time before. She could of late think of her own affairs, and smile or make other marks of recognition of her father's stories, scarcely hearing a word of the old man's tales. As Mary came bouncing along, and Amelia caught sight of her, she started up from her bench. Her first thought was that something had happened to Georgie, but the sight of the messenger's eager and happy face dissipated that fear in the timorous mother's bosom. "News! News!" cried the emissary of Major Dobbin. "He's come! He's come!" "Who is come?" said Emmy, still thinking of her son. "Look there," answered Miss Clapp, turning round and pointing, in which direction Amelia looking, saw Dobbin's lean figure and long shadow stalking across the grass. Amelia started in her turn, blushed up, and, of course, began to cry. At all this simple little creature's fates, the grandees were accustomed to play. He looked at her, oh, how fondly, as she came running towards him, her hands before her, ready to give them to him. She wasn't changed. She was a little pale, a little stouter in figure. Her eyes were the same, the kind trustful eyes. There were scarce 3 lines of silver in her soft brown hair. She gave him both her hands as she looked up flushing and smiling through her tears into his honest homely face. He took the 2 little hands between his 2 and held them there. He was speechless for a moment. Why did he not take her in his arms and swear that he would never leave her? She must have yielded, she could not but have obeyed him. "I've another arrival to announce," he said after a pause. "Mrs. Dobbin?" Amelia said, making a movement back. Why didn't he speak? "No," he said, letting her hands go. "Who has told you those lies?" "I mean, your brother Joss came in the same ship with me, and is come home to make you all happy." "Papa, Papa." Emmy cried out, "Here are news. My brother is in England. He is come to take care of you. Here is Major Dobbin." Mr. Sedley started up, shaking a great deal and gathering up his thoughts. Then he stepped forward and made an old-fashioned bow to the Major, whom he called Mr. Dobbin, and hoped his worthy father, Sir William, was quite well. He proposed to call upon Sir William, who had done him the honour of a visit a short time ago. Sir William had not called upon the old gentleman for 8 years, it was that visit he was thinking of returning. "He is very much shaken," Emmy whispered as Dobbin went up and cordially shook hands with the old man. Although he had such particular business in London that evening, the Major consented to forego it upon Mr. Sedley's invitation to him to come home and partake of tea. Amelia put her arm under that of her young friend with the yellow shawl and headed the party on their return homewards, so that Mr. Sedley fell to Dobbin's share. The old man walked very slowly and told a number of ancient histories about himself and his poor Bessie, his former prosperity, and his bankruptcy. His thoughts, as is usual with failing old men, were quite in former times. The present, with the exception of the one catastrophe which he felt, he knew little about. The Major was glad to let him talk on. His eyes were fixed upon the figure in front of him, the dear little figure always present to his imagination and in his prayers, and visiting his dreams wakeful or slumbering. Amelia was very happy, smiling, and active all that evening, performing her duties as hostess of the little entertainment with the utmost grace and propriety, as Dobbin thought. His eyes followed her about as they sat in the twilight. How many a time had he longed for that moment and thought of her far away under hot winds and in weary marches, gentle and happy, kindly ministering to the wants of old age, and decorating poverty with sweet submission, as he saw her now. I do not say that his taste was the highest, or that it is the duty of great intellects to be content with a bread-and-butter paradise, such as sufficed our simple old friend. But his desires were of this sort, whether for good or bad, and, with Amelia to help him, he was as ready to drink as many cups of tea as Dr. Johnson. Amelia, seeing this propensity, laughingly encouraged it and looked exceedingly roguish as she administered to him cup after cup. It is true she did not know that the Major had had no dinner and that the cloth was laid for him at the Slaughters', and a plate laid thereon to mark that the table was retained. In that very box in which the Major and George had sat many a time carousing, when she was a child just come home from Miss Pinkerton's school. The first thing Mrs. Osborne showed the Major was Georgie's miniature, for which she ran upstairs on her arrival at home. It was not half handsome enough of course for the boy, but wasn't it noble of him to think of bringing it to his mother? Whilst her papa was awake she did not talk much about Georgie. To hear about Mr. Osborne and Russell Square was not agreeable to the old man, who very likely was unconscious that he had been living for some months past mainly on the bounty of his richer rival, and lost his temper if allusion was made to the other. Dobbin told him all, and a little more perhaps than all, that had happened on board the Ramchunder, and exaggerated Jos's benevolent dispositions towards his father and resolution to make him comfortable in his old days. The truth is that during the voyage the Major had impressed this duty most strongly upon his fellow passenger and extorted promises from him that he would take charge of his sister and her child. He soothed Jos's irritation with regard to the bills which the old gentleman had drawn upon him, gave a laughing account of his own sufferings on the same score and of the famous consignment of wine with which the old man had favoured him, and brought Mr. Jos, who was by no means an ill-natured person when well pleased and moderately flattered, to a very good state of feeling regarding his relatives in Europe. And in fine I am ashamed to say that the Major stretched the truth so far as to tell old Mr. Sedley that it was mainly a desire to see his parent which brought Jos once more to Europe. At his accustomed hour Mr. Sedley began to doze in his chair, and then it was Amelia's opportunity to commence her conversation, which she did with great eagerness. It related exclusively to Georgie. She did not talk at all about her own sufferings at breaking from him, for indeed, this worthy woman, though she was half killed by the separation from the child, yet thought it was very wicked in her to repine at losing him. But everything concerning him, his virtues, talents, and prospects, she poured out. She described his angelic beauty, narrated 100 instances of his generosity and greatness of mind whilst living with her. How a royal duchess had stopped and admired him in Kensington Gardens, how splendidly he was cared for now, and how he had a groom and a pony. What quickness and cleverness he had, and what a prodigiously well-read and delightful person the Reverend Lawrence Veal was, George's master. "He knows everything," Amelia said. "He has the most delightful parties. You who are so learned yourself, and have read so much, and are so clever and accomplished, don't shake your head and say no. He always used to say you will be charmed with Mr. Veal's parties. The last Tuesday in every month. He says there is no place in the bar or the Senate that Georgie may not aspire to. Look here," and she went to the piano drawer and drew out a theme of Georgie's composition. This great effort of genius, which is still in the possession of George's mother, is as follows. On selfishness, of all the vices which degrade the human character, selfishness is the most odious and contemptible. An undue love of self leads to the most monstrous crimes and occasions the greatest misfortunes both in states and families. As a selfish man will impoverish his family and often bring them to ruin, so a selfish king brings ruin on his people and often plunges them into war. Example, the selfishness of Achilles, as remarked by the poet Homer, occasioned 1,000 woes to the Greeks, mori akaios algathik, Hom. Il. 2. The selfishness of the late Napoleon Bonaparte occasioned innumerable wars in Europe and caused him to perish, himself, in a miserable island, that of St. Helena in the Atlantic Ocean. We see by these examples that we are not to consult our own interest and ambition, but that we are to consider the interests of others as well as our own. George S. Osborne, Athene House, April 24, 1827. Think of him writing such a hand, and quoting Greek too, at his age, the delighted mother said. "Oh, William," she added, holding out her hand to the Major, "what a treasure heaven has given me in that boy. He is the comfort of my life, and he is the image of him that's gone. Ought I to be angry with her for being faithful to him?" William thought. "Ought I to be jealous of my friend in the grave, or hurt that such a heart as Amelia's can love only once and forever? Oh, George, George, how little you knew the prize you had, though." This sentiment passed rapidly through William's mind as he was holding Amelia's hand, whilst the handkerchief was veiling her eyes. "Dear friend," she said, pressing the hand which held hers, "how good, how kind you always have been to me. See! Papa is stirring. You will go and see Georgie tomorrow, won't you?" "Not tomorrow," said poor old Dobbin. "I have business." He did not like to own that he had not as yet been to his parents and his dear sister Anne, a remissness for which I am sure every well-regulated person will blame the Major. And presently he took his leave, leaving his address behind him for Joss, against the latter's arrival. And so the first day was over, and he had seen her. When he got back to the Slaughters, the roast fowl was of course cold, in which condition he ate it for supper. And knowing what early hours his family kept, and that it would be needless to disturb their slumbers at so late an hour, it is on record, that Major Dobbin treated himself to half-price at the Haymarket Theatre that evening. Where let us hope he enjoyed himself. Chapter 59. The Old Piano. The Major's visit left old John Sedley in a great state of agitation and excitement. His daughter could not induce him to settle down to his customary occupations or amusements that night. He passed the evening fumbling amongst his boxes and desks, untying his papers with trembling hands, and sorting and arranging them against Joss's arrival. He had them in the greatest order, his tapes and his files, his receipts, and his letters with lawyers and correspondents. The documents relative to the wine project, which failed from a most unaccountable accident, after commencing with the most splendid prospects. The coal project, which only a want of capital prevented from becoming the most successful scheme ever put before the public, the patent sawmills and sawdust consolidation project, and all night, until a very late hour, he passed in the preparation of these documents, trembling about from one room to another, with a quivering candle and shaky hands. Here's the wine papers, here's the sawdust, here's the coals. Here's my letters to Calcutta and Madras, and replies from Major Dobbin, C.B., and Mr. Joseph Sedley to the same. He shall find no irregularity about me, Emmy, the old gentleman said. Emmy smiled. I don't think Joss will care about seeing those papers, Papa, she said. You don't know anything about business, my dear, answered the sire, shaking his head with an important air. And it must be confessed that on this point Emmy was very ignorant, and that is a pity some people are so knowing. All these twopenny documents arranged on a side table, old Sedley covered them carefully over with a clean bandana handkerchief, one out of Major Dobbin's lot, and enjoined the maid and landlady of the house, in the most solemn way, not to disturb those papers, which were arranged for the arrival of Mr. Joseph Sedley the next morning, Mr. Joseph Sedley of the Honourable East India Company's Bengal Civil Service. Amelia found him up very early the next morning, more eager, more hectic, and more shaky than ever. I didn't sleep much, Emmy, my dear, he said. I was thinking of my poor Bessie. I wish she was alive, to ride in Joss's carriage once again. She kept her own and became it very well. And his eyes filled with tears, which trickled down his furrowed old face. Amelia wiped them away, and smilingly kissed him, and tied the old man's neckcloth in a smart bow, and put his brooch into his best shirt frill, in which, in his Sunday suit of mourning, he sat from 6 o'clock in the morning awaiting the arrival of his son. However, when the postman made his appearance, the little party were put out of suspense by the receipt of a letter from Joss to his sister, who announced that he felt a little fatigued after his voyage, and should not be able to move on that day, but that he would leave Southampton early the next morning and be with his father and mother at evening. Amelia, as she read out the letter to her father, paused over the latter word. Her brother, it was clear, did not know what had happened in the family. Nor could he, for the fact is that, though the Major rightly suspected that his travelling companion never would be got into motion in so short a space as 24 hours, and would find some excuse for delaying, yet Dobbin had not written to Joss to inform him of the calamity which had befallen the Sedley family, being occupied in talking with Amelia until long after post hour. There are some splendid tailors' shops in the High Street of Southampton, in the fine plate-glass windows of which hang gorgeous waistcoats of all sorts, of silk and velvet, and gold and crimson, and pictures of the last new fashions, in which those wonderful gentlemen with quizzing glasses, and holding on to little boys with the exceeding large eyes and curly hair, ogle ladies in riding habits prancing by the statue of Achilles at Apsley House. Joss, although provided with some of the most splendid vests that Calcutta could furnish, thought he could not go to town until he was supplied with one or two of these garments, and selected a crimson satin, embroidered with gold butterflies, and a black and red velvet tartan with white stripes and a rolling collar, with which, and a rich blue satin stock and a gold pin, consisting of a 5-barred gate with a horseman in pink enamel jumping over it. He thought he might make his entry into London with some dignity. For Joss's former shyness and blundering blushing timidity had given way to a more candid and courageous self-assertion of his worth. I don't care about owning it, Waterloo Sedley would say to his friends, I am a dressy man. And though rather uneasy if the ladies looked at him at the government house balls, and though he blushed and turned away alarmed under their glances, it was chiefly from a dread lest they should make love to him that he avoided them, being averse to marriage altogether. But there was no such swell in Calcutta as Waterloo Sedley, I have heard say, and he had the handsomest turnout, gave the best bachelor dinners, and had the finest plate in the whole place. To make these waistcoats for a man of his size and dignity took at least a day, part of which he employed in hiring a servant to wait upon him and his native and in instructing the agent who cleared his baggage, his boxes, his books, which he never read, his chests of mangoes, chutney, and curry powders, his shawls for presents to people whom he didn't know as yet, and the rest of his Persico's apparatus. At length, he drove leisurely to London on the 3rd day and in the new waistcoat, the native, with chattering teeth, shuddering in a shawl on the box by the side of the new European servant. Joss puffing his pipe at intervals within and looking so majestic that the little boys cried hooray, and many people thought he must be a governor-general. He, I promise, did not decline the obsequious invitation of the landlords to alight and refresh himself in the neat country towns. Having partaken of a copious breakfast, with fish, and rice, and hard eggs, at Southampton, he had so far rallied at Winchester as to think a glass of sherry necessary. At Alton he stepped out of the carriage at his servant's request and imbibed some of the ale for which the place is famous. At Farnham he stopped to view the bishop's castle and to partake of a light dinner of stewed eels, veal cutlets, and French beans, with a bottle of claret. He was cold over Bagshot Heath, where the native chattered more and more, and Jos Sahib took some brandy and water. In fact, when he drove into town he was as full of wine, beer, meat, pickles, cherry brandy, and tobacco as the steward's cabin of a steam packet. It was evening when his carriage thundered up to the little door in Brompton, whither the affectionate fellow drove first, and before hieing to the apartments secured for him by Mr. Dobbin at the Slaughters. All the faces in the street were in the windows, the little maidservant flew to the wicket gate, the Madame Clapp looked out from the casement of the ornamented kitchen, Emmy, in a great flutter, was in the passage among the hats and coats. And old Sedley in the parlour inside, shaking all over. Jos descended from the post-chaise and down the creaking swaying steps in awful state, supported by the new valet from Southampton and the shuddering native, whose brown face was now livid with cold and of the colour of a turkey's gizzard. He created an immense sensation in the passage presently, where Mrs. and Miss Clapp, coming perhaps to listen at the parlour door, found Lal Jub shaking upon the hall bench under the coats, moaning in a strange piteous way, and showing his yellow eyeballs and white teeth. For, you see, we have adroitly shut the door upon the meeting between Jos and the old father and the poor little gentle sister inside. The old man was very much affected, so, of course, was his daughter, nor was Jos without feeling. In that long absence of 10 years, the most selfish will think about home and early ties. Distance sanctifies both. Long brooding over those lost pleasures exaggerates their charm and sweetness. Jos was unaffectedly glad to see and shake the hand of his father, between whom and himself there had been a coolness, glad to see his little sister, whom he remembered so pretty and smiling, and pained at the alteration which time, grief, and misfortune had made in the shattered old man. Emmy had come out to the door in her black clothes and whispered to him of her mother's death, and not to speak of it to their father. There was no need of this caution, for the elder Sedley himself began immediately to speak of the event, and prattled about it, and wept over it plenteously. It shocked the Indian not a little and made him think of himself less than the poor fellow was accustomed to do. The result of the interview must have been very satisfactory, for when Jos had reascended his post-chaise and had driven away to his hotel, Emmy embraced her father tenderly, appealing to him with an air of triumph, and asking the old man whether she did not always say that her brother had a good heart. Indeed, Joseph Sedley, affected by the humble position in which he found his relations, and in the expansiveness and overflowing of heart occasioned by the first meeting, declared that they should never suffer want or discomfort any more. That he was at home for some time at any rate, during which his house and everything he had should be theirs, and that Amelia would look very pretty at the head of his table, until she would accept one of her own. She shook her head sadly and had, as usual, recourse to the waterworks. She knew what he meant. She and her young confidante, Miss Mary, had talked over the matter most fully, the very night of the Major's visit, beyond which time the impetuous Polly could not refrain from talking of the discovery which she had made, and describing the start and tremor of joy by which Major Dobbin betrayed himself when Mr. Binny passed with his bride and the Major learned that he had no longer a rival to fear. "Didn't you see how he shook all over when you asked if he was married and he said, 'Who told you those lies?'" "Oh, ma'am," Polly said, "he never kept his eyes off you, and I'm sure he's grown grey a-thinking of you." But Amelia, looking up at her bed, over which hung the portraits of her husband and son, told her young protégé never, never, to speak on that subject again. That Major Dobbin had been her husband's dearest friend and her own and George's most kind and affectionate guardian. That she loved him as a brother, but that a woman who had been married to such an angel as that, and she pointed to the wall, could never think of any other union. Poor Polly sighed, she thought what she should do if young Mr. Tompkins, at the surgery, who always looked at her so at church, and who, by those mere aggressive glances had put her timorous little heart into such a flutter that she was ready to surrender at once, what she should do if he were to die. She knew he was consumptive, his cheeks were so red and he was so uncommon thin in the waist. Not that Emmy, being made aware of the honest Major's passion, rebuffed him in any way, or felt displeased with him. Such an attachment from so true and loyal a gentleman could make no woman angry. Desdemona was not angry with Cassio, though there is very little doubt she saw the lieutenant's partiality for her, and I for my part believe that many more things took place in that sad affair than the worthy Moorish officer ever knew of. Why, Miranda was even very kind to Caliban, and we may be pretty sure for the same reason. Not that she would encourage him in the least, the poor uncouth monster, of course not. No more would Emmy by any means encourage her admirer, the Major. She would give him that friendly regard, which so much excellence and fidelity merited. She would treat him with perfect cordiality and frankness until he made his proposals, and then it would be time enough for her to speak and to put an end to hopes which never could be realized. She slept, therefore, very soundly that evening, after the conversation with Miss Polly, and was more than ordinarily happy, in spite of Joss's delaying. I am glad he is not going to marry that Miss O'Dowd, she thought. Colonel O'Dowd never could have a sister fit for such an accomplished man as Major William. Who was there amongst her little circle who would make him a good wife? Not Miss Binny, she was too old and ill-tempered. Miss Osborne. Too old too. Little Polly was too young. Mrs. Osborne could not find anybody to suit the Major before she went to sleep. The same morning brought Major Dobbin a letter to the Slaughters' Coffee House from his friend at Southampton, begging dear Dobb to excuse Joss for being in a rage when awakened the day before, he had a confounded headache. And was just in his first sleep, and entreating Dobb to engage comfortable rooms at the Slaughters for Mr. Sedley and his servants. The Major had become necessary to Joss during the voyage. He was attached to him, and hung upon him. The other passengers were away to London. Young Ricketts and little Chaffers went away on the coach that day, Ricketts on the box, and taking the reins from Botley, the doctor was off to his family at Portsea, Bragg gone to town to his co-partners. And the first mate busy in the unloading of the Ramchunder. Mr. Joe was very lonely at Southampton, and got the landlord of the George to take a glass of wine with him that day, at the very hour at which Major Dobbin was seated at the table of his father, Sir William. Where his sister found out, for it was impossible for the Major to tell fibs, that he had been to see Mrs. George Osborne. Joss was so comfortably situated in St. Martin's Lane, he could enjoy his hookah there with such perfect ease, and could swagger down to the theatres, when minded, so agreeably, that, perhaps, he would have remained altogether at the Slaughters had not his friend, the Major, been at his elbow. That gentleman would not let the Bengali rest until he had executed his promise of having a home for Amelia and his father. Joss was a soft fellow in anybody's hands, Dobbin most active in anybody's concerns but his own. The civilian was, therefore, an easy victim to the guileless arts of this good-natured diplomatist and was ready to purchase, hire, or relinquish whatever his friend thought fit. Lal Jub, of whom the boys about St. Martin's Lane used to make cruel fun whenever he showed his dusky countenance in the street, was sent back to Calcutta in the Lady Kicklebury East Indiaman, in which Sir William Dobbin had a share. Having previously taught Joss's European the art of preparing curries, pilaus, and pipes. It was a matter of great delight and occupation to Joss to superintend the building of a smart chariot which he and the Major ordered in the neighbouring Long Acre, and a pair of handsome horses were jobbed, with which Joss drove about in state in the park, or to call upon his Indian friends. Amelia was not seldom by his side on these excursions, when also Major Dobbin would be seen in the back seat of the carriage. At other times old Sedley and his daughter took advantage of it, and Miss Clapp, who frequently accompanied her friend, had great pleasure in being recognized as she sat in the carriage, dressed in the famous yellow shawl. By the young gentleman at the surgery, whose face might commonly be seen over the window blinds as she passed. Shortly after Jos's first appearance at Brompton, a dismal scene, indeed, took place at that humble cottage at which the Sedleys had passed the last 10 years of their life. Jos's carriage, the temporary one, not the chariot under construction, arrived one day and carried off old Sedley and his daughter, to return no more. The tears that were shed by the landlady and the landlady's daughter at that event were as genuine tears of sorrow as any that have been outpoured in the course of this history. In their long acquaintanceship and intimacy they could not recall a harsh word that had been uttered by Amelia. She had been all sweetness and kindness, always thankful, always gentle, even when Mrs. Clapp lost her own temper and pressed for the rent. When the kind creature was going away for good and all, the landlady reproached herself bitterly for ever having used a rough expression to her. How she wept, as they stuck up with wafers on the window a paper notifying that the little rooms so long occupied were to let. They never would have such lodgers again, that was quite clear. Afterlife proved the truth of this melancholy prophecy, and Mrs. Clapp revenged herself for the deterioration of mankind by levying the most savage contributions upon the tea-caddies and legs of mutton of her locataires. Most of them scolded and grumbled, some of them did not pay, none of them stayed. The landlady might well regret those old friends, who had left her. As for Miss Mary, her sorrow at Amelia's departure was such as I shall not attempt to depict. From childhood upward she had been with her daily and had attached herself so passionately to that dear good lady that when the grand barouche came to carry her off into splendor, she fainted in the arms of her friend, who was indeed scarcely less affected than the good-natured girl. Amelia loved her like a daughter. During 11 years the girl had been her constant friend and associate. The separation was a very painful one indeed to her. But it was of course arranged that Mary was to come and stay often at the grand new house whither Mrs. Osborne was going, and where Mary was sure she would never be so happy as she had been in their humble cot, as Miss Clapp called it, in the language of the novels which she loved. Let us hope she was wrong in her judgment. Poor Emmy's days of happiness had been very few in that humble cot. A gloomy fate had oppressed her there. She never liked to come back to the house after she had left it, or to face the landlady who had tyrannized over her when ill-humored and unpaid, or when pleased had treated her with a coarse familiarity scarcely less odious. Her servility and fulsome compliments when Emmy was in prosperity were not more to that lady's liking. She cast about notes of admiration all over the new house, extolling every article of furniture or ornament. She fingered Mrs. Osborne's dresses and calculated their price. Nothing could be too good for that sweet lady, she vowed and protested. But in the vulgar sycophant who now paid court to her, Emmy always remembered the coarse tyrant who had made her miserable many a time, to whom she had been forced to put up petitions for time, when the rent was overdue. Who cried out at her extravagance if she bought delicacies for her ailing mother or father, who had seen her humble and trampled upon her. Nobody ever heard of these griefs, which had been part of our poor little woman's lot in life. She kept them secret from her father, whose improvidence was the cause of much of her misery. She had to bear all the blame of his misdoings, and indeed was so utterly gentle and humble as to be made by nature for a victim. I hope she is not to suffer much more of that hard usage. And, as in all griefs there is said to be some consolation, I may mention that poor Mary, when left at her friend's departure in a hysterical condition, was placed under the medical treatment of the young fellow from the surgery, under whose care she rallied after a short period. Emmy, when she went away from Brompton, endowed Mary with every article of furniture that the house contained. Only taking away her pictures, the 2 pictures over the bed, and her piano, that little old piano which had now passed into a plaintive jingling old age, but which she loved for reasons of her own. She was a child when first she played on it, and her parents gave it her. It had been given to her again since, as the reader may remember, when her father's house was gone to ruin and the instrument was recovered out of the wreck. Major Dobbin was exceedingly pleased when, as he was superintending the arrangements of Jos's new house, which the Major insisted should be very handsome and comfortable, the cart arrived from Brompton, bringing the trunks and bandboxes of the emigrants from that village, and with them the old piano. Amelia would have it up in her sitting room, a neat little apartment on the second floor, adjoining her father's chamber, and where the old gentleman sat commonly of evenings. When the men appeared then bearing this old music box, and Amelia gave orders that it should be placed in the chamber aforesaid, Dobbin was quite elated. "I'm glad you've kept it," he said in a very sentimental manner. "I was afraid you didn't care about it." "I value it more than anything I have in the world," said Amelia. "Do you, Amelia?" cried the Major. The fact was, as he had bought it himself, though he never said anything about it, it never entered into his head to suppose that Emmy should think anybody else was the purchaser. And as a matter of course he fancied that she knew the gift came from him. "Do you, Amelia?" he said, and the question, the great question of all, was trembling on his lips, when Emmy replied. "Can I do otherwise? Did not he give it me?" "I did not know," said poor old Dobb, and his countenance fell. Emmy did not note the circumstance at the time, nor take immediate heed of the very dismal expression which honest Dobbin's countenance assumed, but she thought of it afterwards. And then it struck her, with inexpressible pain and mortification too, that it was William who was the giver of the piano, and not George, as she had fancied. It was not George's gift. The only one which she had received from her lover, as she thought, the thing she had cherished beyond all others, her dearest relic and prize. She had spoken to it about George, played his favorite airs upon it. Sat for long evening hours, touching, to the best of her simple art, melancholy harmonies on the keys, and weeping over them in silence. It was not George's relic. It was valueless now. The next time that old Sedley asked her to play, she said it was shockingly out of tune, that she had a headache, that she couldn't play. Then, according to her custom, she rebuked herself for her pettishness and ingratitude and determined to make a reparation to honest William for the slight she had not expressed to him, but had felt for his piano. A few days afterwards, as they were seated in the drawing-room, where Joss had fallen asleep with great comfort after dinner, Amelia said with rather a faltering voice to Major Dobbin. "I have to beg your pardon for something." "About what?" said he. About that little square piano. I never thanked you for it when you gave it me, many, many years ago, before I was married. I thought somebody else had given it." "Thank you, William." She held out her hand, but the poor little woman's heart was bleeding, and as for her eyes, of course they were at their work. But William could hold no more. "Amelia, Amelia," he said, "I did buy it for you. I loved you then as I do now. I must tell you. I think I loved you from the first minute that I saw you, when George brought me to your house, to show me the Amelia whom he was engaged to. You were but a girl, in white, with large ringlets, you came down singing, do you remember? And we went to Vauxhall. Since then I have thought of but one woman in the world, and that was you. I think there is no hour in the day has passed for 12 years that I haven't thought of you. I came to tell you this before I went to India, but you did not care, and I hadn't the heart to speak. You did not care whether I stayed or went. I was very ungrateful, Amelia said. No, only indifferent, Dobbin continued desperately. I have nothing to make a woman to be otherwise. I know what you are feeling now. You are hurt in your heart at the discovery about the piano, and that it came from me and not from George. I forgot, or I should never have spoken of it so. It is for me to ask your pardon for being a fool for a moment, and thinking that years of constancy and devotion might have pleaded with you. It is you who are cruel now, Amelia said with some spirit. George is my husband, here and in heaven. How could I love any other but him? I am his now as when you first saw me, dear William. It was he who told me how good and generous you were, and who taught me to love you as a brother. Have you not been everything to me and my boy? Our dearest, truest, kindest friend and protector. Had you come a few months sooner perhaps you might have spared me that dreadful parting. Oh, it nearly killed me, William, but you didn't come, though I wished and prayed for you to come, and they took him too away from me. Isn't he a noble boy, William? Be his friend still and mine, and here her voice broke, and she hid her face on his shoulder. The Major folded his arms round her, holding her to him as if she was a child, and kissed her head. "I will not change, dear Amelia," he said. "I ask for no more than your love. I think I would not have it otherwise. Only let me stay near you and see you often." "Yes, often," Amelia said. And so William was at liberty to look and long, as the poor boy at school who has no money may sigh after the contents of the tart woman's tray. Chapter 60. Returns to the genteel world. Good fortune now begins to smile upon Amelia. We are glad to get her out of that low sphere in which she has been creeping hitherto and introduce her into a polite circle, not so grand and refined as that in which our other female friend, Mrs. Becky, has appeared, but still having no small pretensions to gentility and fashion. Jos's friends were all from the three presidencies, and his new house was in the comfortable Anglo-Indian district of which Moira Place is the centre. Minto Square, Great Clive Street, Warren Street, Hastings Street, Ochterlony Place, Plassey Square, Assay Terrace, Gardens was a felicitous word not applied to stucco houses with asphalt terraces in front. So early as 1827, who does not know these respectable abodes of the retired Indian aristocracy, and the quarter which Mr. Wenham calls the Black Hole, in a word? Jos's position in life was not grand enough to entitle him to a house in Moira Place, where none can live but retired members of council, and partners of Indian firms, who break, after having settled £100,000 on their wives, and retire into comparative penury to a country place and £4,000 a year. He engaged a comfortable house of a seconder third-rate order in Gillespie Street, purchasing the carpets, costly mirrors, and handsome and appropriate planned furniture by Seddons from the assignees of Mr. Scape, lately admitted partner into the great Calcutta house of Fogle, Fake, and Cracksman, in which poor Scape had embarked £70,000, the earnings of a long and honourable life, taking Fake's place. Who retired to a princely park in Sussex. The Fogles have been long out of the firm, and Sir Horace Fogle is about to be raised to the peerage as Baron Bandana, admitted, I say, partner into the great agency house of Fogle and Fake 2 years before it failed for £1 million and plunged half the Indian public into misery and ruin. Scape, ruined, honest, and broken-hearted at 65 years of age, went out to Calcutta to wind up the affairs of the house. Walter Scape was withdrawn from Eton and put into a merchant's house. Florence Scape, Fanny Scape, and their mother faded away to Boulogne, and will be heard of no more. To be brief, Jos stepped in and bought their carpets and sideboards and admired himself in the mirrors which had reflected their kind handsome faces. The Scape tradesmen, all honourably paid, left their cards, and were eager to supply the new household. The large men in white waistcoats who waited at Scape's dinners, greengrocers, bank porters, and milkmen in their private capacity, left their addresses and ingratiated themselves with the butler. Mr. Chummy, the chimney purifier, who had swept the last 3 families, tried to coax the butler and the boy under him, whose duty it was to go out covered with buttons and with stripes down his trousers, for the protection of Mrs. Amelia whenever she chose to walk abroad. It was a modest establishment. The butler was Jos's valet also, and never was more drunk than a butler in a small family should be who has a proper regard for his master's wine. Emmy was supplied with a maid, grown on Sir William Dobbin's suburban estate, a good girl, whose kindness and humility disarmed Mrs. Osborne, who was at first terrified at the idea of having a servant to wait upon herself, who did not in the least know how to use one, and who always spoke to domestics with the most reverential politeness. But this maid was very useful in the family, in dexterously tending old Mr. Sedley, who kept almost entirely to his own quarter of the house and never mixed in any of the gay doings which took place there. Numbers of people came to see Mrs. Osborne. Lady Dobbin and daughters were delighted at her change of fortune, and waited upon her. Miss Osborne from Russell Square came in her grand chariot with the flaming hammercloth emblazoned with the Leeds arms. Jos was reported to be immensely rich. Old Osborne had no objection that Georgie should inherit his uncle's property as well as his own. "Damn it, we will make a man of the feller," he said, and I'll see him in Parliament before I die. You may go and see his mother, Miss O. Though I'll never set eyes on her, and Miss Osborne came. Emmy, you may be sure, was very glad to see her, and so be brought nearer to George. That young fellow was allowed to come much more frequently than before to visit his mother. He dined once or twice a week in Gillespie Street and bullied the servants and his relations there, just as he did in Russell Square. He was always respectful to Major Dobbin, however, and more modest in his demeanour when that gentleman was present. He was a clever lad and afraid of the Major. George could not help admiring his friend's simplicity, his good humour, his various learning quietly imparted, his general love of truth and justice. He had met no such man as yet in the course of his experience, and he had an instinctive liking for a gentleman. He hung fondly by his godfather's side, and it was his delight to walk in the parks and hear Dobbin talk. William told George about his father, about India and Waterloo, about everything but himself. When George was more than usually pert and conceited, the Major made jokes at him, which Mrs. Osborne thought very cruel. One day, taking him to the play, and the boy declining to go into the pit because it was vulgar, the Major took him to the boxes, left him there, and went down himself to the pit. He had not been seated there very long before he felt an arm thrust under his and a dandy little hand in a kid glove squeezing his arm. George had seen the absurdity of his ways and come down from the upper region. A tender laugh of benevolence lighted up old Dobbin's face and eyes as he looked at the repentant little prodigal. He loved the boy, as he did everything that belonged to Amelia. How charmed she was when she heard of this instance of George's goodness. Her eyes looked more kindly on Dobbin than they ever had done. She blushed, he thought, after looking at him so. Georgie never tired of his praises of the Major to his mother. I like him, Mama, because he knows such lots of things, and he ain't like old Veal, who is always bragging and using such long words, don't you know? The chaps call him Longtail at school. I gave him the name, ain't it capital? But Dob reads Latin like English, and French and that, and when we go out together he tells me stories about my papa, and never about himself. Though I heard Colonel Buckler, at Grandpapa's, say that he was one of the bravest officers in the army, and had distinguished himself ever so much. Grandpapa was quite surprised, and said, that feller. Why, I didn't think he could say bo to a goose, but I know he could, couldn't he, Mama? Emmy laughed. She thought it was very likely the Major could do thus much. If there was a sincere liking between George and the Major, it must be confessed that between the boy and his uncle no great love existed. George had got a way of blowing out his cheeks, and putting his hands in his waistcoat pockets, and saying, God bless my soul, you don't say so, so exactly after the fashion of old Joss that it was impossible to refrain from laughter. The servants would explode at dinner if the lad, asking for something which wasn't at table, put on that countenance and used that favourite phrase. Even Dobbin would shoot out a sudden peal at the boy's mimicry. If George did not mimic his uncle to his face, it was only by Dobbin's rebukes and Amelia's terrified entreaties that the little scapegrace was induced to desist. And the worthy civilian, being haunted by a dim consciousness that the lad thought him an ass, and was inclined to turn him into ridicule, used to be extremely timorous and, of course, doubly pompous and dignified in the presence of Master Georgie. When it was announced that the young gentleman was expected in Gillespie Street to dine with his mother, Mr. Joss commonly found that he had an engagement at the club. Perhaps nobody was much grieved at his absence. On those days Mr. Sedley would commonly be induced to come out from his place of refuge in the upper stories, and there would be a small family party, whereof Major Dobbin pretty generally formed one. He was the ami de la maison, old Sedley's friend, Emmy's friend, Georgie's friend, Joss's counsel and adviser. He might almost as well be at Madras for anything we see of him, Miss and Dobbin remarked at Camberwell. Ah! Miss N., did it not strike you that it was not you whom the Major wanted to marry? Joseph Sedley then led a life of dignified otiosity such as became a person of his eminence. His very first point, of course, was to become a member of the Oriental Club, where he spent his mornings in the company of his brother Indians, where he dined, or whence he brought home men to dine. Amelia had to receive and entertain these gentlemen and their ladies. From these she heard how soon Smith would be in council. How many lakhs Jones had brought home with him, how Thomson's house in London had refused the bills drawn by Thomson, Kebabji, and Company, the Bombay house, and how it was thought the Calcutta house must go too. How very imprudent, to say the least of it, Mrs. Brown's conduct, wife of Brown of the Ahmednagar Irregulars, had been with young Swanky of the bodyguard, sitting up with him on deck until all hours, and losing themselves as they were riding out at the Cape. How Mrs. Hardyman had had out her 13 sisters, daughters of a country curate, the Rev. Felix Rabbits, and married 11 of them, 7 high up in the service. How Hornby was wild because his wife would stay in Europe, and Trotter was appointed collector at Amrapura. This and similar talk took place at the grand dinners all round. They had the same conversation, the same silver dishes, the same saddles of mutton, boiled turkeys, and entrees. Politics set in a short time after dessert, when the ladies retired upstairs and talked about their complaints and their children. Mutato nomine, it is all the same. Don't the barristers' wives talk about circuit? Don't the soldiers' ladies gossip about the regiment? Don't the clergymen's ladies discourse about Sunday schools and who takes whose duty? Don't the very greatest ladies of all talk about that small clique of persons to whom they belong? And why should our Indian friends not have their own conversation? Only I admit it is slow for the layman whose fate it sometimes is to sit by and listen. Before long Emmy had a visiting book, and was driving about regularly in a carriage, calling upon Lady Bloodier, wife of Major General Sir Roger Bloodier, K.C.B. Bengal Army, Lady Huff, wife of Sir G. Huff, Bombay Ditto, Mrs. P.S., the Lady of P.S. the Director, and we are not long in using ourselves to changes in life. That carriage came round to Gillespie Street every day. That buttony boy sprang up and down from the box with Emmy's and Joss's visiting cards. At stated hours Emmy and the carriage went for Joss to the club and took him an airing. Or, putting old Sedley into the vehicle, she drove the old man round the Regent's Park. The lady's maid and the chariot, the visiting book and the buttony page, became soon as familiar to Amelia as the humble routine of Brompton. She accommodated herself to one as to the other. If fate had ordained that she should be a duchess, she would even have done that duty too. She was voted, in Joss's female society, rather a pleasing young person, not much in her, but pleasing, and that sort of thing. The men, as usual, liked her artless kindness and simple refined demeanor. The gallant young Indian dandies at home on furlough, immense dandies these, chained and moustached, driving in tearing cabs, the pillars of the theatres, living at West End hotels, nevertheless admired Mrs. Osborne, liked to bow to her carriage in the park, and to be admitted to have the honour of paying her a morning visit. Swanky of the bodyguard himself, that dangerous youth, and the greatest buck of all the Indian army now on leave, was one day discovered by Major Dobbin tête-à-tête with Amelia, and describing the sport of pig-sticking to her with great humour and eloquence. And he spoke afterwards of A.D. King's officer that's always hanging about the house, a long, thin, queer-looking, oldish fellow, a dry fellow though, that took the shine out of a man in the talking line. Had the Major possessed a little more personal vanity he would have been jealous of so dangerous a young buck as that fascinating Bengal captain. But Dobbin was of too simple and generous a nature to have any doubts about Amelia. He was glad that the young men should pay her respect, and that others should admire her. Ever since her womanhood almost, had she not been persecuted and undervalued? It pleased him to see how kindness bought out her good qualities and how her spirits gently rose with her prosperity. Any person who appreciated her paid a compliment to the Major's good judgment, that is, if a man may be said to have good judgment who is under the influence of love's delusion. After Joss went to court, which we may be sure he did as a loyal subject of his sovereign, showing himself in his full court suit at the club, whither Dobbin came to fetch him in a very shabby old uniform, he who had always been a staunch loyalist and admirer of George IV, became such a tremendous Tory and pillar of the state that he was for having Amelia to go to a drawing-room, too. He somehow had worked himself up to believe that he was implicated in the maintenance of the public welfare and that the sovereign would not be happy unless Jos Sedley and his family appeared to rally round him at St. James's. Emmy laughed. "Shall I wear the family diamonds, Jos?" she said. "I wish you would let me buy you some," thought the Major. "I should like to see any that were too good for you." Chapter 61. In which two lights are put out. There came a day when the round of decorous pleasures and solemn gaieties in which Mr. Jos Sedley's family indulged was interrupted by an event which happens in most houses. As you ascend the staircase of your house from the drawing towards the bedroom floors, you may have remarked a little arch in the wall right before you, which at once gives light to the stair which leads from the second story to the third, where the nursery and servants' chambers commonly are, and serves for another purpose of utility, of which the undertaker's men can give you a notion. They rest the coffins upon that arch, or pass them through it so as not to disturb in any unseemly manner the cold tenant slumbering within the black ark. That second-floor arch in a London house, looking up and down the well of the staircase and commanding the main thoroughfare by which the inhabitants are passing, by which cook lurks down before daylight to scour her pots and pans in the kitchen, by which young master stealthily ascends, having left his boots in the hall, and let himself in after dawn from a jolly night at the club, down which Miss comes rustling in fresh ribbons and spreading muslins, brilliant and beautiful, and prepared for conquest and the ball, or Master Tommy slides, preferring the banisters for a mode of conveyance, and disdaining danger and the stair, down which the mother is fondly carried smiling in her strong husband's arms, as he steps steadily step by step, and followed by the monthly nurse, on the day when the medical man has pronounced that the charming patient may go downstairs, up which John lurks to bed, yawning, with a sputtering tallow candle, and to gather up before sunrise the boots which are awaiting him in the passages, that stair, up or down which babies are carried, old people are helped, guests are marshalled to the ball, the parson walks to the christening, the doctor to the sick room, and the undertaker's men to the upper floor. What a memento of life, death, and vanity it is, that arch and stair, if you choose to consider it. And sit on the landing, looking up and down the well. The doctor will come up to us too for the last time there, my friend in motley. The nurse will look in at the curtains, and you take no notice, and then she will fling open the windows for a little and let in the air. Then they will pull down all the front blinds of the house and live in the back rooms. Then they will send for the lawyer and other men in black, and your comedy and mine will have been played then, and we shall be removed, oh, how far, from the trumpets, and the shouting, and the posture-making. If we are gentlefolks they will put hatchments over our late domicile, with gilt cherubim, and mottos stating that there is quiet in heaven. Your son will new furnish the house, or perhaps let it, and go into a more modern quarter. Your name will be among the members deceased in the lists of your clubs next year. However much you may be mourned, your widow will like to have her weeds neatly made, the cook will send or come up to ask about dinner, the survivor will soon bear to look at your picture over the mantelpiece, which will presently be deposed from the place of honor, to make way for the portrait of the son who reigns. Which of the dead are most tenderly and passionately deplored? Those who love the survivors the least, I believe. The death of a child occasions a passion of grief and frantic tears, such as your end, brother reader, will never inspire. The death of an infant which scarce knew you, which a week's absence from you would have caused to forget you, will strike you down more than the loss of your closest friend, or your firstborn son, a man grown like yourself, with children of his own. We may be harsh and stern with Judah and Simeon, our love and pity gush out for Benjamin, the little one. And if you are old, as some reader of this may be or shall be old and rich, or old and poor, you may one day be thinking for yourself, these people are very good round about me, but they won't grieve too much when I am gone. I am very rich, and they want my inheritance, or very poor, and they are tired of supporting me. The period of mourning for Mrs. Sedley's death was only just concluded, and Jos scarcely had had time to cast off his black and appear in the splendid waistcoats which he loved, when it became evident to those about Mr. Sedley that another event was at hand, and that the old man was about to go seek for his wife in the dark land whither she had preceded him. The state of my father's health, Jos Sedley solemnly remarked at the club, prevents me from giving any large parties this season, but if you will come in quietly at 6:30, Chutney, my boy, and fake a homely dinner with one or two of the old set, I shall be always glad to see you. So Jos and his acquaintances dined and drank their claret among themselves in silence, whilst the sands of life were running out in the old man's glass upstairs. The velvet-footed butler brought them their wine, and they composed themselves to a rubber after dinner, at which Major Dobbin would sometimes come and take a hand, and Mrs. Osborne would occasionally descend, when her patient above was settled for the night, and had commenced one of those lightly troubled slumbers which visit the pillow of old age. The old man clung to his daughter during this sickness. He would take his broths and medicines from scarcely any other hand. To tend him became almost the sole business of her life. Her bed was placed close by the door which opened into his chamber, and she was alive at the slightest noise or disturbance from the couch of the querulous invalid. Though, to do him justice, he lay awake many an hour, silent and without stirring, unwilling to awaken his kind and vigilant nurse. He loved his daughter with more fondness now, perhaps, than ever he had done since the days of her childhood. In the discharge of gentle offices and kind filial duties, this simple creature shone most especially. She walks into the room as silently as a sunbeam, Mr. Dobbin thought as he saw her passing in and out from her father's room, a cheerful sweetness lighting up her face as she moved to and fro, graceful and noiseless. When women are brooding over their children, or busied in a sick room, who has not seen in their faces those sweet angelic beams of love and pity? A secret feud of some years' standing was thus healed, and with a tacit reconciliation. In these last hours, and touched by her love and goodness, the old man forgot all his grief against her, and wrongs which he and his wife had many a long night debated, how she had given up everything for her boy. How she was careless of her parents in their old age and misfortune, and only thought of the child, how absurdly and foolishly, impiously indeed, she took on when George was removed from her. Old Sedley forgot these charges as he was making up his last account, and did justice to the gentle and uncomplaining little martyr. One night when she stole into his room, she found him awake, when the broken old man made his confession. "Oh, Emmy, I've been thinking we were very unkind and unjust to you," he said, and put out his cold and feeble hand to her. She knelt down and prayed by his bedside, as he did too, having still hold of her hand. "When our turn comes, friend, may we have such company in our prayers." Perhaps as he was lying awake then, his life may have passed before him, his early hopeful struggles, his manly successes and prosperity, his downfall in his declining years, and his present helpless condition, no chance of revenge against fortune, which had had the better of him, neither name nor money to bequeath, a spent-out, bootless life of defeat and disappointment, and the end here. Which, I wonder, brother reader, is the better lot, to die prosperous and famous, or poor and disappointed? To have, and to be forced to yield, or to sink out of life, having played and lost the game? That must be a strange feeling, when a day of our life comes and we say, tomorrow, success or failure won't matter much, and the sun will rise, and all the myriads of mankind go to their work or their pleasure as usual. But I shall be out of the turmoil. So there came one morning and sunrise when all the world got up and set about its various works and pleasures, with the exception of old John Sedley, who was not to fight with fortune, or to hope or scheme any more, but to go and take up a quiet and utterly unknown residence in a churchyard at Brompton by the side of his old wife. Major Dobbin, Jos, and Georgie followed his remains to the grave, in a black cloth coach. Jos came on purpose from the Star and Garter at Richmond, whither he retreated after the deplorable event. He did not care to remain in the house, under the circumstances, you understand. But Emmy stayed and did her duty as usual. She was bowed down by no especial grief, and rather solemn than sorrowful. She prayed that her own end might be as calm and painless, and thought with trust and reverence of the words which she had heard from her father during his illness, indicative of his faith, his resignation, and his future hope. "Yes, I think that will be the better ending of the two, after all," Suppose you are particularly rich and well-to-do and say on that last day, I am very rich, I am tolerably well known. I have lived all my life in the best society, and thank heaven, come of a most respectable family. I have served my king and country with honor. I was in Parliament for several years, where, I may say, my speeches were listened to and pretty well received. I don't owe any man a shilling, on the contrary, I lent my old college friend, Jack Lazarus, £50, for which my executors will not press him. I leave my daughters with £10,000 apiece, very good portions for girls. I bequeath my plate and furniture, my house in Baker Street, with a handsome jointure, to my widow for her life, and my landed property, besides money in the funds, and my cellar of well-selected wine in Baker Street, to my son. I leave £20 a year to my valet, and I defy any man after I have gone to find anything against my character. Or suppose, on the other hand, your swan sings quite a different sort of dirge and you say, I am a poor blighted, disappointed old fellow, and have made an utter failure through life. I was not endowed either with brains or with good fortune, and confess that I have committed 100 mistakes and blunders. I own to having forgotten my duty many a time. I can't pay what I owe. On my last bed I lie utterly helpless and humble, and I pray forgiveness for my weakness and throw myself, with a contrite heart, at the feet of the divine mercy. Which of these two speeches, think you, would be the best oration for your own funeral? Old Sedley made the last, and in that humble frame of mind, and holding by the hand of his daughter, life and disappointment and vanity sank away from under him. You see, said old Osborne to George, what comes of merit, and industry, and judicious speculations, and that. Look at me and my banker's account. Look at your poor grandfather Sedley and his failure. And yet he was a better man than I was, this day 20 years, a better man, I should say, by £10,000. Beyond these people and Mr. Clapp's family, who came over from Brompton to pay a visit of condolence, not a single soul alive ever cared a penny piece about old John Sedley, or remembered the existence of such a person. When old Osborne first heard from his friend Colonel Buckler, as little Georgie had already informed us, how distinguished an officer Major Dobbin was, he exhibited a great deal of scornful incredulity and expressed his surprise however such a feller as that should possess either brains or reputation. But he heard of the Major's fame from various members of his society. Sir William Dobbin had a great opinion of his son and narrated many stories illustrative of the Major's learning, valor, and estimation in the world's opinion. Finally, his name appeared in the lists of one or two great parties of the nobility, and this circumstance had a prodigious effect upon the old aristocrat of Russell Square. The Major's position, as guardian to Georgie, whose possession had been ceded to his grandfather, rendered some meetings between the two gentlemen inevitable. And it was in one of these that old Osborne, a keen man of business, looking into the Major's accounts with his ward and the boy's mother, got a hint, which staggered him very much, and at once pained and pleased him. That it was out of William Dobbin's own pocket that a part of the fund had been supplied upon which the poor widow and the child had subsisted. When pressed upon the point, Dobbin, who could not tell lies, blushed and stammered a good deal and finally confessed the marriage, he said, at which his interlocutor's face grew dark, was very much my doing. I thought my poor friend had gone so far that retreat from his engagement would have been dishonor to him and death to Mrs. Osborne, and I could do no less, when she was left without resources, than give what money I could spare to maintain her. Major D., Mr. Osborne said, looking hard at him and turning very red too, you did me a great injury, but give me leave to tell you, sir, you are an honest feller. There's my hand, sir, though I little thought that my flesh and blood was living on you, and the pair shook hands, with great confusion on Major Dobbin's part, thus found out in his act of charitable hypocrisy. He strove to soften the old man and reconcile him towards his son's memory. He was such a noble fellow, he said, that all of us loved him, and would have done anything for him. I, as a young man in those days, was flattered beyond measure by his preference for me, and was more pleased to be seen in his company than in that of the commander-in-chief. I never saw his equal for pluck and daring and all the qualities of a soldier, and Dobbin told the old father as many stories as he could remember regarding the gallantry and achievements of his son. "And Georgie is so like him," the Major added. "He's so like him that he makes me tremble sometimes," the grandfather said. On 1 or 2 evenings the Major came to dine with Mr. Osborne. It was during the time of the sickness of Mr. Sedley, and as the two sat together in the evening after dinner, all their talk was about the departed hero. The father boasted about him according to his wont, glorifying himself and recounting his son's feats and gallantry, but his mood was at any rate better and more charitable than that in which he had been disposed until now to regard the poor fellow. And the Christian heart of the kind Major was pleased at these symptoms of returning peace and goodwill. On the second evening old Osborne called Dobbin William, just as he used to do at the time when Dobbin and George were boys together, and the honest gentleman was pleased by that mark of reconciliation. On the next day at breakfast, when Miss Osborne, with the asperity of her age and character, ventured to make some remark reflecting slightingly upon the Major's appearance or behavior, the master of the house interrupted her. "You'd have been glad enough to get him for yourself, Miss O. But them grapes are sour." "Ha! Ha! Major William is a fine feller." "That he is, grandpapa," said Georgie approvingly. And going up close to the old gentleman, he took a hold of his large grey whiskers, and laughed in his face good-humouredly, and kissed him. And he told the story at night to his mother, who fully agreed with the boy. "Indeed he is," she said. "Your dear father always said so. He is one of the best and most upright of men." Dobbin happened to drop in very soon after this conversation, which made Amelia blush perhaps, and the young scapegrace increased the confusion by telling Dobbin the other part of the story. "I say, Dob," he said, "there's such an uncommon nice girl wants to marry you. She's plenty of tin, she wears a front, and she scolds the servants from morning till night." "Who is it?" asked Dobbin. "It's Aunt O," the boy answered. "Grandpapa said so. And I say, Dob, how prime it would be to have you for my uncle." Old Sedley's quavering voice from the next room at this moment weakly called for Amelia, and the laughing ended. That old Osborne's mind was changing was pretty clear. He asked George about his uncle sometimes, and laughed at the boy's imitation of the way in which Joss said, "God bless my soul," and gobbled his soup. Then he said, "It's not respectful, sir, of you younkers to be imitating of your relations. Miss O, when you go out a-driving today, leave my card upon Mr. Sedley, do you hear? There's no quarrel betwixt me and him anyhow." The card was returned, and Joss and the Major were asked to a dinner the most splendid and stupid that perhaps ever Mr. Osborne gave. Every inch of the family plate was exhibited, and the best company was asked. Mr. Sedley took down Miss O to dinner, and she was very gracious to him, whereas she hardly spoke to the Major, who sat apart from her, and by the side of Mr. Osborne, very timid. Joss said, with great solemnity, it was the best turtle soup he had ever tasted in his life, and asked Mr. Osborne where he got his Madeira. "It is some of Sedley's wine," whispered the butler to his master. "I've had it a long time, and paid a good figure for it, too," Mr. Osborne said aloud to his guest, and then whispered to his right-hand neighbour how he had got it at the old chap's sale. More than once he asked the Major about Mrs. George Osborne, a theme on which the Major could be very eloquent when he chose. He told Mr. Osborne of her sufferings, of her passionate attachment to her husband, whose memory she worshipped still, of the tender and dutiful manner in which she had supported her parents, and given up her boy, when it seemed to her her duty to do so. "You don't know what she endured, sir," said honest Dobbin with a tremor in his voice, "and I hope and trust you will be reconciled to her. If she took your son away from you, she gave hers to you. And however much you loved your George, depend on it, she loved hers 10 times more." "By God, you are a good feller, sir," was all Mr. Osborne said. It had never struck him that the widow would feel any pain at parting from the boy, or that his having a fine fortune could grieve her. A reconciliation was announced as speedy and inevitable, and Amelia's heart already began to beat at the notion of the awful meeting with George's father. It was never, however, destined to take place. Old Sedley's lingering illness and death supervened, after which a meeting was for some time impossible. That catastrophe and other events may have worked upon Mr. Osborne. He was much shaken of late, and aged, and his mind was working inwardly. He had sent for his lawyers, and probably changed something in his will. The medical man who looked and pronounced him shaky, agitated, and talked of a little blood and the seaside, but he took neither of these remedies. One day when he should have come down to breakfast, his servant missing him, went into his dressing room and found him lying at the foot of the dressing table in a fit. Miss Osborne was apprised, the doctors were sent for. Georgie stopped away from school, the bleeders and cuppers came. Osborne partially regained cognizance, but never could speak again, though he tried dreadfully once or twice, and in 4 days he died. The doctors went down, and the undertaker's men went up the stairs, and all the shutters were shut towards the garden in Russell Square. Bullock rushed from the city in a hurry. How much money had he left to that boy? Not half, surely. Surely share and share alike between the three. It was an agitating moment. What was it that poor old man tried once or twice in vain to say? I hope it was that he wanted to see Amelia and be reconciled before he left the world to one dear and faithful wife of his son. It was most likely that, for his will showed that the hatred which he had so long cherished had gone out of his heart. They found in the pocket of his dressing gown the letter with the great red seal which George had written him from Waterloo. He had looked at the other papers too, relative to his son, for the key of the box in which he kept them was also in his pocket. And it was found the seals and envelopes had been broken, very likely on the night before the seizure, when the butler had taken him tea into his study, and found him reading in the great red family Bible. When the will was opened, it was found that half the property was left to George, and the remainder between the two sisters. Mr. Bullock to continue, for their joint benefit, the affairs of the commercial house, or to go out, as he thought fit. An annuity of £500, chargeable on George's property, was left to his mother, the widow of my beloved son, George Osborne, who was to resume the guardianship of the boy. Major William Dobbin, my beloved son's friend, was appointed executor. And as out of his kindness and bounty, and with his own private funds, he maintained my grandson and my son's widow. When they were otherwise without means of support, the testator went on to say, I hereby thank him heartily for his love and regard for them, and beseech him to accept such a sum as may be sufficient to purchase his commission as a lieutenant colonel, or to be disposed of in any way he may think fit. When Amelia heard that her father-in-law was reconciled to her, her heart melted, and she was grateful for the fortune left to her. But when she heard how Georgie was restored to her, and knew how and by whom, and how it was William's bounty that supported her in poverty, how it was William who gave her her husband and her son, oh, then she sank on her knees, and prayed for blessings on that constant and kind heart. She bowed down and humbled herself and kissed the feet, as it were, of that beautiful and generous affection. And gratitude was all that she had to pay back for such admirable devotion and benefits, only gratitude. If she thought of any other return, the image of George stood up out of the grave and said, You are mine, and mine only, now and forever. William knew her feelings, had he not passed his whole life in divining them? When the nature of Mr. Osborne's will became known to the world, it was edifying to remark how Mrs. George Osborne rose in the estimation of the people forming her circle of acquaintance. The servants of Jos's establishment, who used to question her humble orders and say they would ask master whether or not they could obey, never thought now of that sort of appeal. The cook forgot to sneer at her shabby old gowns, which, indeed, were quite eclipsed by that lady's finery when she was dressed to go to church of a Sunday evening. The others no longer grumbled at the sound of her bell, or delayed to answer that summons. The coachman, who grumbled that his Aussies should be brought out and his carriage made into an hospital for that old feller and Mrs. O., drove her with the utmost alacrity now, and trembling lest he should be superseded by Mr. Osborne's coachman, asked what them their Russell Square coachmen knew about town, and whether they was fit to sit on a box before a lady. Jos's friends, male and female, suddenly became interested about Emmy, and cards of condolence multiplied on her hall table. Jos himself, who had looked on her as a good-natured harmless pauper, to whom it was his duty to give victuals and shelter, paid her and the rich little boy, his nephew, the greatest respect, was anxious that she should have change and amusement after her troubles and trials, poor dear girl, and began to appear at the breakfast table, and most particularly to ask how she would like to dispose of the day. In her capacity of guardian to Georgie, she, with the consent of the Major, her fellow trustee, begged Miss Osborne to live in the Russell Square house as long as ever she chose to dwell there. But that lady, with thanks, declared that she never could think of remaining alone in that melancholy mansion, and departed in deep mourning to Cheltenham, with a couple of her old domestics. The rest were liberally paid and dismissed, the faithful old butler, whom Mrs. Osborne proposed to retain, resigning and preferring to invest his savings in a public house, where, let us hope, he was not unprosperous. Miss Osborne not choosing to live in Russell Square, Mrs. Osborne also, after consultation, declined to occupy the gloomy old mansion there. The house was dismantled. The rich furniture and effects, the awful chandeliers and dreary blank mirrors packed away and hidden, the rich rosewood drawing-room suite was muffled in straw, the carpets were rolled up and corded. The small select library of well-bound books was stowed into 2 wine chests, and the whole paraphernalia rolled away in several enormous vans to the Pantechnicon, where they were to lie until Georgie's majority. And the great heavy dark plate chests went off to Messrs. Stumpy and Rowdy, to lie in the cellars of those eminent bankers until the same period should arrive. One day Emmy, with George in her hand and clad in deep sables, went to visit the deserted mansion which she had not entered since she was a girl. The place in front was littered with straw where the vans had been laden and rolled off. They went into the great blank rooms, the walls of which bore the marks where the pictures and mirrors had hung. Then they went up the great blank stone staircases into the upper rooms, into that where Grandpapa died, as George said in a whisper, and then higher still into George's own room. The boy was still clinging by her side, but she thought of another besides him. She knew that it had been his father's room as well as his own. She went up to one of the open windows, one of those at which she used to gaze with a sick heart when the child was first taken from her, and thence as she looked out she could see, over the trees of Russell Square, the old house in which she herself was born, and where she had passed so many happy days of sacred youth. They all came back to her, the pleasant holidays, the kind faces, the careless, joyful pastimes, and the long pains and trials that had since cast her down. She thought of these and of the man who had been her constant protector, her good genius, her sole benefactor, her tender and generous friend. "Look here, mother," said Georgie, "here's a G.O. scratched on the glass with a diamond. I never saw it before, I never did it." "It was your father's room long before you were born, George," she said, and she blushed as she kissed the boy. She was very silent as they drove back to Richmond, where they had taken a temporary house, where the smiling lawyers used to come bustling over to see her, and we may be sure noted the visit in the bill, and where of course there was a room for Major Dobbin too, who rode over frequently, having much business to transact on behalf of his little ward. Georgie at this time was removed from Mr. Veal's on an unlimited holiday, and that gentleman was engaged to prepare an inscription for a fine marble slab, to be placed up in the Foundling under the monument of Captain George Osborne. The female bullock, aunt of Georgie, although despoiled by that little monster of 1/2 of the sum which she expected from her father, nevertheless showed her charitableness of spirit by being reconciled to the mother and the boy. Roehampton is not far from Richmond, and one day the chariot, with the golden bullocks emblazoned on the panels, and the flaccid children within, drove to Amelia's house at Richmond. And the Bullock family made an irruption into the garden, where Amelia was reading a book, Jos was in an arbor placidly dipping strawberries into wine, and the Major in one of his Indian jackets was giving a back to Georgie, who chose to jump over him. He went over his head and bounded into the little advance of bullocks, with immense black bows in their hats, and huge black sashes, accompanying their mourning mamma. He is just of the age for Rosa, the fond parent thought, and glanced towards that dear child, an unwholesome little miss of 7 years of age. "Rosa, go and kiss your dear cousin," Mrs. Frederick said. Don't you know me, George? I am your aunt. I know you well enough, George said, but I don't like kissing, please, and he retreated from the obedient caresses of his cousin. Take me to your dear mamma, you droll child, Mrs. Frederick said, and those ladies accordingly met, after an absence of more than 15 years. During Emmy's cares and poverty the other had never once thought about coming to see her, but now that she was decently prosperous in the world, her sister-in-law came to her as a matter of course. So did numbers more. Our old friend, Miss Swartz, and her husband came thundering over from Hampton Court, with flaming yellow liveries, and was as impetuously fond of Amelia as ever. Miss Swartz would have liked her always if she could have seen her. One must do her that justice. But, que voulez-vous, in this vast town one has not the time to go and seek one's friends, if they drop out of the rank they disappear, and we march on without them. Who is ever missed in Vanity Fair? But so, in a word, and before the period of grief for Mr. Osborne's death had subsided, Emmy found herself in the centre of a very genteel circle indeed, the members of which could not conceive that anybody belonging to it was not very lucky. There was scarce one of the ladies that hadn't a relation a peer, though the husband might be a drysalter in the city. Some of the ladies were very blue and well informed, reading Mrs. Somerville and frequenting the Royal Institution. Others were severe and evangelical, and held by Exeter Hall. Emmy, it must be owned, found herself entirely at a loss in the midst of their clavers, and suffered woefully on the one or two occasions on which she was compelled to accept Mrs. Frederick Bullock's hospitalities. That lady persisted in patronizing her and determined most graciously to form her. She found Amelia's milliners for her and regulated her household and her manners. She drove over constantly from Roehampton and entertained her friend with faint fashionable fiddle-faddle and feeble court slip-slop. Joss liked to hear it, but the Major used to go off growling at the appearance of this woman, with her twopenny gentility. He went to sleep under Frederick Bullock's bald head, after dinner, at one of the banker's best parties. Fred was still anxious that the balance of the Osborne property should be transferred from Stumpy and Rowdy's to them, and whilst Amelia, who did not know Latin, or who wrote the last crack article in the Edinburgh, and did not in the least deplore, or otherwise, Mr. Peel's late extraordinary tergiversation on the fatal Catholic Relief Bill, sat dumb amongst the ladies in the grand drawing-room, looking out upon velvet lawns, trim gravel walks, and glistening hothouses. "She seems good-natured but insipid," said Mrs. Rowdy, "that Major seems to be particularly epris." "She wants ton sadly," said Mrs. Holyoake. "My dear creature, you never will be able to form her." "She is dreadfully ignorant or indifferent," said Mrs. Glory with a voice as if from the grave, and a sad shake of the head and turban. "I asked her if she thought that it was in 1836, according to Mr. Jowls, or in 1839, according to Mr. Wapshot, that the Pope was to fall, and she said, 'Poor Pope. I hope not, what has he done?' She is my brother's widow, my dear friends, Mrs. Frederick replied, and as such I think we're all bound to give her every attention and instruction on entering into the world. You may fancy there can be no mercenary motives in those whose disappointments are well known. That poor dear Mrs. Bullock, said Rowdy to Holyoake, as they drove away together, she is always scheming and managing. She wants Mrs. Osborne's account to be taken from our house to hers, and the way in which she coaxes that boy and makes him sit by that blear-eyed little Rosa is perfectly ridiculous. I wish Glory was choked with her man of sin and her battle of Armageddon, cried the other, and the carriage rolled away over Putney Bridge. But this sort of society was too cruelly genteel for Emmy, and all jumped for joy when a foreign tour was proposed. Chapter 62. A.M. Rhine. The above everyday events had occurred, and a few weeks had passed, when on one fine morning, Parliament being over, the summer advanced. And all the good company in London about to quit that city for their annual tour in search of pleasure or health, the Batavia steamboat left the Tower stairs laden with a goodly company of English fugitives. The quarter-deck awnings were up, and the benches and gangways crowded with scores of rosy children, bustling nursemaids, ladies in the prettiest pink bonnets and summer dresses, gentlemen in traveling caps and linen jackets, whose mustachios had just begun to sprout for the ensuing tour, and stout trim old veterans with starched neckcloths and neat brushed hats, such as have invaded Europe any time since the conclusion of the war, and carry the national goddam into every city of the continent. The congregation of hat-boxes, and Brahma desks, and dressing-cases was prodigious. There were jaunty young Cambridge men travelling with their tutor, and going for a reading excursion to Nonenworth or Königswinter. There were Irish gentlemen, with the most dashing whiskers and jewellery, talking about horses incessantly, and prodigiously polite to the young ladies on board, whom, on the contrary, the Cambridge lads and their pale-faced tutor avoided with maiden coyness. There were old Pall Mall loungers bound for EMS and Wiesbaden and a course of waters to clear off the dinners of the season, and a little roulette and trente-et-quarante to keep the excitement going. There was old Methuselah, who had married his young wife, with Captain Papillon of the Guards holding her parasol and guidebooks. There was young May, who was carrying off his bride on a pleasure tour, Mrs. Winter that was, and who had been at school with May's grandmother. There was Sir John and my lady with a dozen children, and corresponding nursemaids. And the great grandee Bareacres family that sat by themselves near the wheel, stared at everybody, and spoke to no one. Their carriages, emblazoned with coronets and heaped with shining imperials, were on the foredeck, locked in with a dozen more such vehicles. It was difficult to pass in and out amongst them. And the poor inmates of the fore-cabin had scarcely any space for locomotion. These consisted of a few magnificently attired gentlemen from Houndsditch, who brought their own provisions, and could have bought half the gay people in the grand saloon. A few honest fellows with mustachios and portfolios, who set to sketching before they had been half an hour on board, one or two French femmes de chambre who began to be dreadfully ill by the time the boat had passed Greenwich. A groom or two who lounged in the neighbourhood of the horse-boxes under their charge, or leaned over the side by the paddle-wheels, and talked about who was good for the Ledger, and what they stood to win or lose for the Goodwood Cup. All the couriers, when they had done plunging about the ship and had settled their various masters in the cabins or on the deck, congregated together and began to chatter and smoke, the Hebrew gentlemen joining them and looking at the carriages. There was Sir John's great carriage that would hold 13 people, my Lord Methuselah's carriage, my Lord Bareacres' chariot, Britska, and Furgon, that anybody might pay for who liked. It was a wonder how my lord got the ready money to pay for the expenses of the journey. The Hebrew gentlemen knew how he got it. They knew what money his lordship had in his pocket at that instant, and what interest he paid for it, and who gave it him. Finally there was a very neat, handsome travelling carriage about which the gentlemen speculated. A cassette voiture là, said one gentleman courier with a large morocco money-bag and earrings to another with earrings and a large morocco money-bag. C'est a Kirsch je Benz, je tout à l'heure, que Benoit de sandwiches dans la voiture, said the courier in a fine German French. Kirsch emerging presently from the neighbourhood of the hold, where he had been bellowing instructions intermingled with polyglot oaths to the ship's men engaged in secreting the passengers' luggage, came to give an account of himself to his brother interpreters. He informed them that the carriage belonged to a nabob from Calcutta and Jamaica enormously rich, and with whom he was engaged to travel. And at this moment a young gentleman who had been warned off the bridge between the paddle boxes, and who had dropped thence on to the roof of Lord Methuselah's carriage, from which he made his way over other carriages and imperials until he had clambered on to his own, descended thence and through the window into the body of the carriage, to the applause of the couriers looking on. Nous allons avoir une belle traversée, Monsieur George, said the courier with a grin, as he lifted his gold-laced cap. You're French, said the young gentleman, where's the biscuits, aye? Whereupon Kirsch answered him in the English language or in such an imitation of it as he could command, for though he was familiar with all languages, Mr. Kirsch was not acquainted with a single one, and spoke all with indifferent volubility and incorrectness. The imperious young gentleman who gobbled the biscuits, and indeed it was time to refresh himself, for he had breakfasted at Richmond full 3 hours before, was our young friend George Osborne. Uncle Jos and his mamma were on the quarter-deck with a gentleman of whom they used to see a good deal, and the four were about to make a summer tour. Jos was seated at that moment on deck under the awning, and pretty nearly opposite to the Earl of Bareacres and his family, whose proceedings absorbed the Bengali almost entirely. Both the noble couple looked rather younger than in the eventful year 15, when Jos remembered to have seen them at Brussels. Indeed, he always gave out in India that he was intimately acquainted with them. Lady Bareacres' hair, which was then dark, was now a beautiful golden auburn, whereas Lord Bareacres' whiskers, formerly red, were at present of a rich black with purple and green reflections in the light. But changed as they were, the movements of the noble pair occupied Jos's mind entirely. The presence of a lord fascinated him, and he could look at nothing else. "Those people seem to interest you a good deal," said Dobbin, laughing and watching him. Amelia too laughed. She was in a straw bonnet with black ribbons, and otherwise dressed in mourning, but the little bustle and holiday of the journey pleased and excited her, and she looked particularly happy. "What a heavenly day!" Emmy said, and added, with great originality, "I hope we shall have a calm passage." Jos waved his hand, scornfully glancing at the same time under his eyelids at the great folks opposite. "If you had made the voyages we have," he said, "you wouldn't much care about the weather." But nevertheless, traveller as he was, he passed the night direfully sick in his carriage, where his courier tended him with brandy and water and every luxury. In due time this happy party landed at the quays of Rotterdam, whence they were transported by another steamer to the city of Cologne. Here the carriage and the family took to the shore, and Jos was not a little gratified to see his arrival announced in the Cologne newspapers as Herr Graf Lord von Sedley nebst Begleitung aus London. He had his court dress with him. He had insisted that Dobbin should bring his regimental paraphernalia. He announced that it was his intention to be presented at some foreign courts, and pay his respects to the sovereigns of the countries which he honored with a visit. Wherever the party stopped, and an opportunity was offered, Mr. Jos left his own card and the Major's upon "our minister." It was with great difficulty that he could be restrained from putting on his cocked hat and tights to wait upon the English consul at the free city of Judenstadt, when that hospitable functionary asked our travellers to dinner. He kept a journal of his voyage and noted elaborately the defects or excellences of the various inns at which he put up, and of the wines and dishes of which he partook. As for Emmy, she was very happy and pleased. Dobbin used to carry about for her stool and sketch-book, and admired the drawings of the good-natured little artist as they never had been admired before. She sat upon steamers' decks and drew crags and castles, or she mounted upon donkeys and ascended to ancient robber towers, attended by her two aides-de-camp, Georgie and Dobbin. She laughed, and the Major did too, at his droll figure on donkey-back, with his long legs touching the ground. He was the interpreter for the party. Having a good military knowledge of the German language, and he and the delighted George fought the campaigns of the Rhine and the Palatinate. In the course of a few weeks, and by assiduously conversing with her Kirsch on the box of the carriage, Georgie made prodigious advance in the knowledge of High Dutch, and could talk to hotel waiters and postilions in a way that charmed his mother and amused his guardian. Mr. Jos did not much engage in the afternoon excursions of his fellow travellers. He slept a good deal after dinner, or basked in the arbours of the pleasant inn gardens. Pleasant Rhine gardens. Fair scenes of peace and sunshine, noble purple mountains, whose crests are reflected in the magnificent stream. Who has ever seen you that has not a grateful memory of those scenes of friendly repose and beauty? To lay down the pen and even to think of that beautiful Rhineland makes one happy. At this time of summer evening, the cows are trooping down from the hills, lowing and with their bells tinkling, to the old town, with its old moats, and gates, and spires, and chestnut trees, with long blue shadows stretching over the grass. The sky and the river below flame in crimson and gold, and the moon is already out, looking pale towards the sunset. The sun sinks behind the great castle-crested mountains, the night falls suddenly, the river grows darker and darker, lights quiver in it from the windows in the old ramparts, and twinkle peacefully in the villages under the hills on the opposite shore. So Jos used to go to sleep a good deal with his bandana over his face and be very comfortable, and read all the English news. And every word of Galignani's admirable newspaper, may the blessings of all Englishmen who have ever been abroad rest on the founders and proprietors of that piratical print. And whether he woke or slept, his friends did not very much miss him. Yes, they were very happy. They went to the opera often of evenings, to those snug, unassuming, dear old operas in the German towns, where the noblesse sits and cries, and knits stockings on the one side, over against the bourgeoisie on the other. And his transparency, the Duke and his transparent family, all very fat and good-natured, come and occupy the great box in the middle. And the pit is full of the most elegant slim-waisted officers with straw-colored mustachios, and twopence a day on full pay. Here it was that Emmy found her delight, and was introduced for the first time to the wonders of Mozart and Cimarosa. The Major's musical taste has been before alluded to, and his performances on the flute commended. But perhaps the chief pleasure he had in these operas was in watching Emmy's rapture while listening to them. A new world of love and beauty broke upon her when she was introduced to those divine compositions. This lady had the keenest and finest sensibility, and how could she be indifferent when she heard Mozart? The tender parts of Don Juan awakened in her raptures so exquisite that she would ask herself when she went to say her prayers of a night whether it was not wicked to feel so much delight as that with which Vedrai Carino and Batty Batty filled her gentle little bosom. But the Major, whom she consulted upon this head, as her theological adviser, and who himself had a pious and reverent soul, said that for his part, every beauty of art or nature made him thankful as well as happy. And that the pleasure to be had in listening to fine music, as in looking at the stars in the sky, or at a beautiful landscape or picture, was a benefit for which we might thank heaven as sincerely as for any other worldly blessing. And in reply to some faint objections of Mrs. Amelia's, taken from certain theological works like the Washerwoman of Finchley Common and others of that school, with which Mrs. Osborne had been furnished during her life at Brompton, he told her an Eastern fable of the owl who thought that the sunshine was unbearable for the eyes and that the nightingale was a most overrated bird. It is one's nature to sing and the others to hoot, he said, laughing, and with such a sweet voice as you have yourself, you must belong to the Bulbul faction. I like to dwell upon this period of her life and to think that she was cheerful and happy. You see, she has not had too much of that sort of existence as yet, and has not fallen in the way of means to educate her tastes or her intelligence. She has been domineered over hitherto by vulgar intellects. It is the lot of many a woman. And as every one of the dear sex is the rival of the rest of her kind, timidity passes for folly in their charitable judgments, and gentleness for dullness. And silence, which is but timid denial of the unwelcome assertion of ruling folks, and tacit Protestantism, above all, finds no mercy at the hands of the female Inquisition. Thus, my dear and civilized reader, if you and I were to find ourselves this evening in a society of greengrocers, let us say, it is probable that our conversation would not be brilliant. If, on the other hand, a greengrocer should find himself at your refined and polite tea-table, where everybody was saying witty things, and everybody of fashion and repute tearing her friends to pieces in the most delightful manner, it is possible that the stranger would not be very talkative and by no means interesting or interested. And it must be remembered that this poor lady had never met a gentleman in her life until this present moment. Perhaps these are rarer personages than some of us think for. Which of us can point out many such in his circle, men whose aims are generous, whose truth is constant, and not only constant in its kind but elevated in its degree, whose want of meanness makes them simple? Who can look the world honestly in the face with an equal manly sympathy for the great and the small? We all know 100 whose coats are very well made, and a score who have excellent manners, and 1 or 2 happy beings who are what they call in the inner circles, and have shot into the very center and bull's-eye of the fashion. But of gentlemen how many? Let us take a little scrap of paper and each make out his list. My friend the Major I write, without any doubt, in mine. He had very long legs, a yellow face, and a slight lisp, which at first was rather ridiculous. But his thoughts were just, his brains were fairly good, his life was honest and pure, and his heart warm and humble. He certainly had very large hands and feet, which the two George Osbornes used to caricature and laugh at. And their jeers and laughter perhaps led poor little Emmy astray as to his worth. But have we not all been misled about our heroes and changed our opinions 100 times? Emmy, in this happy time, found that hers underwent a very great change in respect of the merits of the Major. Perhaps it was the happiest time of both their lives, indeed, if they did but know it, and who does? Which of us can point out and say that was the culmination, that was the summit of human joy? But at all events, this couple were very decently contented, and enjoyed as pleasant a summer tour as any pair that left England that year. Georgie was always present at the play, but it was the Major who put Emmy's shawl on after the entertainment. And in the walks and excursions the young lad would be on ahead, and up a tower stair or a tree, whilst the soberer couple were below, the Major smoking his cigar with great placidity and constancy, whilst Emmy sketched the sight or the ruin. It was on this very tour that I, the present writer of a history of which every word is true, had the pleasure to see them first and to make their acquaintance. It was at the little comfortable ducal town of Pumpernickel, that very place where Sir Pitt Crawley had been so distinguished as an attaché. But that was in early days, and before the news of the Battle of Austerlitz sent all the English diplomatists in Germany to the right about, that I first saw Colonel Dobbin and his party. They had arrived with the carriage and courier at the Erbprinz Hotel, the best of the town, and the whole party dined at the table d'hôte. Everybody remarked the majesty of Joss and the knowing way in which he sipped, or rather sucked, the Johannisberger, which he ordered for dinner. The little boy, too, we observed, had a famous appetite, and consumed schinken, and braten, and kartoffeln, and cranberry jam, and salad, and pudding, and roast fowls, and sweetmeats, with a gallantry that did honour to his nation. After about 15 dishes, he concluded the repast with dessert, some of which he even carried out of doors, for some young gentleman at table, amused with his coolness and gallant friendly manner, induced him to pocket a handful of macaroons, which he discussed on his way to the theatre, whither everybody went in the cheery social little German place. The lady in black, the boy's mamma, laughed and blushed, and looked exceedingly pleased and shy as the dinner went on, and at the various feats and instances of espieglerie on the part of her son. The Colonel, for so he became very soon afterwards, I remember joked the boy with a great deal of grave fun, pointing out dishes which he hadn't tried, and entreating him not to balk his appetite, but to have a second supply of this or that. It was what they call a gastrol night at the Royal Grand Ducal Pumpernickelische Hof, or Court Theatre, and Madame Schroeder de Vriend, then in the bloom of her beauty and genius, performed the part of the heroine in the wonderful opera of Fidelio. From our places in the stalls we could see our four friends of the table d'hôte in the loge which Schwendler of the Erbprinz kept for his best guests. And I could not help remarking the effect which the magnificent actress and music produced upon Mrs. Osborne, for so we heard the stout gentleman in the mustachios call her. During the astonishing chorus of the prisoners, over which the delightful voice of the actress rose and soared in the most ravishing harmony, the English lady's face wore such an expression of wonder and delight that it struck even little Phipps. The blasé attaché, who drawled out, as he fixed his glass upon her, Gade, it really does one good to see a woman capable of that state of escapement. And in the prison scene, where Fidelio, rushing to her husband, cries, Nix, Nix, mein Florestan, she fairly lost herself and covered her face with her handkerchief. Every woman in the house was snivelling at the time, but I suppose it was because it was predestined that I was to write this particular lady's memoirs that I remarked her. The next day they gave another piece of Beethoven. Die Schlacht bei Vittoria Malbrook is introduced at the beginning of the performance, as indicative of the brisk advance of the French army. Then come drums, trumpets, thunders of artillery, and groans of the dying, and at last, in a grand triumphal swell, God Save the King, is performed. There may have been a score of Englishmen in the house, but at the burst of that beloved and well-known music, every one of them, we young fellows in the stalls, Sir John and Lady Bullminster, who had taken a house at Pumpernickel for the education of their 9 children, the fat gentleman with the mustachios, the long major in white duck trousers, and the lady with the little boy upon whom he was so sweet. Even Kirsch, the courier in the gallery, stood bolt upright in their places and proclaimed themselves to be members of the dear old British nation. As for Tapeworm, the charge d'affaires, he rose up in his box and bowed and simpered, as if he would represent the whole empire. Tapeworm was nephew and heir of old Marshal Tiptoff, who has been introduced in this story as General Tiptoff, just before Waterloo, who was colonel of the th regiment in which Major Dobbin served, and who died in this year full of honours. And of an aspic of plover's eggs. When the regiment was graciously given by His Majesty to Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd, K.C.B., who had commanded it in many glorious fields. Tapeworm must have met with Colonel Dobbin at the house of the Colonel's Colonel, the Marshal, for he recognized him on this night at the theatre, and with the utmost condescension. His Majesty's minister came over from his own box and publicly shook hands with his new-found friend. "Look at that infernal sly boots of a Tapeworm," Phipps whispered, examining his chief from the stalls. "Wherever there's a pretty woman he always twists himself in. And I wonder what we're diplomatists made for but for that." "Have I the honor of addressing myself to Mrs. Dobbin?" asked the secretary with a most insinuating grin. Georgie burst out laughing and said, "By Jove, that was a good Emmy," and the major blushed. "We saw them from the stalls." "This lady is Mrs. George Osborne," said the major, "and this is her brother, Mr. Sedley, a distinguished officer of the Bengal Civil Service. Permit me to introduce him to your lordship." My lord nearly sent Joss off his legs with the most fascinating smile. "Are you going to stop in Pumpernickel?" he said. "It is a dull place, but we want some nice people, and we would try and make it so agreeable to you. Mrs. Oh-ho. I shall do myself the honor of calling upon you tomorrow at your inn." And he went away with a Parthian grin and glance which he thought must finish Mrs. Osborne completely. The performance over, the young fellows lounged about the lobbies, and we saw the society take its departure. The Duchess Dowager went off in her jingling old coach, attended by 2 faithful and withered old maids of honor, and a little snuffy spindle-shanked gentleman in waiting. In a brown jersey and a green coat covered with orders, of which the star and the grand yellow cordon of the Order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were most conspicuous. The drums rolled, the guard saluted, and the old carriage drove away. Then came His Transparency the Duke and Transparent family, with his great officers of state and household. He bowed serenely to everybody. And amid the saluting of the guards and the flaring of the torches of the running footmen, clad in scarlet, the transparent carriages drove away to the old ducal Schloss, with its towers and pinnacles standing on the Schlossberg. Everybody in Pumpernickel knew everybody. No sooner was a foreigner seen there than the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or some other great or small officer of state, went round to the Prince and found out the name of the new arrival. We watched them, too, out of the theatre. Tapeworm had just walked off, enveloped in his cloak, with which his gigantic chasseur was always in attendance, and looking as much as possible like Don Juan. The Prime Minister's lady had just squeezed herself into her sedan, and her daughter, the charming Ida, had put on her calash and clogs. When the English party came out, the boy yawning drearily, the major taking great pains in keeping the shawl over Mrs. Osborne's head, and Mr. Sedley looking grand, with a crush opera hat on one side of his head and his hand in the stomach of a voluminous white waistcoat. We took off our hats to our acquaintances of the table d'hôte, and the lady, in return, presented us with a little smile and a curtsy, for which everybody might be thankful. The carriage from the inn, under the superintendence of the bustling Mr. Kirsch, was in waiting to convey the party, but the fat man said he would walk and smoke his cigar on his way homewards, so the other 3, with nods and smiles to us, went without Mr. Sedley, Kirsch, with the cigar case, following in his master's wake. We all walked together and talked to the stout gentleman about the agreements of the place. It was very agreeable for the English. There were shooting parties and battues. There was a plenty of balls and entertainments at the hospitable court, the society was generally good, the theatre excellent, and the living cheap. And our minister seems a most delightful and affable person, our new friend said. With such a representative, and a good medical man, I can fancy the place to be most eligible. Good night, gentlemen. And Joss creaked up the stairs to bedward, followed by Kirsch with a flambeau. We rather hoped that nice-looking woman would be induced to stay some time in the town. Chapter 63. In which we meet an old acquaintance. Such polite behavior as that of Lord Tapeworm did not fail to have the most favorable effect upon Mr. Sedley's mind, and the very next morning, at breakfast, he pronounced his opinion that Pumpernickel was the pleasantest little place of any which he had visited on their tour. Joss's motives and artifices were not very difficult of comprehension, and Dobbin laughed in his sleeve, like a hypocrite as he was, when he found, by the knowing air of the civilian and the off-hand manner in which the latter talked about Tapeworm Castle and the other members of the family, that Joss had been up already in the morning, consulting his travelling peerage. Yes, he had seen the Right Honourable the Earl of Bagwig, his lordship's father. He was sure he had met him at the levee, didn't Dobb remember? And when the diplomatist called on the party, faithful to his promise, Joss received him with such a salute and honours as were seldom accorded to the little envoy. He winked at Kirsch on his Excellency's arrival, and that emissary, instructed beforehand, went out and superintended an entertainment of cold meats, jellies, and other delicacies, brought in upon trays, and of which Mr. Joss absolutely insisted that his noble guest should partake. Tapeworm, so long as he could have an opportunity of admiring the bright eyes of Mrs. Osborne, whose freshness of complexion bore daylight remarkably well, was not ill-pleased to accept any invitation to stay in Mr. Sedley's lodgings. He put one or two dexterous questions to him about India and the dancing girls there. Asked Amelia about that beautiful boy who had been with her, and complimented the astonished little woman upon the prodigious sensation which she had made in the house. And tried to fascinate Dobbin by talking of the late war and the exploits of the Pumpernickel contingent under the command of the hereditary prince, now Duke of Pumpernickel. Lord Tapeworm inherited no little portion of the family gallantry, and it was his happy belief that almost every woman upon whom he himself cast friendly eyes was in love with him. He left Emmy under the persuasion that she was slain by his wit and attractions and went home to his lodgings to write a pretty little note to her. She was not fascinated, only puzzled, by his grinning, his simpering, his scented cambric handkerchief, and his high-heeled lacquered boots. She did not understand one half the compliments which he paid. She had never, in her small experience of mankind, met a professional ladies' man as yet, and looked upon my lord as something curious rather than pleasant, and if she did not admire, certainly wondered at him. Joss, on the contrary, was delighted. "How very affable his lordship is," he said, "how very kind of his lordship to say he would send his medical man. Kirsch, you will carry our cards to the Count de Schlusselback directly. The Major and I will have the greatest pleasure in paying our respects at court as soon as possible. Put out my uniform, Kirsch, both our uniforms. It is a mark of politeness which every English gentleman ought to show to the countries which he visits to pay his respects to the sovereigns of those countries as to the representatives of his own." When Tapeworm's doctor came, Dr. von Glauber, body physician to HSH the Duke, he speedily convinced Joss that the Pumpernickel mineral springs and the doctor's particular treatment would infallibly restore the Bengali to youth and slimness. "Dear came here last year," he said, "General Bulkeley, an English general, twice so pick as you, sir. I sent him back quite tin after 3 months, and he danced vid Baroness Glauber at the end of 2. Joss's mind was made up. The springs, the doctor, the court, and the charge d'affaires convinced him, and he proposed to spend the autumn in these delightful quarters. And punctual to his word, on the next day the charge d'affaires presented Joss and the Major to Victor Aurelius 17, being conducted to their audience with that sovereign by the Count de Schlusselback, Marshal of the Court. They were straightway invited to dinner at court, and their intention of staying in the town being announced, the politest ladies of the whole town instantly called upon Mrs. Osborne. And as not one of these, however poor they might be, was under the rank of a baroness, Joss's delight was beyond expression. He rode off to Chutney at the club to say that the service was highly appreciated in Germany, that he was going to show his friend, the Count de Schlusselback, how to stick a pig in the Indian fashion, and that his august friends, the Duke and Duchess, were everything that was kind and civil. Emmy, too, was presented to the august family, and as mourning is not admitted in court on certain days, she appeared in a pink crepe dress with a diamond ornament in the corsage, presented to her by her brother. And she looked so pretty in this costume that the Duke and court, putting out of the question the Major, who had scarcely ever seen her before in an evening dress, and vowed that she did not look 25, all admired her excessively. In this dress she walked a polonaise with Major Dobbin at a court ball, in which easy dance Mr. Joss had the honor of leading out the Countess of Schlüsselbach, an old lady with a hump back, but with 16 good quarters of nobility and related to half the royal houses of Germany. Pumpernickel stands in the midst of a happy valley through which sparkles, to mingle with the Rhine somewhere, but I have not the map at hand to say exactly at what point, the fertilizing stream of the pump. In some places the river is big enough to support a ferryboat, in others to turn a mill. In Pumpernickel itself, the last transparency but 3, the great and renowned Victor Aurelius XIV built a magnificent bridge, on which his own statue rises, surrounded by water nymphs and emblems of victory, peace, and plenty. He has his foot on the neck of a prostrate Turk. History says he engaged and ran a janissary through the body at the relief of Vienna by Sobieski, but, quite undisturbed by the agonies of that prostrate Mahometan, who writhes at his feet in the most ghastly manner, the prince smiles blandly and points with his truncheon in the direction of the Aureliusplatz, where he began to erect a new palace that would have been the wonder of his age had the great Saud prince but had funds to complete it. But the completion of Monplaisir, the honest German folks call it, was stopped for lack of ready money, and it and its park and garden are now in rather a faded condition, and not more than 10 times big enough to accommodate the court of the reigning sovereign. The gardens were arranged to emulate those of Versailles, and amidst the terraces and groves there are some huge allegorical waterworks still, which spout and froth stupendously upon fete days, and frighten one with their enormous aquatic insurrections. There is the Trophonius cave in which, by some artifice, the leaden tritons are made not only to spout water, but to play the most dreadful groans out of their lead conchs. There is the nymph bath and the Niagara cataract, which the people of the neighborhood admire beyond expression, when they come to the yearly fair at the opening of the chamber, or to the fetes with which the happy little nation still celebrates the birthdays and marriage days of its princely governors. Then from all the towns of the duchy, which stretches for nearly 10 miles, from Bolkum, which lies on its western frontier bidding defiance to Prussia, from Grogwitz, where the prince has a hunting lodge, and where his dominions are separated by the Pump River from those of the neighboring Prince of Potzenthal. From all the little villages, which besides these 3 great cities, dot over the happy principality, from the farms and the mills along the pump come troops of people in red petticoats and velvet headdresses, or with 3-cornered hats and pipes in their mouths, who flock to the residence and share in the pleasures of the fair and the festivities there. Then the theatre is open for nothing, then the waters of Monplaisir begin to play. It is lucky that there is company to behold them, for one would be afraid to see them alone. Then there come mountebanks and riding troops. The way in which his transparency was fascinated by one of the horse riders is well known, and it is believed that La Petite Vivandière, as she was called, was a spy in the French interest, and the delighted people are permitted to march through room after room of the Grand Ducal Palace and admire the slippery floor, the rich hangings, and the spittoons at the doors of all the innumerable chambers. There is one pavilion at Monplaisir which Aurelius Victor XV had arranged, a great prince but too fond of pleasure, and which I am told is a perfect wonder of licentious elegance. It is painted with the story of Bacchus and Ariadne, and the table works in and out of the room by means of a windlass, so that the company was served without any intervention of domestics. But the place was shut up by Barbara, Aurelius XV's widow, a severe and devout princess of the house of Bolkum and regent of the duchy during her son's glorious minority, and after the death of her husband, cut off in the pride of his pleasures. The theatre of Pumpernickel is known and famous in that quarter of Germany. It languished a little when the present duke in his youth insisted upon having his own operas played there, and it is said one day, in a fury, from his place in the orchestra, when he attended a rehearsal, broke a bassoon on the head of the chapel master, who was conducting, and led too slow. and during which time the Duchess Sophia wrote domestic comedies, which must have been very dreary to witness. But the prince executes his music in private now, and the Duchess only gives away her plays to the foreigners of distinction who visit her kind little court. It is conducted with no small comfort and splendor. When there are balls, though there may be 400 people at supper, there is a servant in scarlet and lace to attend upon every 4, and every one is served on silver. There are festivals and entertainments going continually on, and the Duke has his chamberlains and equerries, and the Duchess her mistress of the wardrobe and ladies of honor, just like any other and more potent potentates. The constitution is or was a moderate despotism, tempered by a chamber that might or might not be elected. I never certainly could hear of its sitting in my time at Pumpernickel. The Prime Minister had lodgings in a second floor, and the Foreign Secretary occupied the comfortable lodgings over Sweeback's Conditorey. The army consisted of a magnificent band that also did duty on the stage, where it was quite pleasant to see the worthy fellows marching in Turkish dresses with rouge on and wooden scimitars. Or as Roman warriors with ophicleides and trombones, to see them again, I say, at night, after one had listened to them all the morning in the Aurelius-Platz, where they performed opposite the café where we breakfasted. Besides the band, there was a rich and numerous staff of officers, and, I believe, a few men. Besides the regular sentries, 3 or 4 men, habited as hussars, used to do duty at the palace, but I never saw them on horseback, and oh fate, what was the use of cavalry in a time of profound peace? And whither the deuce should the hussars ride? Everybody that was noble of course, for as for the bourgeois we could not quite be expected to take notice of them, visited his neighbor. Madame de Burst received once a week, Madame de Schnerbart had her night, the theatre was open twice a week, the court graciously received once, so that a man's life might in fact be a perfect round of pleasure in the unpretending Pumpernickel way. That there were feuds in the place, no one can deny. Politics ran very high at Pumpernickel, and parties were very bitter. There was the Strumpf faction and the Letterlung party, the one supported by our envoy and the other by the French charge d'affaires, M. de Makepeace. Indeed it sufficed for our minister to stand up for Madame Strumpf, who was clearly the greater singer of the two, and had 3 more notes in her voice than Madame Letterlung her rival. It sufficed, I say, for our minister to advance any opinion to have it instantly contradicted by the French diplomatist. Everybody in the town was ranged in one or other of these factions. The Letterlung was a prettyish little creature certainly, and her voice, what there was of it, was very sweet, and there is no doubt that the Strumpf was not in her first youth and beauty, and certainly too stout. When she came on in the last scene of the Somnambula, for instance, in her night chemise with a lamp in her hand, and had to go out of the window, and pass over the plank of the mill, it was all she could do to squeeze out of the window. And the plank used to bend and creak again under her weight, but how she poured out the finale of the opera. And with what a burst of feeling she rushed into Elvino's arms, almost fit to smother him. Whereas the little Letterlung, but a truce to this gossip, the fact is that these 2 women were the 2 flags of the French and the English party at Pumpernickel, and the society was divided in its allegiance to those 2 great nations. We had on our side the Home Minister, the Master of the Horse, the Duke's private secretary, and the Prince's tutor. Whereas of the French party were the Foreign Minister, the Commander-in-Chief's lady, who had served under Napoleon, and the Hof-Marshal and his wife, who was glad enough to get the fashions from Pans, and always had them and her caps by M. de Makepeace's courier. The secretary of his chancery was little Grignac, a young fellow, as malicious as Satan, and who made caricatures of tapeworm in all the albums of the place. Their headquarters and table d'hôte were established at the Pariser Hof, the other inn of the town. And though, of course, these gentlemen were obliged to be civil in public, yet they cut at each other with epigrams that were as sharp as razors, as I have seen a couple of wrestlers in Devonshire. Lashing at each other's shins and never showing their agony upon a muscle of their faces. Neither Tapeworm nor Makepeace ever sent home a dispatch to his government without a most savage series of attacks upon his rival. For instance, on our side we would write, the interests of Great Britain in this place, and throughout the whole of Germany, are perilled by the continuance in office of the present French envoy. This man is of a character so infamous that he will stick at no falsehood, or hesitate at no crime, to attain his ends. He poisons the mind of the court against the English minister, represents the conduct of Great Britain in the most odious and atrocious light, and is unhappily backed by a minister whose ignorance and necessities are as notorious as his influence is fatal. On their side they would say, the tapeworm continues his system of stupid insular arrogance and vulgar falsehood against the greatest nation in the world. Yesterday he was heard to speak lightly of Her Royal Highness Madame the Duchess of Berry. On a former occasion he insulted the heroic Duke of Angoulême and dared to insinuate that HRH the Duke of Orleans was conspiring against the august throne of the Lilies. His gold is prodigated in every direction which his stupid menaces fail to frighten. By one and the other, he has won over creatures of the court here, and, in fine, Pumpernickel will not be quiet, Germany tranquil, France respected, or Europe content until this poisonous viper be crushed under heel, and so on. When one side or the other had written any particularly spicy dispatch, news of it was sure to slip out. Before the winter was far advanced, it is actually on record that Emmy took a night and received company with great propriety and modesty. She had a French master, who complimented her upon the purity of her accent and her facility of learning. The fact is she had learned long ago and grounded herself subsequently in the grammar so as to be able to teach it to George. And Madame Strumpff came to give her lessons in singing, which she performed so well and with such a true voice that the Major's windows, who had lodgings opposite under the Prime Minister, were always open to hear the lesson. Some of the German ladies, who are very sentimental and simple in their tastes, fell in love with her and began to call her Du at once. These are trivial details, but they relate to happy times. The Major made himself George's tutor and read Caesar and mathematics with him, and they had a German master and rode out of evenings by the side of Emmy's carriage. She was always too timid, and made a dreadful outcry at the slightest disturbance on horseback. So she drove about with one of her dear German friends, and Joss asleep on the back seat of the barouche. He was becoming very sweet upon the Gräfin Fanny de Butterbrod, a very gentle tender-hearted and unassuming young creature, a canoness and countess in her own right, but with scarcely £10 per year to her fortune. And Fanny for her part declared that to be Amelia's sister was the greatest delight that heaven could bestow on her, and Joss might have put a countess's shield and coronet by the side of his own arms on his carriage and forks. When events occurred, and those grand fêtes given upon the marriage of the hereditary Prince of Pumpernickel with the lovely Princess Amelia of Homburg-Schlippenschlappen took place. At this festival the magnificence displayed was such as had not been known in the little German place since the days of the prodigal Victor XIV. All the neighboring princes, princesses, and grandees were invited to the feast. Beds rose to half a crown per night in Pumpernickel, and the army was exhausted in providing guards of honor for the highnesses, serenities, and excellencies who arrived from all quarters. The princess was married by proxy, at her father's residence, by the Count de Schlusselbach. Snuff-boxes were given away in profusion, as we learned from the court jeweller, who sold and afterwards bought them again, and bushels of the Order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were sent to the nobles of the court, while hampers of the cordons and decorations of the Wheel of St. Catherine of Schlippenschlappen were brought to ours. The French envoy got both. He is covered with ribbons like a prize cart-horse, Tapeworm said, who was not allowed by the rules of his service to take any decorations. Let him have the cordons. But with whom is the victory? The fact is, it was a triumph of British diplomacy, the French party having proposed and tried their utmost to carry a marriage with a princess of the House of Potsdausen-Donnerwetter, whom, as a matter of course, we opposed. Everybody was asked to the fates of the marriage. Garlands and triumphal arches were hung across the road to welcome the young bride. The great St. Michael's fountain ran with uncommonly sour wine, while that in the artillery place frothed with beer. The great waters played. And poles were put up in the park and gardens for the happy peasantry, which they might climb at their leisure, carrying off watches, silver forks, prize sausages hung with pink ribbon, and, at the top, Georgie got one, wrenching it off, having swarmed up the pole to the delight of the spectators, and sliding down with the rapidity of a fall of water. But it was for the glory's sake merely. The boy gave the sausage to a peasant, who had very nearly seized it, and stood at the foot of the mast, blubbering, because he was unsuccessful. At the French Chancellery they had 6 more lampions in their illumination than ours had. But our transparency, which represented the young couple advancing and discord flying away, with the most ludicrous likeness to the French ambassador, beat the French picture hollow. And I have no doubt got tapeworm the advancement and the cross of the Bath which he subsequently attained. Crowds of foreigners arrived for the fêtes, and of English, of course. Besides the court balls, public balls were given at the town hall and the Redoute, and in the former place there was a room for 30-40 and roulette established, for the week of the festivities only, and by one of the great German companies from EMS or Aix-la-Chapelle. The officers or inhabitants of the town were not allowed to play at these games, but strangers, peasants, ladies were admitted, and anyone who chose to lose or win money. That little scapegrace Georgie Osborne amongst others, whose pockets were always full of dollars and whose relations were away at the grand festival of the court, came to the Stadthouse ball in company of his uncle's courier, Mr. Kirsch, and having only peeped into a playroom at Baden-Baden when he hung on Dobbin's arm, and where, of course, he was not permitted to gamble, came eagerly to this part of the entertainment and hankered round the tables where the croupiers and the punters were at work. Women were playing, they were masked, some of them. This license was allowed in these wild times of carnival. A woman with light hair, in a low dress by no means so fresh as it had been, and with a black mask on, through the eyelets of which her eyes twinkled strangely, was seated at one of the roulette tables with a card and a pin and a couple of florins before her. As the croupier called out the color and number, she pricked on the card with great care and regularity, and only ventured her money on the colors after the red or black had come up a certain number of times. It was strange to look at her. But in spite of her care and assiduity she guessed wrong, and the last 2 florins followed each other under the croupier's rake, as he cried out with his inexorable voice the winning color and number. She gave a sigh, a shrug with her shoulders, which were already too much out of her gown, and dashing the pin through the card on to the table, sat thrumming it for a while. Then she looked round her and saw Georgie's honest face staring at the scene. The little scamp! What business had he to be there? When she saw the boy, at whose face she looked hard through her shining eyes and mask, she said, "Monsieur n'est pas joueur?" "Non, madame," said the boy. But she must have known, from his accent, of what country he was, for she answered him with a slight foreign tone. "You have never played. Will you do me a little favor?" "What is it?" said Georgie, blushing again. Mr. Kirsch was at work for his part at the Rouge et Noir and did not see his young master. "Play this for me, if you please, put it on any number, any number." And she took from her bosom a purse, and out of it a gold piece, the only coin there, and she put it into George's hand. The boy laughed and did as he was bid. The number came up sure enough. There is a power that arranges that, they say, for beginners. "Thank you," said she, pulling the money towards her, "thank you. What is your name?" "My name's Osborne," said Georgie, and was fingering in his own pockets for dollars, and just about to make a trial, when the Major, in his uniform, and Joss, and Marquis, from the court ball, made their appearance. Other people, finding the entertainment stupid and preferring the fun at the Stadthouse, had quitted the palace ball earlier. But it is probable the Major and Joss had gone home and found the boy's absence, for the former instantly went up to him and, taking him by the shoulder, pulled him briskly back from the place of temptation. Then, looking round the room, he saw Kirsch employed as we have said, and going up to him, asked how he dared to bring Mr. George to such a place. "Laissez-moi tranquille," said Mr. Kirsch, very much excited by play and wine. "Il faut s'amuser, parbleu je n'y suis pas au service de monsieur." Seeing his condition, the Major did not choose to argue with the man, but contented himself with drawing away George and asking Joss if he would come away. He was standing close by the lady in the mask, who was playing with pretty good luck now, and looking on much interested at the game. "Hadn't you better come, Joss," the Major said, "with George and me?" "I'll stop and go home with that rascal, Kirsch," Joss said, and for the same reason of modesty, which he thought ought to be preserved before the boy, Dobbin did not care to remonstrate with Joss, but left him and walked home with Georgie. "Did you play?" asked the Major when they were out and on their way home. The boy said, "No." "Give me your word of honor as a gentleman that you never will." "Why," said the boy, "it seems very good fun." And, in a very eloquent and impressive manner, the Major showed him why he shouldn't, and would have enforced his precepts by the example of Georgie's own father, had he liked to say anything that should reflect on the other's memory. When he had housed him, he went to bed and saw his light, in the little room outside of Amelia's, presently disappear. Amelia's followed half an hour afterwards. I don't know what made the Major note it so accurately. Joss, however, remained behind over the play table. He was no gambler, but not averse to the little excitement of the sport now and then, and he had some Napoleons chinking in the embroidered pockets of his court waistcoat. He put down one over the fair shoulder of the little gambler before him, and they won. She made a little movement to make room for him by her side, and just took the skirt of her gown from a vacant chair there. "Come and give me good luck," she said, still in a foreign accent, quite different from that frank and perfectly English "thank you," with which she had saluted Georgie's coup in her favor. The portly gentleman, looking round to see that nobody of rank observed him, sat down. He muttered, "Really, well now, God bless my soul. I'm very fortunate, I'm sure to give you good fortune," and other words of compliment and confusion. "Do you play much?" the foreign mask said. "I put a nap or two down," said Joss with a superb air, flinging down a gold piece. "Yes, I nap after dinner," said the mask archly. But Joss looking frightened, she continued, in her pretty French accent, "You do not play to win." "No more do I. I play to forget, but I cannot. I cannot forget old times, monsieur. Your little nephew is the image of his father. And you are not changed, but yes, you are. Everybody changes, everybody forgets, nobody has any heart." "Good God, who is it?" asked Joss in a flutter. "Can't you guess, Joseph Sedley?" said the little woman in a sad voice, and undoing her mask, she looked at him. "You have forgotten me." "Good heavens! Mrs. Crawley," gasped out Joss. "Rebecca," said the other, putting her hand on his. But she followed the game still, all the time she was looking at him. "I am stopping at the Elephant," she continued. "Ask for Madame de Rawdon. I saw my dear Amelia today, how pretty she looked, and how happy. So do you. Everybody but me, who am wretched, Joseph Sedley." And she put her money over from the red to the black, as if by a chance movement of her hand, and while she was wiping her eyes with a pocket handkerchief fringed with torn lace. The red came up again, and she lost the whole of that stake. "Come away," she said. "Come with me a little, we are old friends, are we not, dear Mr. Sedley?" And Mr. Kirsch, having lost all his money by this time, followed his master out into the moonlight, where the illuminations were winking out and the transparency over our mission was scarcely visible. Chapter 64. A vagabond chapter. We must pass over a part of Mrs. Rebecca Crawley's biography with that lightness and delicacy which the world demands, the moral world, that has, perhaps, no particular objection to vice, but an insuperable repugnance to hearing vice called by its proper name. There are things we do and know perfectly well in Vanity Fair, though we never speak of them, as the Aromanians worship the devil. But don't mention him, and a polite public will no more bear to read an authentic description of vice than a truly refined English or American female will permit the word breeches to be pronounced in her chaste hearing. And yet, madam, both are walking the world before our faces every day, without much shocking us. If you were to blush every time they went by, what complexions you would have. It is only when their naughty names are called out that your modesty has any occasion to show alarm or sense of outrage, and it has been the wish of the present writer, all through this story. deferentially to submit to the fashion at present prevailing, and only to hint at the existence of wickedness in a light, easy, and agreeable manner, so that nobody's fine feelings may be offended. I defy anyone to say that our Becky, who has certainly some vices, has not been presented to the public in a perfectly genteel and inoffensive manner. In describing this siren, singing and smiling, coaxing and cajoling, the author, with modest pride, asks his readers all round, has he once forgotten the laws of politeness, and showed the monster's hideous tail above water? No. Those who like may peep down under waves that are pretty transparent and see it writhing and twirling, diabolically hideous and slimy, flapping amongst bones, or curling round corpses. But above the waterline, I ask, has not everything been proper, agreeable, and decorous, and has any the most squeamish immoralist in Vanity Fair a right to cry fie? When, however, the siren disappears and dives below, down among the dead men, the water of course grows turbid over her, and it is labor lost to look into it ever so curiously. They look pretty enough when they sit upon a rock, twanging their harps and combing their hair, and sing, and beckon to you to come and hold the looking-glass. But when they sink into their native element, depend on it, those mermaids are about no good, and we had best not examine the fiendish marine cannibals, reveling and feasting on their wretched pickled victims. And so, when Becky is out of the way, be sure that she is not particularly well employed, and that the less that is said about her doings is in fact the better. If we were to give a full account of her proceedings during a couple of years that followed after the Curzon Street catastrophe, there might be some reason for people to say this book was improper. The actions of very vain, heartless, pleasure-seeking people are very often improper, as are many of yours, my friend with the grave face and spotless reputation, but that is merely by the way. And what are those of a woman without faith, or love, or character? And I am inclined to think that there was a period in Mrs. Becky's life when she was seized, not by remorse, but by a kind of despair, and absolutely neglected her person and did not even care for her reputation. This abatement and degradation did not take place all at once. It was brought about by degrees, after her calamity, and after many struggles to keep up, as a man who goes overboard hangs on to a spar whilst any hope is left, and then flings it away and goes down, when he finds that struggling is in vain. She lingered about London whilst her husband was making preparations for his departure to his seat of government, and it is believed made more than one attempt to see her brother-in-law, Sir Pitt Crawley, and to work upon his feelings, which she had almost enlisted in her favour. As Sir Pitt and Mr. Wenham were walking down to the House of Commons, the latter spied Mrs. Rawdon in a black veil, and lurking near the palace of the legislature. She sneaked away when her eyes met those of Wenham, and indeed never succeeded in her designs upon the baronet. Probably Lady Jane interposed. I have heard that she quite astonished her husband by the spirit which she exhibited in this quarrel, and her determination to disown Mrs. Becky. Of her own movement, she invited Rawdon to come and stop in Gaunt Street until his departure for Coventry Island, knowing that with him for a guard Mrs. Becky would not try to force her door. And she looked curiously at the superscriptions of all the letters which arrived for Sir Pitt, lest he and his sister-in-law should be corresponding. Not but that Rebecca could have written had she a mind, but she did not try to see or to write to Pitt at his own house. And after one or two attempts consented to his demand that the correspondence regarding her conjugal differences should be carried on by lawyers only. The fact was that Pitt's mind had been poisoned against her. A short time after Lord Steyne's accident Wenham had been with the baronet and given him such a biography of Mrs. Becky as had astonished the member for Queen's Crawley. He knew everything regarding her, who her father was, in what year her mother danced at the opera, what had been her previous history, and what her conduct during her married life, as I have no doubt that the greater part of the story was false and dictated by interested malevolence, it shall not be repeated here. But Becky was left with a sad reputation in the esteem of a country gentleman and relative who had been once rather partial to her. The revenues of the governor of Coventry Island are not large. A part of them were set aside by His Excellency for the payment of certain outstanding debts and liabilities. The charges incident on his high situation required considerable expense. Finally, it was found that he could not spare to his wife more than £300 a year, which he proposed to pay to her on an undertaking that she would never trouble him. Otherwise, scandal, separation, doctors' commons would ensue. But it was Mr. Wenham's business, Lord Steyne's business, Rawdon's, everybody's, to get her out of the country, and hush up a most disagreeable affair. She was probably so much occupied in arranging these affairs of business with her husband's lawyers that she forgot to take any step whatever about her son, the little Rawdon, and did not even once propose to go and see him. That young gentleman was consigned to the entire guardianship of his aunt and uncle, the former of whom had always possessed a great share of the child's affection. His mamma wrote him a neat letter from Boulogne, when she quitted England, in which she requested him to mind his book, and said she was going to take a continental tour, during which she would have the pleasure of writing to him again. But she never did for a year afterwards, and not, indeed, until Sir Pitt's only boy, always sickly, died of whooping cough and measles. Then Rawdon's mamma wrote the most affectionate composition to her darling son, who was made heir of Queen's Crawley by this accident, and drawn more closely than ever to the kind lady, whose tender heart had already adopted him. Rawdon Crawley, then grown a tall, fine lad, blushed when he got the letter. "Oh, Aunt Jane, you are my mother," he said, and not that one." But he wrote back a kind and respectful letter to Mrs. Rebecca, then living at a boarding house at Florence. But we are advancing matters. Our darling Becky's first flight was not very far. She perched upon the French coast at Boulogne, that refuge of so much exiled English innocence, and there lived in rather a genteel, widowed manner, with a femme de chambre and a couple of rooms, at an hotel. She dined at the table d'hôte, where people thought her very pleasant, and where she entertained her neighbours by stories of her brother, Sir Pitt, and her great London acquaintance, talking that easy, fashionable slip-slop which has so much effect upon certain folks of small breeding. She passed with many of them for a person of importance. She gave little tea-parties in her private room and shared in the innocent amusements of the place in sea-bathing, and in jaunts in open carriages, in strolls on the sands, and in visits to the play. Mrs. Burjoice, the printer's lady, who was boarding with her family at the hotel for the summer, and to whom her Burjoice came of a Saturday and Sunday, voted her charming, until that little rogue of a Burjoice began to pay her too much attention. But there was nothing in the story, only that Becky was always affable, easy, and good-natured, and with men especially. Numbers of people were going abroad as usual at the end of the season, and Becky had plenty of opportunities of finding out by the behaviour of her acquaintances of the great London world the opinion of society, as regarded her conduct. One day it was Lady Partlet and her daughters whom Becky confronted as she was walking modestly on Boulogne Pier, the cliffs of Albion shining in the distance across the deep blue sea. Lady Partlet marshalled all her daughters round her with a sweep of her parasol and retreated from the pier, darting savage glances at poor little Becky who stood alone there. On another day the packet came in. It had been blowing fresh, and it always suited Becky's humour to see the droll woebegone faces of the people as they emerged from the boat. Lady Slingstone happened to be on board this day. Her ladyship had been exceedingly ill in her carriage, and was greatly exhausted and scarcely fit to walk up the plank from the ship to the pier. But all her energies rallied the instant she saw Becky smiling roguishly under a pink bonnet, and giving her a glance of scorn such as would have shriveled up most women. She walked into the custom-house quite unsupported. Becky only laughed, but I don't think she liked it. She felt she was alone, quite alone, and the far-off shining cliffs of England were impassable to her. The behaviour of the men had undergone too I don't know what change. Grinstone showed his teeth and laughed in her face with a familiarity that was not pleasant. Little Bob Suckling, who was cap in hand to her 3 months before, and would walk a mile in the rain to see for her carriage in the line at Gaunt House, was talking to Fitzof of the Guards, Lord Heehaw's son, one day upon the jetty. As Becky took her walk there, little Bobby nodded to her over his shoulder, without moving his hat, and continued his conversation with the air of Heehaw. Tom Raikes tried to walk into her sitting-room at the inn with a cigar in his mouth, but she closed the door upon him, and would have locked it, only that his fingers were inside. She began to feel that she was very lonely indeed. If he'd been here, she said, those cowards would never have dared to insult me. She thought about him with great sadness and perhaps longing, about his honest, stupid, constant kindness and fidelity, his never-ceasing obedience. His good humor, his bravery and courage. Very likely she cried, for she was particularly lively, and had put on a little extra rouge, when she came down to dinner. She rouged regularly now. And her maid got cognac for her besides that which was charged in the hotel bill. Perhaps the insults of the men were not, however, so intolerable to her as the sympathy of certain women. Mrs. Crackenbury and Mrs. Washington White passed through Boulogne on their way to Switzerland. The party were protected by Colonel Horner, young Beaumoris, and of course old Crackenbury, and Mrs. White's little girl. They did not avoid her. They giggled, cackled, tattled, condoled, consoled, and patronized her until they drove her almost wild with rage. To be patronized by them, she thought, as they went away simpering after kissing her. And she heard Beaumoris's laugh ringing on the stair and knew quite well how to interpret his hilarity. It was after this visit that Becky, who had paid her weekly bills, Becky who had made herself agreeable to everybody in the house, who smiled at the landlady, called the waiters monsieur, and paid the chambermaids in politeness and apologies. What far more than compensated for a little niggardliness in point of money, of which Becky never was free, that Becky, we say, received a notice to quit from the landlord, who had been told by someone that she was quite an unfit person to have at his hotel, where English ladies would not sit down with her. And she was forced to fly into lodgings of which the dullness and solitude were most wearisome to her. Still she held up, in spite of these rebuffs, and tried to make a character for herself and conquer scandal. She went to church very regularly and sang louder than anybody there. She took up the cause of the widows of the shipwrecked fishermen, and gave work and drawings for the Quashable Mission. She subscribed to the Assembly and wouldn't waltz. In a word, she did everything that was respectable, and that is why we dwell upon this part of her career with more fondness than upon subsequent parts of her history, which are not so pleasant. She saw people avoiding her, and still laboriously smiled upon them. You never could suppose from her countenance what pangs of humiliation she might be enduring inwardly. Her history was after all a mystery. Parties were divided about her. Some people who took the trouble to busy themselves in the matter said that she was the criminal, whilst others vowed that she was as innocent as a lamb and that her odious husband was in fault. She won over a good many by bursting into tears about her boy and exhibiting the most frantic grief when his name was mentioned, or she saw anybody like him. She gained good Mrs. Alderney's heart in that way, who was rather the queen of British Boulogne and gave the most dinners and balls of all the residents there, by weeping when Master Alderney came from Dr. Swishtail's academy to pass his holidays with his mother. He and her Rawdon were of the same age, and so like, Becky said in a voice choking with agony. Whereas there was 5 years difference between the boys' ages, and no more likeness between them than between my respected reader and his humble servant. Wenham, when he was going abroad, on his way to Kissingen to join Lord Steyne, enlightened Mrs. Alderney on this point and told her how he was much more able to describe little Rawdon than his mamma, who notoriously hated him and never saw him. How he was 13 years old, while little Alderney was but 9, fair, while the other darling was dark, in a word, caused the lady in question to repent of her good humour. Whenever Becky made a little circle for herself with incredible toils and labour, somebody came and swept it down rudely, and she had all her work to begin over again. It was very hard, lonely and disheartening. There was Mrs. Newbright, who took her up for some time, attracted by the sweetness of her singing at church and by her proper views upon serious subjects, concerning which in former days, at Queen's Crawley, Mrs. Becky had had a good deal of instruction. Well, she not only took tracts, but she read them. She worked flannel petticoats for the Quashibos, cotton nightcaps for the Coconut Indians, painted hand-screens for the conversion of the Pope and the Jews, sat under Mr. Rolls on Wednesdays, Mr. Huggleton on Thursdays, attended 2 Sunday services at church, besides Mr. Baller, the Derbyite, in the evening, and all in vain. Mrs. Newbright had occasion to correspond with the Countess of Southdown about the Warming Pan Fund for the Fiji Islanders, for the management of which admirable charity both these ladies formed part of a female committee. And having mentioned her sweet friend, Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, the Dowager Countess wrote back such a letter regarding Becky, with such particulars, hints, facts, falsehoods, and general combinations, that intimacy between Mrs. Newbright and Mrs. Crawley ceased forthwith, and all the serious world of tours, where this misfortune took place, immediately parted company with the reprobate. Those who know the English colonies abroad know that we carry with us our pride, pills, prejudices, Harvey sauces, cayenne peppers, and other laras, making a little Britain wherever we settle down. From one colony to another Becky fled uneasily. From Boulogne to Dieppe, from Dieppe to Cannes, from Cannes to Tours, trying with all her might to be respectable, and alas! Always found out some day or other and pecked out of the cage by the real daws. Mrs. Hook Eagles took her up at one of these places, a woman without a blemish in her character and a house in Portman Square. She was staying at the hotel at Dieppe, whither Becky fled, and they made each other's acquaintance first at sea, where they were swimming together, and subsequently at the table d'hôte of the hotel. Mrs. Eagles had heard, who indeed had not, some of the scandal of the Stein affair, but after a conversation with Becky, she pronounced that Mrs. Crawley was an angel, her husband a ruffian, Lord Stein an unprincipled wretch, as everybody knew, and the whole case against Mrs. Crawley an infamous and wicked conspiracy of that rascal Wenham. If you were a man of any spirit, Mr. Eagles, you would box the wretch's ears the next time you see him at the club, she said to her husband. But Eagles was only a quiet old gentleman, husband to Mrs. Eagles, with a taste for geology, and not tall enough to reach anybody's ears. The Eagles then patronized Mrs. Rawdon, took her to live with her at her own house at Paris, quarrelled with the ambassador's wife because she would not receive her protégé, and did all that lay in woman's power to keep Becky straight in the paths of virtue and good repute. Becky was very respectable and orderly at first, but the life of humdrum virtue grew utterly tedious to her before long. It was the same routine every day, the same dullness and comfort, the same drive over the same stupid Bois de Boulogne, the same company of an evening, the same Blair's sermon of a Sunday night, the same opera always being acted over and over again. Becky was dying of weariness, when, luckily for her, young Mr. Eagles came from Cambridge, and his mother, seeing the impression which her little friend made upon him, straightway gave Becky warning. Then she tried keeping house with a female friend, then the double menage began to quarrel and get into debt. Then she determined upon a boarding-house existence and lived for some time at that famous mansion kept by Madame de Saint-Amour, in the Rue Royale, at Paris, where she began exercising her graces and fascinations upon the shabby dandies and fly-blown beauties who frequented her landlady's salons. Becky loved society and, indeed, could no more exist without it than an opium-eater without his dram, and she was happy enough at the period of her boarding-house life. The women here are as amusing as those in Mayfair, she told an old London friend who met her, only, their dresses are not quite so fresh. The men wear clean gloves, and are sad rogues, certainly, but they are not worse than Jack this and Tom that. The mistress of the house is a little vulgar, but I don't think she is so vulgar as Lady, and here she named the name of a great leader of fashion that I would die rather than reveal. In fact, when you saw Madame de Saint-Amour's rooms lighted up of a night, men with plaques and cordons at the écarté tables, and the women at a little distance, you might fancy yourself for a while in good society. And that madam was a real countess. Many people did so fancy, and Becky was for a while one of the most dashing ladies of the countess's salons. But it is probable that her old creditors of 1815 found her out and caused her to leave Paris, for the poor little woman was forced to fly from the city rather suddenly, and went thence to Brussels. How well she remembered the place! She grinned as she looked up at the little entresol which she had occupied, and thought of the Bareacres family, bawling for horses and flight, as their carriage stood in the porte-cochere of the hotel. She went to Waterloo and to Laeken, where George Osborne's monument much struck her. She made a little sketch of it. That poor Cupid, she said, how dreadfully he was in love with me, and what a fool he was. I wonder whether little Emmy is alive. It was a good little creature, and that fat brother of hers. I have his funny fat picture still among my papers. They were kind simple people. At Brussels Becky arrived, recommended by Madame de Saint-Amour to her friend, Madame la Comtesse de Borodino, widow of Napoleon's general, the famous Count de Borodino, who was left with no resource by the deceased hero but that of a table d'hôte and an écarté table. Second-rate dandies and roués, widow ladies who always have a lawsuit, and very simple English folks, who fancy they see continental society at these houses, put down their money, or ate their meals, at Madame de Borodino's tables. The gallant young fellows treated the company round to champagne at the table d'hôte, rode out with the women, or hired horses on country excursions, clubbed money to take boxes at the play or the opera, bent over the fair shoulders of the ladies at the écarté tables, and wrote home to their parents in Devonshire about their felicitous introduction to foreign society. Here, as at Paris, Becky was a boarding-house queen, and ruled in select pensions. She never refused the champagne, or the bouquets, or the drives into the country, or the private boxes. But what she preferred was the écarté at night, and she played audaciously. First she played only for a little, then for 5-franc pieces, then for Napoleons. Then for notes, then she would not be able to pay her month's pension, then she borrowed from the young gentleman, then she got into cash again and bullied Madame de Borodino, whom she had coaxed and wheedled before, then she was playing for 10 sous at a time, and in a dire state of poverty, then her quarter's allowance would come in. And she would pay off Madame de Borodino's score and would once more take the cards against Monsieur de Rossignol, or the Chevalier de Raff. When Becky left Brussels, the sad truth is that she owed 3 months' pension to Madame de Borodino, of which fact, and of the gambling, and of the drinking, and of the going down on her knees to the Reverend Mr. Muff, minister Anglican, and borrowing money of him, and of her coaxing and flirting with Milor Noodle, son of Sir Noodle, pupil of the Reverend Mr. Muff, whom she used to take into her private room, and of whom she won large sums at écarté, of which fact, I say, and of 100 of her other knaveries, the Countess de Borodino informs every English person who stops at her establishment, and announces that Madame Rawdon was no better than a vipera. So our little wanderer went about setting up her tent in various cities of Europe, as restless as Ulysses or Bampfylde Carew. Her taste for disrespectability grew more and more remarkable. She became a perfect bohemian ere long, herding with people whom it would make your hair stand on end to meet. There is no town of any mark in Europe but it has its little colony of English Raffs, men whose names Mr. Hemp the officer reads out periodically at the sheriff's court, young gentlemen of very good family often, only that the latter disowns them, frequenters of billiard rooms and estaminets, patrons of foreign races and gaming tables. They people the debtors' prisons, they drink and swagger, they fight and brawl, they run away without paying, they have duels with French and German officers, they cheat Mr. Spooney at écarté, they get the money and drive off to Baden in magnificent britskas, they try their infallible martingale and lurk about the tables with empty pockets, shabby bullies, penniless bucks, until they can swindle a Jew banker with a sham bill of exchange, or find another Mr. Spooney to rob. The alternations of splendor and misery which these people undergo are very queer to view. Their life must be one of great excitement. Becky, must it be owned, took to this life, and took to it not unkindly. She went about from town to town among these bohemians. The lucky Mrs. Rawdon was known at every play table in Germany. She and Madame de Crucicassy kept house at Florence together. It is said she was ordered out of Munich, and my friend Mr. Frederick Pigeon avers that it was at her house at Lausanne that he was hocussed at supper and lost £800 to Major Loder and the Honourable Mr. Deuceace. We are bound, you see, to give some account of Becky's biography, but of this part, the less, perhaps, that is said the better. They say that, when Mrs. Crawley was particularly down on her luck, she gave concerts and lessons in music here and there. There was a Madame de Rawdon, who certainly had a matinee musicale at Wildbad, accompanied by her Spoff, premier pianist to the Hospodar of Wallachia, and my little friend Mr. Eves, who knew everybody and had travelled everywhere, always used to declare that he was at Strasbourg in the year 1830, when a certain Madame Rebecque made her appearance in the opera of the Dame Blanche, giving occasion to a furious row in the theatre there. She was hissed off the stage by the audience, partly from her own incompetency, but chiefly from the ill-advised sympathy of some persons in the parquet, where the officers of the garrison had their admissions. And Eves was certain that the unfortunate debutante in question was no other than Mrs. Rawdon Crawley. She was, in fact, no better than a vagabond upon this earth. When she got her money she gambled. When she had gambled it she was put to shifts to live, who knows how or by what means she succeeded. It is said that she was once seen at St. Petersburg, but was summarily dismissed from that capital by the police, so that there cannot be any possibility of truth in the report that she was a Russian spy at Toplitz and Vienna afterwards. I have even been informed that at Paris she discovered a relation of her own, no less a person than her maternal grandmother, who was not by any means a Montmorency, but a hideous old box-opener at a theatre on the boulevards. The meeting between them, of which other persons, as it is hinted elsewhere, seem to have been acquainted, must have been a very affecting interview. The present historian can give no certain details regarding the event. It happened at Rome once that Mrs. de Rawdon's half-year's salary had just been paid into the principal bankers there, and, as everybody who had a balance of above 500 scudi was invited to the balls which this prince of merchants gave during the winter, Becky had the honor of a card, and appeared at one of the Prince and Princess Polonia's splendid evening entertainments. The princess was of the family of Pompili, lineally descended from the second king of Rome, and Egeria of the house of Olympus, while the prince's grandfather, Alessandro Polonia, sold washballs, essences, tobacco, and pocket handkerchiefs, ran errands for gentlemen, and lent money in a small way. All the great company in Rome thronged to his saloons, princes, dukes, ambassadors, artists, fiddlers, monsignori, young bears with their leaders, every rank and condition of man. His halls blazed with light and magnificence, were resplendent with gilt frames, containing pictures, and dubious antiques. And the enormous gilt crown and arms of the princely owner, a gold mushroom on a crimson field, the color of the pocket handkerchiefs which he sold, and the silver fountain of the Pompili family shone all over the roof, doors, and panels of the house, and over the grand velvet baldachins prepared to receive popes and emperors. So Becky, who had arrived in the diligence from Florence, and was lodged at an inn in a very modest way, got a card for Prince Polonia's entertainment, and her maid dressed her with unusual care. And she went to this fine ball leaning on the arm of Major Loder, with whom she happened to be travelling at the time, the same man who shot Prince Rivoli at Naples the next year, and was caned by Sir John Buckskin for carrying 4 kings in his hat besides those which he used in playing at écarté, and this pair went into the rooms together, and Becky saw a number of old faces which she remembered in happier days, when she was not innocent, but not found out. Major Loder knew a great number of foreigners, keen-looking whiskered men with dirty striped ribbons in their buttonholes, and a very small display of linen, but his own countrymen, it might be remarked, eschewed the Major. Becky, too, knew some ladies here and there, French widows, dubious Italian countesses, whose husbands had treated them ill, for, what shall we say, we who have moved among some of the finest company of Vanity Fair, of this refuse and sediment of rascals? If we play, let it be with clean cards, and not with this dirty pack. But every man who has formed one of the innumerable army of travellers has seen these marauding irregulars hanging on, like Nym and Pistol, to the main force, wearing the king's colours and boasting of his commission, but pillaging for themselves, and occasionally gibbeted by the roadside. Well, she was hanging on the arm of Major Loder, and they went through the rooms together, and drank a great quantity of champagne at the buffet, where the people, and especially the Major's irregular corps, struggled furiously for refreshments. Of which when the pair had had enough, they pushed on until they reached the Duchess's own pink velvet saloon, at the end of the suite of apartments, where the statue of the Venus is, and the great Venice looking-glasses, framed in silver. And where the princely family were entertaining their most distinguished guests at a round table at supper. It was just such a little select banquet as that of which Becky recollected that she had partaken at Lord Steyne's, and there he sat at Polonia's table, and she saw him. The scar cut by the diamond on his white, bald, shining forehead made a burning red mark, his red whiskers were dyed of a purple hue, which made his pale face look still paler. He wore his collar and orders, his blue ribbon and garter. He was a greater prince than any there, though there was a reigning duke and a royal highness, with their princesses, and near his lordship was seated the beautiful Countess of Belladonna, née de Glandier, whose husband, the Count Paolo della Belladonna, so well known for his brilliant entomological collections, had been long absent on a mission to the Emperor of Morocco. When Becky beheld that familiar and illustrious face, how vulgar all of a sudden did Major Loder appear to her, and how that odious Captain Rook did smell of tobacco. In one instant she reassumed her fine ladyship and tried to look and feel as if she were in May Fair once more. That woman looks stupid and ill-humored, she thought, I am sure she can't amuse him. No, he must be bored by her, he never was by me. 100 such touching hopes, fears, and memories palpitated in her little heart, as she looked with her brightest eyes, the rouge which she wore up to her eyelids made them twinkle, towards the great nobleman. Of a star and garter knight Lord Steyne used also to put on his grandest manner and to look and speak like a great prince, as he was. Becky admired him smiling sumptuously, easy, lofty, and stately. Ah, bon Dieu, what a pleasant companion he was, what a brilliant wit, what a rich fund of talk, what a grand manner. And she had exchanged this for Major Loder, reeking of cigars and brandy and water, and Captain Rook with his horse-jockey jokes and prize-ring slang, and their like. I wonder whether he will know me, she thought. Lord Steyne was talking and laughing with a great and illustrious lady at his side, when he looked up and saw Becky. She was all over in a flutter as their eyes met, and she put on the very best smile she could muster, and dropped him a little, timid, imploring curtsy. He stared aghast at her for a minute, as Macbeth might on beholding Banquo's sudden appearance at his ball supper, and remained looking at her with open mouth, when that horrid Major Loder pulled her away. Come away into the supper-room, Mrs. R. was that gentleman's remark, seeing these knobs grubbing away has made me peckish too. Let's go and try the old governor's champagne. Becky thought the Major had had a great deal too much already. The day after she went to walk on the Pincian Hill, the Hyde Park of the Roman idlers, possibly in hopes to have another sight of Lord Steyne. But she met another acquaintance there, it was Mr. Fiche, his lordship's confidential man, who came up nodding to her rather familiarly and putting a finger to his hat. I knew that madam was here, he said, I followed her from her hotel. I have some advice to give madam. From the Marquis of Steyne? Becky asked, resuming as much of her dignity as she could muster, and not a little agitated by hope and expectation. No, said the valet, it is from me. Rome is very unwholesome. Not at this season, Monsieur Fiche, not till after Easter. I tell madam it is unwholesome now. There is always malaria for some people. That cursed marsh wind kills many at all seasons. Look, Madame Crawley, you were always bon enfant, and I have an interest in you, parole d'honneur. Be warned. Go away from Rome, I tell you, or you will be ill and die. Becky laughed, though in rage and fury. What? Assassinate poor little me? She said. How romantic. Does my lord carry bravos for couriers, and stilettos in the furgons? Bah! I will stay, if but to plague him. I have those who will defend me whilst I am here. It was Monsieur Fiche's turn to laugh now. Defend you, he said, and who? The Major, the Captain, any one of those gambling men whom Madame sees would take her life for 100 louis. We know things about Major Loder, he is no more a major than I am my lord the Marquis, which would send him to the galleys or worse. We know everything and have friends everywhere. We know whom you saw at Paris, and what relations you found there. Yes, Madame may stare, but we do. How was it that no minister on the continent would receive Madame? She has offended somebody, who never forgives, whose rage redoubled when he saw you. He was like a madman last night when he came home. Madame de Belladonna made him a scene about you and fired off in one of her furies. Oh, it was Madame de Belladonna, was it? Becky said, relieved a little, for the information she had just got had scared her. No, she does not matter, she is always jealous. I tell you it was Monseigneur. You did wrong to show yourself to him. And if you stay here you will repent it. Mark my words. Go. Here is my lord's carriage, and seizing Becky's arm, he rushed down an alley of the garden as Lord Steyne's barouche, blazing with heraldic devices, came whirling along the avenue, borne by the almost priceless horses. And bearing Madame de Belladonna lolling on the cushions, dark, sulky, and blooming, a King Charles in her lap, a white parasol swaying over her head, and old Stein stretched at her side with a livid face and ghastly eyes. Hate, or anger, or desire caused them to brighten now and then still, but ordinarily, they gave no light. And seemed tired of looking out on a world of which almost all the pleasure and all the best beauty had palled upon the worn-out wicked old man. Monseigneur has never recovered the shock of that night, never, Monsieur Fiche whispered to Mrs. Crawley as the carriage flashed by, and she peeped out at it from behind the shrubs that hid her. That was a consolation at any rate, Becky thought. Whether my lord really had murderous intentions towards Mrs. Becky, as Monsieur Fiche said, since Monseigneur's death he has returned to his native country, where he lives much respected, and has purchased from his prince the title of Baron Ficci, and the factotum objected to have to do with assassination. Or whether he simply had a commission to frighten Mrs. Crawley out of a city where his lordship proposed to pass the winter, and the sight of her would be eminently disagreeable to the great nobleman, is a point which has never been ascertained, but the threat had its effect upon the little woman. And she sought no more to intrude herself upon the presence of her old patron. Everybody knows the melancholy end of that nobleman, which befell at Naples 2 months after the French Revolution of 1830. When the most honourable George Gustavus, Marquis of Stein, Earl of Gaunt and of Gaunt Castle, in the peerage of Ireland, Viscount Helborough, Baron Pitchley and Grilsby, a knight of the most noble order of the Garter of the Golden Fleece of Spain, of the Russian Order of St. Nicholas of the First Class, of the Turkish Order of the Crescent, First Lord of the Powder Closet and Groom of the Back Stairs, Colonel of the Gaunt or Regent's Own Regiment of Militia, a trustee of the British Museum, an elder brother of the Trinity House, a governor of the White Friars, and D.C.L., died after a series of fits brought on, as the papers said, by the shock occasioned to his lordship's sensibilities by the downfall of the ancient French monarchy. An eloquent catalogue appeared in a weekly print, describing his virtues, his magnificence, his talents, and his good actions. His sensibility, his attachment to the illustrious House of Bourbon, with which he claimed an alliance, were such that he could not survive the misfortunes of his august kinsman. His body was buried at Naples, and his heart, that heart which always beat with every generous and noble emotion, was brought back to Castle Gaunt in a silver urn. In him, Mr. Wagg said, the poor and the fine arts have lost a beneficent patron, society one of its most brilliant ornaments, and England one of her loftiest patriots and statesmen, and his will was a good deal disputed, and an attempt was made to force from Madame de Belladonna the celebrated jewel called the Juseyet diamond, which his lordship always wore on his forefinger, and which it was said that she removed from it after his lamented demise. But his confidential friend and attendant, Monsieur Fiche, proved that the ring had been presented to the said Madame de Belladonna 2 days before the Marquis's death, as were the banknotes, jewels, Neapolitan and French bonds, and found in his lordship's secrétaire and claimed by his heirs from that injured woman. Chapter 65. Full of business and pleasure. The day after the meeting at the play-table, Jos had himself arrayed with unusual care and splendor. And without thinking it necessary to say a word to any member of his family regarding the occurrences of the previous night, or asking for their company in his walk, he sallied forth at an early hour. and was presently seen making inquiries at the door of the Elephant Hotel. In consequence of the fates, the house was full of company. The tables in the street were already surrounded by persons smoking and drinking the national small beer. The public rooms were in a cloud of smoke, and Mr. Joss, having, in his pompous way, and with his clumsy German, made inquiries for the person of whom he was in search, was directed to the very top of the house, above the first-floor rooms where some travelling pedlars had lived, and were exhibiting their jewellery and brocades. Above the second-floor apartments occupied by the état major of the gambling firm, above the third-floor rooms, tenanted by the band of renowned Bohemian vaulters and tumblers. And so on to the little cabins of the roof, where, among students, bagmen, small tradesmen, and country folks come in for the festival, Becky had found a little nest, as dirty a little refuge as ever beauty lay hid in. Becky liked the life. She was at home with everybody in the place, pedlars, punters, tumblers, students and all. She was of a wild, roving nature, inherited from father and mother, who were both Bohemians, by taste and circumstance. If a lord was not by, she would talk to his courier with the greatest pleasure. The din, the stir, the drink, the smoke, the tattle of the Hebrew pedlars, the solemn, braggart ways of the poor tumblers, the sournois talk of the gambling table officials, the songs and swagger of the students, and the general buzz and hum of the place had pleased and tickled the little woman, even when her luck was down and she had not wherewithal to pay her bill. How pleasant was all the bustle to her now that her purse was full of the money which little Georgie had won for her the night before. As Joss came creaking and puffing up the final stairs, and was speechless when he got to the landing, and began to wipe his face and then to look for No. 92, the room where he was directed to seek for the person he wanted, the door of the opposite chamber, number 90, was open, and a student, in jack boots and a dirty schlafrock, was lying on the bed smoking a long pipe. Whilst another student in long yellow hair and a braided coat, exceeding smart and dirty too, was actually on his knees at number 92, bawling through the keyhole supplications to the person within. "Go away," said a well-known voice, which made Joss thrill. "I expect somebody. I expect my grandpapa. He mustn't see you there. Angel Englander in," bellowed the kneeling student with the whitey brown ringlets and the large finger ring. "Do take compassion upon us. Make an appointment. Dine with me and Fritz at the inn in the park. We will have roast pheasants and porter, plum pudding and French wine. We shall die if you don't." "That we will," said the young nobleman on the bed. And this colloquy Joss overheard, though he did not comprehend it, for the reason that he had never studied the language in which it was carried on. "Numero 92, s'il vous plaît," Joss said in his grandest manner, when he was able to speak. "Quatre fong tous," said the student, starting up, and he bounced into his own room, where he locked the door, and where Joss heard him laughing with his comrade on the bed. The gentleman from Bengal was standing, disconcerted by this incident, when the door of the 92 opened of itself and Becky's little head peeped out full of archness and mischief. She lighted on Joss. "It's you," she said, coming out. "How I have been waiting for you." "Stop. Not yet, in 1 minute you shall come in." In that instant she put a rouge pot, a brandy bottle, and a plate of broken meat into the bed, gave one smooth to her hair, and finally let in her visitor. She had, by way of morning robe, a pink domino, a trifle faded and soiled, and marked here and there with pomaturn. But her arms shone out from the loose sleeves of the dress very white and fair, and it was tied round her little waist so as not ill to set off the trim little figure of the wearer. She led Joss by the hand into her garret. "Come in," she said. "Come and talk to me. Sit yonder on the chair," and she gave the civilian's hand a little squeeze and laughingly placed him upon it. As for herself, she placed herself on the bed, not on the bottle and plate, you may be sure, on which Joss might have reposed, had he chosen that seat, and so there she sat and talked with her old admirer. "How little years have changed you," she said with a look of tender interest. "I should have known you anywhere. What a comfort it is amongst strangers to see once more the frank honest face of an old friend." The frank honest face, to tell the truth, at this moment bore any expression but one of openness and honesty. It was, on the contrary, much perturbed and puzzled in look. Joss was surveying the queer little apartment in which he found his old flame. One of her gowns hung over the bed, another depending from a hook of the door, her bonnet obscured half the looking-glass, on which, too, lay the prettiest little pair of bronze boots. A French novel was on the table by the bedside, with a candle, not of wax. Becky thought of popping that into the bed too, but she only put in the little paper nightcap with which she had put the candle out on going to sleep. "I should have known you anywhere," she continued, "a woman never forgets some things. And you were the first man I ever saw." "Was I really?" said Joss. "God bless my soul, you don't say so." "When I came with your sister from Chiswick, I was scarcely more than a child," Becky said. "How is that, dear love?" "Oh, her husband was a sad wicked man, and of course it was of me that the poor dear was jealous. As if I cared about him, Hago. When there was somebody, but no, don't let us talk of old times," and she passed her handkerchief with the tattered lace across her eyelids. "Is not this a strange place," she continued, "for a woman, who has lived in a very different world too, to be found in? I have had so many griefs and wrongs, Joseph Sedley, I have been made to suffer so cruelly that I am almost made mad sometimes. I can't stay still in any place, but wander about always restless and unhappy. All my friends have been false to me, all. There is no such thing as an honest man in the world. I was the truest wife that ever lived, though I married my husband out of pique, because somebody else, but never mind that. I was true, and he trampled upon me and deserted me. I was the fondest mother. I had but one child, one darling, one hope, one joy, which I held to my heart with a mother's affection, which was my life, my prayer, my blessing, and they tore it from me, And she put her hand to her heart with a passionate gesture of despair, burying her face for a moment on the bed. The brandy bottle inside clinked up against the plate which held the cold sausage. Both were moved, no doubt, by the exhibition of so much grief. Max and Fritz were at the door, listening with wonder to Mrs. Becky's sobs and cries. Joss, too, was a good deal frightened and affected at seeing his old flame in this condition. And she began, forthwith, to tell her story, a tale so neat, simple, and artless that it was quite evident from hearing her that if ever there was a white-robed angel escaped from heaven to be subject to the infernal machinations and villainy of fiends here below, that spotless being, that miserable unsullied martyr, was present on the bed before Joss, on the bed, sitting on the brandy bottle. They had a very long, amicable, and confidential talk there, in the course of which Joss Sedley was somehow made aware, but in a manner that did not in the least scare or offend him, that Becky's heart had first learned to beat at his enchanting presence. That George Osborne had certainly paid an unjustifiable court to her, which might account for Amelia's jealousy and their little rupture. But that Becky never gave the least encouragement to the unfortunate officer, and that she had never ceased to think about Joss from the very first day she had seen him, though, of course, her duties as a married woman were paramount, duties which she had always preserved, and would, to her dying day, or until the proverbially bad climate in which Colonel Crawley was living should release her from a yoke which his cruelty had rendered odious to her. Joss went away, convinced that she was the most virtuous, as she was one of the most fascinating of women, and revolving in his mind all sorts of benevolent schemes for her welfare. Her persecutions ought to be ended, she ought to return to the society of which she was an ornament. He would see what ought to be done. She must quit that place and take a quiet lodging. Amelia must come and see her and befriend her. He would go and settle about it, and consult with the Major. She wept tears of heartfelt gratitude as she parted from him, and pressed his hand as the gallant stout gentleman stooped down to kiss hers. So Becky bowed Joss out of her little garret with as much grace as if it was a palace of which she did the honors. And that heavy gentleman having disappeared down the stairs, Max and Fritz came out of their hole, pipe in mouth. And she amused herself by mimicking Joss to them as she munched her cold bread and sausage and took draughts of her favorite brandy and water. Joss walked over to Dobbin's lodgings with great solemnity and there imparted to him the affecting history with which he had just been made acquainted, without, however, mentioning the play business of the night before. And the two gentlemen were laying their heads together and consulting as to the best means of being useful to Mrs. Becky, while she was finishing her interrupted déjeuner à la fourchette. How was it that she had come to that little town? How was it that she had no friends and was wandering about alone? Little boys at school are taught in their earliest Latin book that the path of Avernus is very easy of descent. Let us skip over the interval in the history of her downward progress. She was not worse now than she had been in the days of her prosperity, only a little down on her luck. As for Mrs. Amelia, she was a woman of such a soft and foolish disposition that when she heard of anybody unhappy, her heart straightway melted towards the sufferer. And as she had never thought or done anything mortally guilty herself, she had not that abhorrence for wickedness which distinguishes moralists much more knowing. If she spoiled everybody who came near her with kindness and compliments, if she begged pardon of all her servants for troubling them to answer the bell, if she apologized to a shop boy who showed her a piece of silk, or made a curtsy to a street sweeper with a complimentary remark upon the elegant state of his crossing, and she was almost capable of every one of these follies, the notion that an old acquaintance was miserable was sure to soften her heart. Nor would she hear of anybody's being deservedly unhappy. A world under such legislation as hers would not be a very orderly place of abode, but there are not many women, at least not of the rulers, who are of her sort. This lady, I believe, would have abolished all jails, punishments, handcuffs, whippings, poverty, sickness, hunger, in the world, and was such a mean-spirited creature that, we are obliged to confess it, she could even forget a mortal injury. When the Major heard from Joss of the sentimental adventure which had just befallen the latter, he was not, it must be owned, nearly as much interested as the gentleman from Bengal. On the contrary, his excitement was quite the reverse from a pleasurable one. He made use of a brief but improper expression regarding a poor woman in distress, saying, in fact, the little minx, has she come to light again? He never had had the slightest liking for her, but had heartily mistrusted her from the very first moment when her green eyes had looked at, and turned away from, his own. That little devil brings mischief wherever she goes, the Major said disrespectfully. Who knows what sort of life she has been leading? And what business has she here abroad and alone? Don't tell me about persecutors and enemies. An honest woman always has friends and never is separated from her family. Why has she left her husband? He may have been disreputable and wicked, as you say. He always was. I remember the confounded blackleg and the way in which he used to cheat and hoodwink poor George. Wasn't there a scandal about their separation? I think I heard something, cried out Major Dobbin, who did not care much about gossip, and whom Joss tried in vain to convince that Mrs. Becky was in all respects a most injured and virtuous female. Well, well, let's ask Mrs. George, said that arch-diplomatist of a Major. Only let us go and consult her. I suppose you will allow that she is a good judge at any rate, and knows what is right in such matters. Emmy is very well, said Joss, who did not happen to be in love with his sister. Very well. By gad, sir, she's the finest lady I ever met in my life, bounced out the Major. I say at once, let us go and ask her if this woman ought to be visited or not. I will be content with her verdict. Now this odious, artful rogue of a Major was thinking in his own mind that he was sure of his case. Emmy, he remembered, was at one time cruelly and deservedly jealous of Rebecca, never mentioned her name but with a shrinking terror. A jealous woman never forgives, thought Dobbin, and so the pair went across the street to Mrs. George's house, where she was contentedly warbling at a music lesson with Madame Strumpf. When that lady took her leave, Joss opened the business with his usual pomp of words. Amelia, my dear, said he, I have just had the most extraordinary, yes, God bless my soul. The most extraordinary adventure, an old friend, yes, a most interesting old friend of yours, and I may say in old times, has just arrived here, and I should like you to see her. Her, said Amelia, who is it? Major Dobbin, if you please not to break my scissors." The Major was twirling them round by the little chain from which they sometimes hung to their lady's waist, and was thereby endangering his own eye. "It is a woman whom I dislike very much," said the Major, doggedly, "and whom you have no cause to love." "It is Rebecca, I'm sure it is Rebecca," Amelia said, blushing and being very much agitated. "You are right, you always are," Dobbin answered. Brussels, Waterloo, old times, griefs, pangs, remembrances, rushed back into Amelia's gentle heart and caused a cruel agitation there. "Don't let me see her," Emmy continued. "I couldn't see her." "I told you so," Dobbin said to Joss. "She is very unhappy, and that sort of thing," Joss urged. "She is very poor and unprotected, and has been ill, exceedingly ill, and that scoundrel of a husband has deserted her." "Ah!" said Amelia. "She hasn't a friend in the world," Joss went on, not undexterously, "and she said she thought she might trust in you. She's so miserable, Emmy. She has been almost mad with grief. Her story quite affected me, 'pon my word and honor, it did. Never was such a cruel persecution borne so angelically, I may say. Her family has been most cruel to her. Poor creature," Amelia said. "And if she can get no friend, she says she thinks she'll die," Joss proceeded in a low tremulous voice. "God bless my soul. Do you know that she tried to kill herself? She carries laudanum with her. I saw the bottle in her room, such a miserable little room, at a third-rate house, the Elephant, up in the roof at the top of all. I went there." This did not seem to affect Emmy. She even smiled a little. Perhaps she figured Joss to herself panting up the stair. "She's beside herself with grief," he resumed. "The agonies that woman has endured are quite frightful to hear of. She had a little boy, of the same age as Georgie." Yes, I think I remember," Emmy remarked. "Well, the most beautiful child ever seen," Joss said, who was very fat, and easily moved, and had been touched by the story Becky told, a perfect angel, who adored his mother. "The ruffians tore him shrieking out of her arms, and have never allowed him to see her." "Dear Joseph," Emmy cried out, starting up at once, "let us go and see her this minute." And she ran into her adjoining bedchamber, tied on her bonnet in a flutter, came out with her shawl on her arm, and ordered Dobbin to follow. He went and put her shawl, it was a white cashmere, consigned to her by the Major himself from India, over her shoulders. He saw there was nothing for it but to obey, and she put her hand into his arm, and they went away. "It is number 92, up 4 pair of stairs," Joss said, perhaps not very willing to ascend the steps again. But he placed himself in the window of his drawing-room, which commands the place on which the Elephant stands, and saw the pair marching through the market. It was as well that Becky saw them too from her garret, for she and the 2 students were chattering and laughing there. They had been joking about the appearance of Becky's grandpapa, whose arrival and departure they had witnessed, but she had time to dismiss them, and have her little room clear before the landlord of the Elephant, who knew that Mrs. Osborne was a great favorite at the Serene Court, and respected her accordingly, led the way up the stairs to the roof story, encouraging Melody and her Major as they achieved the ascent. Gracious lady," said the landlord, knocking at Becky's door. He had called her madam the day before, and was by no means courteous to her. "Who is it?" Becky said, putting out her head, and she gave a little scream. There stood Emmy in a tremble, and Dobbin, the tall Major, with his cane. He stood still watching, and very much interested at the scene. But Emmy sprang forward with open arms towards Rebecca, and forgave her at that moment, and embraced her and kissed her with all her heart. "Ah, poor wretch, when was your lip pressed before by such pure kisses?" Chapter 66. Amantiamere. Frankness and kindness like Amelia's were likely to touch even such a hardened little reprobate as Becky. She returned Emmy's caresses and kind speeches with something very like gratitude, and an emotion which, if it was not lasting, for a moment was almost genuine. That was a lucky stroke of hers about the child torn from her arms shrieking. It was by that harrowing misfortune that Becky had won her friend back, and it was one of the very first points, we may be certain, upon which our poor simple little Emmy began to talk to her newfound acquaintance. "And so they took your darling child from you," our simpleton cried out. "Oh, Rebecca, my poor dear suffering friend, I know what it is to lose a boy, and to feel for those who have lost one. But please heaven yours will be restored to you, as a merciful providence has brought me back mine. The child, my child." "Oh, yes, my agonies were frightful," Becky owned, not perhaps without a twinge of conscience. It jarred upon her to be obliged to commence instantly to tell lies in reply to so much confidence and simplicity. But that is the misfortune of beginning with this kind of forgery. When one fib becomes due as it were, you must forge another to take up the old acceptance, and so the stock of your lies in circulation inevitably multiplies, and the danger of detection increases every day. "My agonies," Becky continued, "were terrible. I hope she won't sit down on the bottle. When they took him away from me, I thought I should die. But I fortunately had a brain fever, during which my doctor gave me up, and I recovered, and here I am, poor and friendless." "How old is he?" Emmy asked. 11, said Becky. 11, cried the other. "Why, he was born the same year with Georgie, who is—" I know, Becky cried out, who had in fact quite forgotten all about little Rawdon's age. "Grief has made me forget so many things, dearest Amelia. I am very much changed, half wild sometimes. He was 11 when they took him away from me. Bless his sweet face, I have never seen it again." "Was he fair or dark?" went on that absurd little Emmy. "Show me his hair." Becky almost laughed at her simplicity. "Not today, love, some other time, when my trunks arrive from Leipzig, whence I came to this place, and a little drawing of him, which I made in happy days." Poor Becky," said Emmy. How thankful I ought to be. Though I doubt whether that practice of piety inculcated upon us by our womankind in early youth, namely, to be thankful because we are better off than somebody else, be a very rational religious exercise, and then she began to think, as usual, how her son was the handsomest, the best, and the cleverest boy in the whole world. "You will see my Georgie," was the best thing Emmy could think of to console Becky. If anything could make her comfortable that would. And so the two women continued talking for an hour or more, during which Becky had the opportunity of giving her new friend a full and complete version of her private history. She showed how her marriage with Rawdon Crawley had always been viewed by the family with feelings of the utmost hostility, how her sister-in-law, an artful woman, had poisoned her husband's mind against her. How he had formed odious connections, which had estranged his affections from her, how she had borne everything, poverty, neglect, coldness from the being whom she most loved, and all for the sake of her child. How, finally, and by the most flagrant outrage, she had been driven into demanding a separation from her husband. When the wretch did not scruple to ask that she should sacrifice her own fair fame so that he might procure advancement through the means of a very great and powerful but unprincipled man, the Marquis of Stein, indeed. The atrocious monster. This part of her eventful history Becky gave with the utmost feminine delicacy and the most indignant virtue. Forced to fly her husband's roof by this insult, the coward had pursued his revenge by taking her child from her. And thus Becky said she was a wanderer, poor, unprotected, friendless, and wretched. Emmy received this story, which was told at some length, as those persons who are acquainted with her character may imagine that she would. She quivered with indignation at the account of the conduct of the miserable Rawdon and the unprincipled Stein. Her eyes made notes of admiration for every one of the sentences in which Becky described the persecutions of her aristocratic relatives and the falling away of her husband. Becky did not abuse him. She spoke rather in sorrow than in anger. She had loved him only too fondly, and was he not the father of her boy? And as for the separation scene from the child, while Becky was reciting it, Emmy retired altogether behind her pocket handkerchief. So that the consummate little tragedian must have been charmed to see the effect which her performance produced on her audience. Whilst the ladies were carrying on their conversation, Amelia's constant escort, the Major, who, of course, did not wish to interrupt their conference, and found himself rather tired of creaking about the narrow stair passage of which the roof brushed the nap from his hat, descended to the ground floor of the house and into the great room common to all the frequenters of the Elephant, out of which the stair led. This apartment is always in a fume of smoke and liberally sprinkled with beer. On a dirty table stand scores of corresponding brass candlesticks with tallow candles for the lodgers, whose keys hang up in rows over the candles. Emmy had passed blushing through the room anon, where all sorts of people were collected, Tyrolese glove sellers and Danubian linen merchants, with their packs, students recruiting themselves with butterbrods and meat, idlers, playing cards or dominoes on the sloppy, beery tables, tumblers refreshing during the cessation of their performances, in a word, all the fumum and strepitus of a German inn in fair time. The waiter brought the Major a mug of beer, as a matter of course, and he took out a cigar and amused himself with that pernicious vegetable and a newspaper until his charge should come down to claim him. Max and Fritz came presently downstairs, their caps on one side, their spurs jingling, their pipes splendid with coats of arms and full-blown tassels, and they hung up the key of number 90 on the board and called for the ration of butterbrod and beer. The pair sat down by the Major and fell into a conversation of which he could not help hearing somewhat. It was mainly about Fuchs and Philister, and duels and drinking bouts at the neighboring University of Schoppenhausen, from which renowned seat of learning they had just come in the Eilwagen, with Becky, as it appeared, by their side. And in order to be present at the bridal fêtes at Pumpernickel. The title Engländerin seems to be en base de Genoisance, said Max, who knew the French language, to Fritz, his comrade. After the fat grandfather went away, there came a pretty little compatriot. I heard them chattering and whimpering together in the little woman's chamber. We must take the tickets for her concert, Fritz said. Hast thou any money, Max? Bah, said the other, the concert is a concert in nubibus. Hans said that she advertised one at Leipzig, and the Burschen took many tickets. But she went off without singing. She said in the coach yesterday that her pianist had fallen ill at Dresden. She cannot sing, it is my belief, her voice is as cracked as thine, O thou beer-soaking renowner. It is cracked, I hear her trying out of her window a Schrecklich English ballad, called De Rose upon de Balcony. Soften and singen go not together, observed Fritz with the red nose, who evidently preferred the former amusement. No, thou shalt take none of her tickets. She won money at the Trente and Quarante last night. I saw her, she made a little English boy play for her. We will spend thy money there or at the theatre, or we will treat her to French wine or cognac in the Aurelius garden, but the tickets we will not buy. What sayest thou? Yet, another mug of beer, and one and another successively having buried their blonde whiskers in the mawkish draught, curled them and swaggered off into the fair. The Major, who had seen the key of No. 90 put up on its hook and had heard the conversation of the two young university bloods, was not at a loss to understand that their talk related to Becky. The little devil is at her old tricks, he thought, and he smiled as he recalled old days, when he had witnessed the desperate flirtation with Joss and the ludicrous end of that adventure. He and George had often laughed over it subsequently, and until a few weeks after George's marriage, when he also was caught in the little Circe's toils, and had an understanding with her which his comrade certainly suspected, but preferred to ignore. William was too much hurt or ashamed to ask to fathom that disgraceful mystery, although once, and evidently with remorse on his mind, George had alluded to it. It was on the morning of Waterloo, as the young men stood together in front of their line, surveying the black masses of Frenchmen who crowned the opposite heights, and as the rain was coming down. I have been mixing in a foolish intrigue with a woman, George said. I am glad we were marched away. If I drop, I hope Emmy will never know of that business. I wish to God it had never been begun. And William was pleased to think, and had more than once soothed poor George's widow with the narrative, that Osborne, after quitting his wife, and after the action of Quatre Bras, on the first day. Spoke gravely and affectionately to his comrade of his father and his wife. On these facts, too, William had insisted very strongly in his conversations with the elder Osborne, and had thus been the means of reconciling the old gentleman to his son's memory, just at the close of the elder man's life. And so this devil is still going on with her intrigues, thought William. I wish she were 100 miles from here. She brings mischief wherever she goes. And he was pursuing these forebodings and this uncomfortable train of thought, with his head between his hands, and the Pumpernickel Gazette of last week unread under his nose, when somebody tapped his shoulder with a parasol. And he looked up and saw Mrs. Amelia. This woman had a way of tyrannizing over Major Dobbin, for the weakest of all people will domineer over somebody, and she ordered him about, and patted him, and made him fetch and carry just as if he was a great Newfoundland dog. He liked, so to speak, to jump into the water if she said, "Hi, Dobbin," and to trot behind her with her reticule in his mouth. This history has been written to very little purpose if the reader has not perceived that the Major was a spoony. "Why did you not wait for me, sir, to escort me downstairs?" she said, giving a little toss of her head and a most sarcastic curtsy. "I couldn't stand up in the passage," he answered with a comical deprecatory look. And, delighted to give her his arm and to take her out of the horrid smoky place, he would have walked off without even so much as remembering the waiter. Had not the young fellow run after him and stopped him on the threshold of the Elephant to make him pay for the beer which he had not consumed. Emmy laughed. She called him a naughty man, who wanted to run away in debt, and, in fact, made some jokes suitable to the occasion in the small beer. She was in high spirits and good humor, and tripped across the marketplace very briskly. She wanted to see Joss that instant. The Major laughed at the impetuous affection Mrs. Amelia exhibited, for, in truth, it was not very often that she wanted her brother, that instant. They found the civilian in his saloon on the first floor. He had been pacing the room, and biting his nails, and looking over the marketplace towards the Elephant 100 times at least during the past hour, whilst Emmy was closeted with her friend in the garret and the Major was beating the tattoo on the sloppy tables of the public room below. And he was, on his side too, very anxious to see Mrs. Osborne. "Well," said he. "The poor dear creature, how she has suffered." Emmy said. "God bless my soul, yes," Joss said, wagging his head, so that his cheeks quivered like jellies. "She may have Payne's room, who can go upstairs," Emmy continued. Payne was a staid English maid and personal attendant upon Mrs. Osborne, to whom the courier, as in duty bound, paid court, and whom Georgie used to lark dreadfully with accounts of German robbers and ghosts. She passed her time chiefly in grumbling, in ordering about her mistress, and in stating her intention to return the next morning to her native village of Clapham. "She may have Payne's room," Emmy said. "Why, you don't mean to say you are going to have that woman into the house," bounced out the Major, jumping up. "Of course we are," said Amelia in the most innocent way in the world. "Don't be angry and break the furniture, Major Dobbin. Of course we are going to have her here." "Of course, my dear," Joss said. "The poor creature, after all her sufferings," Emmy continued, "her horrid banker broken and run away. Her husband, wicked wretch, having deserted her and taken her child away from her," here she doubled her two little fists and held them in a most menacing attitude before her. So that the Major was charmed to see such a dauntless virago, the poor dear thing. Quite alone and absolutely forced to give lessons in singing to get her bread, and not have her here. "Take lessons, my dear Mrs. George," cried the Major, "but don't have her in the house. I implore you don't." "Pooh," said Joss. "You who are always good and kind, always used to be at any rate, I'm astonished at you, Major William," Amelia cried. "Why, what is the moment to help her but when she is so miserable? Now is the time to be of service to her. The oldest friend I ever had, and not." "She was not always your friend, Amelia," the Major said, for he was quite angry. This allusion was too much for Emmy, who, looking the Major almost fiercely in the face, said, "For shame, Major Dobbin. And after having fired this shot, she walked out of the room with a most majestic air and shut her own door briskly on herself and her outraged dignity. To allude to that, she said, when the door was closed. "Oh, it was cruel of him to remind me of it," and she looked up at George's picture, which hung there as usual, with the portrait of the boy underneath. "It was cruel of him. If I had forgiven it, ought he to have spoken? No. And it is from his own lips that I know how wicked and groundless my jealousy was, and that you were pure, oh, yes, you were pure, my saint in heaven." She paced the room, trembling and indignant. She went and leaned on the chest of drawers over which the picture hung, and gazed at it. Its eyes seemed to look down on her with a reproach that deepened as she looked. The early dear memories of that brief prime of love rushed back upon her. The wound which years had scarcely cicatrized bled afresh, and oh, how bitterly. She could not bear the reproaches of the husband there before her. It couldn't be. Never, never. Poor Dobbin, poor old William. That unlucky word had undone the work of many a year, the long laborious edifice of a life of love and constancy, raised too upon what secret and hidden foundations, wherein lay buried passions, uncounted struggles, unknown sacrifices. A little word was spoken, and down fell the fair palace of hope, one word, and away flew the bird which he had been trying all his life to lure. William, though he saw by Amelia's looks that a great crisis had come, nevertheless continued to implore Sedley, in the most energetic terms, to beware of Rebecca, and he eagerly, almost frantically, adjured Jos not to receive her. He besought Mr. Sedley to inquire at least regarding her, told him how he had heard that she was in the company of gamblers and people of ill repute. Pointed out what evil she had done in former days, how she and Crawley had misled poor George into ruin, how she was now parted from her husband, by her own confession, and, perhaps, for good reason. What a dangerous companion she would be for his sister, who knew nothing of the affairs of the world. William implored Jos, with all the eloquence which he could bring to bear, and a great deal more energy than this quiet gentleman was ordinarily in the habit of showing, to keep Rebecca out of his household. Had he been less violent, or more dexterous, he might have succeeded in his supplications to Jos. But the civilian was not a little jealous of the airs of superiority which the Major constantly exhibited towards him, as he fancied, indeed, he had imparted his opinions to Mr. Kirsch, the courier, whose bills Major Dobbin checked on this journey, and who sided with his master, and he began a blustering speech about his competency to defend his own honor, his desire not to have his affairs meddled with, his intention, in fine, to rebel against the Major, when the colloquy, rather a long and stormy one, was put an end to in the simplest way possible, namely, by the arrival of Mrs. Becky with a porter from the Elephant Hotel in charge of her very meager baggage. She greeted her host with affectionate respect and made a shrinking, but amicable salutation to Major Dobbin, who, as her instinct assured her at once, was her enemy, and had been speaking against her. And the bustle and clatter consequent upon her arrival brought Amelia out of her room. Emmy went up and embraced her guest with the greatest warmth, and took no notice of the Major, except to fling him an angry look, the most unjust and scornful glance that had perhaps ever appeared in that poor little woman's face since she was born. But she had private reasons of her own, and was bent upon being angry with him. And Dobbin, indignant at the injustice, not at the defeat, went off, making her a bow quite as haughty as the killing curtsy with which the little woman chose to bid him farewell. He being gone, Emmy was particularly lively and affectionate to Rebecca, and bustled about the apartments and installed her guest in her room with an eagerness and activity seldom exhibited by our placid little friend. But when an act of injustice is to be done, especially by weak people, it is best that it should be done quickly. And Emmy thought she was displaying a great deal of firmness and proper feeling and veneration for the late Captain Osborne in her present behavior. Georgie came in from the Fates for dinner time and found 4 covers laid as usual, but one of the places was occupied by a lady, instead of by Major Dobbin. "Hello. Where's Dobb?" the young gentleman asked with his usual simplicity of language. "Major Dobbin is dining out, I suppose," his mother said, and, drawing the boy to her, kissed him a great deal, and put his hair off his forehead, and introduced him to Mrs. Crawley. "This is my boy, Rebecca, Mrs. Osborne said, as much as to say, can the world produce anything like that?" Becky looked at him with rapture and pressed his hand fondly. "Dear boy," she said, "he is just like my—" Emotion choked her further utterance, but Amelia understood, as well as if she had spoken, that Becky was thinking of her own blessed child. However, the company of her friend consoled Mrs. Crawley, and she ate a very good dinner. During the repast, she had occasion to speak several times, when Georgie eyed her and listened to her. At the desert Emmy was gone out to superintend further domestic arrangements. Joss was in his great chair dozing over Galignani. Georgie and the new arrival sat close to each other. He had continued to look at her knowingly more than once, and at last he laid down the nutcrackers. "I say," said Georgie. "What do you say?" Becky said, laughing. "You're the lady I saw in the mask at the Rouge et Noir." "Hush! You little sly creature," Becky said, taking up his hand and kissing it. "Your uncle was there too, and Mama mustn't know." "Oh, no, not by no means," answered the little fellow. "You see we are quite good friends already," Becky said to Emmy, who now re-entered, and it must be owned that Mrs. Osborne had introduced a most judicious and amiable companion into her house. William, in a state of great indignation, though still unaware of all the treason that was in store for him, walked about the town wildly until he fell upon the Secretary of Legation, Tapeworm, who invited him to dinner. As they were discussing that meal, he took occasion to ask the secretary whether he knew anything about a certain Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who had, he believed, made some noise in London. And then Tapeworm, who of course knew all the London gossip, and was besides a relative of Lady Gaunt, poured out into the astonished Major's ears such a history about Becky and her husband as astonished the querist. And supplied all the points of this narrative, for it was at that very table years ago that the present writer had the pleasure of hearing the tale. Tufto, Stein, the Crawleys, and their history, everything connected with Becky and her previous life passed under the record of the bitter diplomatist. He knew everything and a great deal besides, about all the world. In a word, he made the most astounding revelations to the simple-hearted Major. When Dobbin said that Mrs. Osborne and Mr. Sedley had taken her into their house, Tapeworm burst into a peal of laughter which shocked the Major, and asked if they had not better send into the prison and take in one or two of the gentlemen in shaved heads and yellow jackets who swept the streets of Pumpernickel, chained in pairs, to board and lodge, and act as tutor to that little scapegrace Georgie. This information astonished and horrified the Major not a little. It had been agreed in the morning, before meeting with Rebecca, that Amelia should go to the court ball that night. There would be the place where he should tell her. The Major went home, and dressed himself in his uniform, and repaired to court, in hopes to see Mrs. Osborne. She never came. When he returned to his lodgings all the lights in the Sedley tenement were put out. He could not see her till the morning. I don't know what sort of a night's rest he had with this frightful secret in bed with him. At the earliest convenient hour in the morning he sent his servant across the way with a note, saying that he wished very particularly to speak with her. A message came back to say that Mrs. Osborne was exceedingly unwell and was keeping her room. She, too, had been awake all that night. She had been thinking of a thing which had agitated her mind 100 times before. 100 times on the point of yielding, she had shrunk back from a sacrifice which she felt was too much for her. She couldn't, in spite of his love and constancy in her own acknowledged regard, respect, and gratitude. What are benefits, what is constancy, or merit? One curl of a girl's ringlet, one hair of a whisker, will turn the scale against them all in a minute. They did not weigh with Emmy more than with other women. She had tried them. Wanted to make them pass, could not, and the pitiless little woman had found a pretext, and determined to be free. When at length, in the afternoon, the Major gained admission to Amelia, instead of the cordial and affectionate greeting, to which he had been accustomed now for many a long day, he received the salutation of a curtsy, and of a little gloved hand. Retracted the moment after it was accorded to him. Rebecca, too, was in the room, and advanced to meet him with a smile and an extended hand. Dobbin drew back rather confusedly. I beg your pardon, he said, but I am bound to tell you that it is not as your friend that I am come here now. Pooh! Damn, don't let us have this sort of thing. Joss cried out, alarmed, and anxious to get rid of a scene. I wonder what Major Dobbin has to say against Rebecca. Amelia said in a low, clear voice with a slight quiver in it, and a very determined look about the eyes. I will not have this sort of thing in my house, Joss again interposed. I say I will not have it, and Dobbin, I beg, sir, you'll stop it. And he looked round, trembling and turning very red, and gave a great puff, and made for his door. Dear friend, Rebecca said with angelic sweetness, do hear what Major Dobbin has to say against me. I will not hear it, I say, squeaked out Joss at the top of his voice, and, gathering up his dressing gown, he was gone. We are only two women, Amelia said. You can speak now, sir. This manner towards me is one which scarcely becomes you, Amelia, the Major answered haughtily, nor I believe am I guilty of habitual harshness to women. It is not a pleasure to me to do the duty which I am come to do. Pray proceed with it quickly, if you please, Major Dobbin, said Amelia, who was more and more in a pet. The expression of Dobbin's face, as she spoke in this imperious manner, was not pleasant. I came to say, and as you stay, Mrs. Crawley, I must say it in your presence, that I think you ought not to form a member of the family of my friends. A lady who is separated from her husband, who travels not under her own name, who frequents public gaming tables. It was to the ball I went, cried out Becky. Is not a fit companion for Mrs. Osborne and her son, Dobbin went on, and I may add that there are people here who know you, and who profess to know that regarding your conduct about which I don't even wish to speak before Mrs. Osborne. Yours is a very modest and convenient sort of calumny, Major Dobbin, Rebecca said. You leave me under the weight of an accusation which, after all, is unsaid. What is it? Is it unfaithfulness to my husband? I scorn it and defy anybody to prove it. I defy you, I say. My honor is as untouched as that of the bitterest enemy who ever maligned me. Is it of being poor, forsaken, wretched, that you accuse me? Yes, I am guilty of those faults, and punished for them every day. Let me go, Emmy. It is only to suppose that I have not met you, and I am no worse today than I was yesterday. It is only to suppose that the night is over and the poor wanderer is on her way. Don't you remember the song we used to sing in dear old days? I have been wandering ever since then, a poor castaway, scorned for being miserable, and insulted because I am alone. Let me go, my stay here interferes with the plans of this gentleman. Indeed it does, madam, said the Major. If I have any authority in this house. Authority, none, broke out Amelia. Rebecca, you stay with me. I won't desert you because you have been persecuted, or insult you because Major Dobbin chooses to do so. Come away, dear. And the two women made towards the door. William opened it. As they were going out, however, he took Amelia's hand and said, Will you stay a moment and speak to me? He wishes to speak to you away from me, said Becky, looking like a martyr. Amelia gripped her hand in reply. Upon my honor it is not about you that I am going to speak, Dobbin said. Come back, Amelia, and she came. Dobbin bowed to Mrs. Crawley, as he shut the door upon her. Amelia looked at him, leaning against the glass. Her face and her lips were quite white. I was confused when I spoke just now, the Major said after a pause, and I misused the word authority. You did, said Amelia with her teeth chattering. At least I have claims to be heard, Dobbin continued. It is generous to remind me of our obligations to you, the woman answered. The claims I mean are those left me by George's father, William said. Yes, and you insulted his memory. You did yesterday. You know you did. And I will never forgive you. Never, said Amelia. She shot out each little sentence in a tremor of anger and emotion. "You don't mean that, Amelia?" William said sadly. "You don't mean that these words, uttered in a hurried moment, are to weigh against a whole life's devotion? I think that George's memory has not been injured by the way in which I have dealt with it, and if we are come to bandying reproaches, I at least merit none from his widow and the mother of his son. Reflect, afterwards when you are at leisure, and your conscience will withdraw this accusation. It does even now." Amelia held down her head. "It is not that speech of yesterday," he continued, "which moves you. That is but the pretext, Amelia, or I have loved you and watched you for 15 years in vain. Have I not learned in that time to read all your feelings and look into your thoughts? I know what your heart is capable of. It can cling faithfully to a recollection and cherish a fancy, but it can't feel such an attachment as mine deserves to mate with, and such as I would have won from a woman more generous than you. No, you are not worthy of the love which I have devoted to you. I knew all along that the prize I had set my life on was not worth the winning. That I was a fool, with fond fancies, too, bartering away my all of truth and ardor against your little feeble remnant of love. I will bargain no more, I withdraw. I find no fault with you. You are very good-natured, and have done your best, but you couldn't reach up to the height of the attachment which I bore you, and which a loftier soul than yours might have been proud to share. Goodbye, Amelia. I have watched your struggle. Let it end. We are both weary of it." Amelia stood scared and silent as William thus suddenly broke the chain by which she held him and declared his independence and superiority. He had placed himself at her feet so long that the poor little woman had been accustomed to trample upon him. She didn't wish to marry him, but she wished to keep him. She wished to give him nothing, but that he should give her all. It is a bargain not unfrequently levied in love. William's sally had quite broken and cast her down. Her assault was long since over and beaten back. "Am I to understand then, that you are going away, William?" she said. He gave a sad laugh. "I went once before," he said, "and came back after 12 years. We were young then, Amelia. Goodbye. I have spent enough of my life at this play." Whilst they had been talking, the door into Mrs. Osborne's room had opened ever so little. Indeed, Becky had kept a hold of the handle and had turned it on the instant when Dobbin quitted it, and she heard every word of the conversation that had passed between these two. What a noble heart that man has, she thought, and how shamefully that woman plays with it. She admired Dobbin, she bore him no rancor for the part he had taken against her. It was an open move in the game, and played fairly. Ah! She thought, if I could have had such a husband as that, a man with a heart and brains too, I would not have minded his large feet. And running into her room, she absolutely bethought herself of something, and wrote him a note, beseeching him to stop for a few days, not to think of going, and that she could serve him with a. The parting was over. Once more poor William walked to the door and was gone, and the little widow, the author of all this work, had her will, and had won her victory, and was left to enjoy it as she best might. Let the ladies envy her triumph. At the romantic hour of dinner, Mr. Georgy made his appearance and again remarked the absence of old Dob. The meal was eaten in silence by the party. Jossa's appetite not being diminished, but Emmy taking nothing at all. After the meal, Georgy was lolling in the cushions of the old window, a large window, with 3 sides of glass abutting from the gable, and commanding on one side the marketplace, where the elephant is, his mother being busy hard by. When he remarked symptoms of movement at the Major's house on the other side of the street. "Hullo," said he, "there's Dobb's trap, they are bringing it out of the courtyard." The trap in question was a carriage which the Major had bought for £6 sterling, and about which they used to rally him a good deal. Emmy gave a little start, but said nothing. "Hullo!" Georgy continued, "There's Francis coming out with the portmanteaus, and Coons, the one-eyed postilion, coming down the market with 3 shimmels. Look at his boots and yellow jacket, ain't he a rum one? Why, they're putting the horses to Dobb's carriage. Is he going anywhere? Yes, said Emmy, he is going on a journey. Going on a journey, and when is he coming back? He is not coming back, answered Emmy. Not coming back, cried out Georgie, jumping up. Stay here, sir, roared out Jos. Stay, Georgie, said his mother with a very sad face. The boy stopped, kicked about the room, jumped up and down from the window seat with his knees, and showed every symptom of uneasiness and curiosity. The horses were put to. The baggage was strapped on. Francis came out with his master's sword, cane, and umbrella tied up together, and laid them in the well, and his desk and old tin cocked hat case, which he placed under the seat. Francis brought out the stained old blue cloak lined with red camlet, which had wrapped the owner up any time these 15 years, and had mentioned Sturmerlet, as a favorite song of those days said. It had been new for the campaign of Waterloo and had covered George and William after the night of Quatre Bras. Old Burke, the landlord of the lodgings, came out, then Francis, with more packages, final packages, then Major William. Burke wanted to kiss him. The Major was adored by all people with whom he had to do. It was with difficulty he could escape from this demonstration of attachment. By Jove, I will go, screamed out George. Give him this, said Becky, quite interested, and put a paper into the boy's hand. He had rushed down the stairs and flung across the street in a minute. The yellow postilion was cracking his whip gently. William had got into the carriage, released from the embraces of his landlord. George bounded in afterwards, and flung his arms round the Major's neck, as they saw from the window, and began asking him multiplied questions. Then he felt in his waistcoat pocket and gave him a note. William seized at it rather eagerly. He opened it trembling, but instantly his countenance changed, and he tore the paper in two and dropped it out of the carriage. He kissed Georgie on the head, and the boy got out, doubling his fists into his eyes, and with the aid of Francis. He lingered with his hand on the panel. Fort, Schwager. The yellow postilion cracked his whip prodigiously. Up sprang Francis to the box, away went the Schimmels, and Dobbin with his head on his breast. He never looked up as they passed under Amelia's window, and Georgie, left alone in the street, burst out crying in the face of all the crowd. Emmy's maid heard him howling again during the night and brought him some preserved apricots to console him. She mingled her lamentations with his. All the poor, all the humble, all honest folks, all good men who knew him, loved that kind-hearted and simple gentleman. As for Emmy, had she not done her duty? She had her picture of George for a consolation. Chapter 67. Which contains births, marriages, and deaths. Whatever Becky's private plan might be by which Dobbin's true love was to be crowned with success, the little woman thought that the secret might keep, and indeed, being by no means so much interested about anybody's welfare as about her own, she had a great number of things pertaining to herself to consider, and which concerned her a great deal more than Major Dobbin's happiness in this life. She found herself suddenly and unexpectedly in snug comfortable quarters, surrounded by friends, kindness, and good-natured simple people such as she had not met with for many a long day. And, wanderer as she was by force and inclination, there were moments when rest was pleasant to her. As the most hardened Arab that ever careered across the desert over the hump of a dromedary likes to repose sometimes under the date trees by the water, or to come into the cities, walk into the bazaars, refresh himself in the baths, and say his prayers in the mosques, before he goes out again marauding, so Jos's tents and pillow were pleasant to this little Ishmaelite. She picketed her steed, hung up her weapons, and warmed herself comfortably by his fire. The halt in that roving, restless life was inexpressibly soothing and pleasant to her. So, pleased herself, she tried with all her might to please everybody. And we know that she was eminent and successful as a practitioner in the art of giving pleasure. As for Jos, even in that little interview in the garret at the Elephant Inn, she had found means to win back a great deal of his goodwill. In the course of a week, the civilian was her sworn slave and frantic admirer. He didn't go to sleep after dinner, as his custom was in the much less lively society of Amelia. He drove out with Becky in his open carriage. He asked little parties and invented festivities to do her honor. Tapeworm, the charge d'affaires, who had abused her so cruelly, came to dine with Joss, and then came every day to pay his respects to Becky. Poor Emmy, who was never very talkative, and more glum and silent than ever after Dobbin's departure, was quite forgotten when this superior genius made her appearance. The French minister was as much charmed with her as his English rival. The German ladies, never particularly squeamish as regards morals, especially in English people, were delighted with the cleverness and wit of Mrs. Osborne's charming friend, and though she did not ask to go to court, yet the most august and transparent personages there heard of her fascinations and were quite curious to know her. When it became known that she was noble, of an ancient English family, that her husband was a colonel of the guard, excellence and governor of an island, only separated from his lady by one of those trifling differences which are of little account in a country where Werther is still read and the Wolverwandschaften of Goethe is considered an edifying moral book, nobody thought of refusing to receive her in the very highest society of the little duchy. And the ladies were even more ready to call her due and to swear eternal friendship for her than they had been to bestow the same inestimable benefits upon Amelia. Love and liberty are interpreted by those simple Germans in a way which honest folks in Yorkshire and Somersetshire little understand, and a lady might, in some philosophic and civilized towns, be divorced ever so many times from her respective husbands and keep her character in society. Joss's house never was so pleasant since he had a house of his own as Rebecca caused it to be. She sang, she played, she laughed, she talked in 2 or 3 languages, she brought everybody to the house, and she made Joss believe that it was his own great social talents and wit which gathered the society of the place round about him. As for Emmy, who found herself not in the least mistress of her own house, except when the bills were to be paid, Becky soon discovered the way to soothe and please her. She talked to her perpetually about Major Dobbin sent about his business, and made no scruple of declaring her admiration for that excellent, high-minded gentleman, and of telling Emmy that she had behaved most cruelly regarding him. Emmy defended her conduct and showed that it was dictated only by the purest religious principles, that a woman once, and to such an angel as him whom she had had the good fortune to marry, was married forever. But she had no objection to hear the Major praised as much as ever Becky chose to praise him, and indeed, brought the conversation round to the Dobbin subject a score of times every day. Means were easily found to win the favour of Georgie and the servants. Amelia's maid, it has been said, was heart and soul in favour of the generous Major. Having at first disliked Becky for being the means of dismissing him from the presence of her mistress, she was reconciled to Mrs. Crawley subsequently, because the latter became William's most ardent admirer and champion. And in those nightly conclaves in which the 2 ladies indulged after their parties, and while Miss Payne was brushing their hairs, as she called the yellow locks of the one and the soft brown tresses of the other, this girl always put in her word for that dear good gentleman Major Dobbin. Her advocacy did not make Amelia angry any more than Rebecca's admiration of him. She made George write to him constantly and persisted in sending Mamma's kind love in a postscript. And as she looked at her husband's portrait of knights, it no longer reproached her, perhaps she reproached it, now William was gone. Emmy was not very happy after her heroic sacrifice. She was very distrait, nervous, silent, and ill to please. The family had never known her so peevish. She grew pale and ill. She used to try to sing certain songs, Ein Sam bin ich nicht allein, was one of them, that tender love song of Weber's which in old-fashioned days, young ladies, and when you were scarcely born, showed that those who lived before you knew too how to love and to sing, certain songs, I say, to which the Major was partial. And as she warbled them in the twilight in the drawing-room, she would break off in the midst of the song, and walk into her neighbouring apartment, and there, no doubt, take refuge in the miniature of her husband. Some books still subsisted, after Dobbin's departure, with his name written in them, a German dictionary, for instance, with William Dobbin, Th. Reg., in the fly-leaf, a guide-book with his initials, and 1 or 2 other volumes which belonged to the Major. Emmy cleared these away and put them on the drawers, where she placed her workbox, her desk, her Bible, and prayer book, under the pictures of the two Georges. And the Major, on going away, having left his gloves behind him, it is a fact that Georgie, rummaging his mother's desk some time afterwards, found the gloves neatly folded up and put away in what they call the secret drawers of the desk. Not caring for society, and moping there a great deal, Emmy's chief pleasure in the summer evenings was to take long walks with Georgie, during which Rebecca was left to the society of Mr. Joseph, and then the mother and son used to talk about the Major in a way which even made the boy smile. She told him that she thought Major William was the best man in all the world, the gentlest and the kindest, the bravest and the humblest. Over and over again she told him how they owed everything which they possessed in the world to that kind friend's benevolent care of them, how he had befriended them all through their poverty and misfortunes, watched over them when nobody cared for them, how all his comrades admired him though he never spoke of his own gallant actions, how Georgie's father trusted him beyond all other men, and had been constantly befriended by the good William. "Why, when your papa was a little boy," she said, "he often told me that it was William who defended him against a tyrant at the school where they were, and their friendship never ceased from that day until the last, when your dear father fell." "Did Dobbin kill the man who killed papa?" Georgie said. "I'm sure he did, or he would if he could have caught him, wouldn't he, mother? When I'm in the army, won't I hate the French, that's all." In such colloquies the mother and the child passed a great deal of their time together. The artless woman had made a confidant of the boy. He was as much William's friend as everybody else who knew him well. By the way, Mrs. Becky, not to be behindhand in sentiment, had got a miniature too hanging up in her room, to the surprise and amusement of most people, and the delight of the original, who was no other than our friend Joss. On her first coming to favor the Sedleys with a visit, the little woman, who had arrived with a remarkably small shabby kit, was perhaps ashamed of the meanness of her trunks and bandboxes, and often spoke with great respect about her baggage left behind at Leipzig, which she must have from that city. When a traveler talks to you perpetually about the splendor of his luggage, which he does not happen to have with him, my son, beware of that traveler. He is, 10-to-1, an impostor. Neither Joss nor Emmy knew this important maxim. It seemed to them of no consequence whether Becky had a quantity of very fine clothes in invisible trunks. But as her present supply was exceedingly shabby, Emmy supplied her out of her own stores, or took her to the best milliner in the town and there fitted her out. It was no more torn collars now, I promise you, and faded silks trailing off at the shoulder. Becky changed her habits with her situation in life. The rouge pot was suspended, another excitement to which she had accustomed herself was also put aside, or at least only indulged in privacy. As when she was prevailed on by Joss of a summer evening, Emmy and the boy being absent on their walks, to take a little spirit and water. But if she did not indulge, the courier did, that rascal Kirsch could not be kept from the bottle, nor could he tell how much he took when he applied to it. He was sometimes surprised himself at the way in which Mr. Sedley's cognac diminished. Well, this is a painful subject. Becky did not very likely indulge so much as she used before she entered a decorous family. At last the much bragged about boxes arrived from Leipzig, 3 of them not by any means large or splendid. Nor did Becky appear to take out any sort of dresses or ornaments from the boxes when they did arrive. But out of one, which contained a mass of her papers, it was that very box which Rawdon Crawley had ransacked in his furious hunt for Becky's concealed money, she took a picture with great glee, which she pinned up in her room, and to which she introduced Joss. It was the portrait of a gentleman in pencil, his face having the advantage of being painted up in pink. He was riding on an elephant away from some cocoa-nut trees and a pagoda. It was an Eastern scene. "God bless my soul, it is my portrait," Joss cried out. It was he indeed, blooming in youth and beauty, in a nankeen jacket of the cut of 1804. It was the old picture that used to hang up in Russell Square. "I bought it," said Becky in a voice trembling with emotion. "I went to see if I could be of any use to my kind friends. I have never parted with that picture, I never will." "Won't you?" Joss cried with a look of unutterable rapture and satisfaction. "Did you really now value it for my sake?" "You know I did, Well enough, said Becky, but why speak, why think, why look back? It is too late now. That evening's conversation was delicious for Joss. Emmy only came in to go to bed very tired and unwell. Joss and his fair guest had a charming tete-a-tete, and his sister could hear, as she lay awake in her adjoining chamber, Rebecca singing over to Joss the old songs of 1815. He did not sleep, for a wonder, that night, any more than Amelia. It was June, and, by consequence, high season in London. Joss, who read the incomparable Galignani, the exile's best friend, through every day, used to favor the ladies with extracts from his paper during their breakfast. Every week in this paper there is a full account of military movements, in which Joss, as a man who had seen service, was especially interested. On one occasion he read out, Arrival of the th Regiment. Gravesend, June 20th. The Ramchunder, East Indiaman, came into the river this morning, having on board 14 officers, and 132 rank and file of this gallant corps. They have been absent from England 14 years, having been embarked the year after Waterloo, in which glorious conflict they took an active part, and having subsequently distinguished themselves in the Burmese War. The veteran colonel, Sir Michael O'Dowd, K.C.B., with his lady and sister, landed here yesterday, with Captains Poskey, Stubble, Macraw, Maloney, Lieutenants Smith, Jones, Thompson, F. Thompson, Ensigns Hicks and Grady. The band on the pier playing the national anthem, and the crowd loudly cheering the gallant veterans as they went into Waite's Hotel, where a sumptuous banquet was provided for the defenders of Old England. During the repast, which we need not say was served up in Waite's best style, the cheering continued so enthusiastically that Lady O'Dowd and the colonel came forward to the balcony and drank the healths of their fellow countrymen in a bumper of Waite's best claret. On a second occasion Joss read a brief announcement. Major Dobbin had joined the th Regiment at Chatham, and subsequently he promulgated accounts of the presentations at the drawing-room of Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd, K.C.B., Lady O'Dowd, by Mrs. Malloy Maloney of Ballymallany, and Miss Glorvina O'Dowd, by Lady O'Dowd. Almost directly after this, Dobbin's name appeared among the lieutenant colonels, for old Marshal Tiptoff had died during the passage of the th from Madras. And the sovereign was pleased to advance Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd to the rank of Major General on his return to England, with an intimation that he should be colonel of the distinguished regiment which he had so long commanded. Amelia had been made aware of some of these movements. The correspondence between George and his guardian had not ceased by any means. William had even written once or twice to her since his departure. But in a manner so unconstrainedly cold that the poor woman felt now in her turn that she had lost her power over him and that, as he had said, he was free. He had left her, and she was wretched. The memory of his almost countless services, and lofty and affectionate regard, now presented itself to her and rebuked her day and night. She brooded over those recollections according to her wont, saw the purity and beauty of the affection with which she had trifled, and reproached herself for having flung away such a treasure. It was gone indeed. William had spent it all out. He loved her no more, he thought, as he had loved her. He never could again. That sort of regard, which he had proffered to her for so many faithful years, can't be flung down and shattered and mended so as to show no scars. The little heedless tyrant had so destroyed it. No, William thought again and again, it was myself I deluded and persisted in cajoling. Had she been worthy of the love I gave her, she would have returned it long ago. It was a fond mistake. Isn't the whole course of life made up of such? And suppose I had won her, should I not have been disenchanted the day after my victory? Why pine, or be ashamed of my defeat? The more he thought of this long passage of his life, the more clearly he saw his deception. I'll go into harness again, he said, and do my duty in that state of life in which it has pleased heaven to place me. I will see that the buttons of the recruits are properly bright and that the sergeants make no mistakes in their accounts. I will dine at mess and listen to the Scotch surgeon telling his stories. When I am old and broken, I will go on half pay, and my old sisters shall scold me. I have jelly at und Jelibet, as the girl in Wallenstein says. I am done. Pay the bills and get me a cigar, find out what there is at the play tonight, Francis. Tomorrow we cross by the Batavier. He made the above speech, whereof Francis only heard the last two lines, pacing up and down the Boomtjes at Rotterdam. The Batavier was lying in the basin. He could see the place on the quarter-deck where he and Emmy had sat on the happy voyage out. What had that little Mrs. Crawley to say to him? Pshaw, tomorrow we will put to sea, and return to England, home, and duty. After June all the little court society of Pumpernickel used to separate, according to the German plan, and make for 100 watering places, where they drank at the wells, rode upon donkeys, gambled at the redoutes if they had money and a mind. Rushed with hundreds of their kind to gourmandize at the tables d'hôte, and idled away the summer. The English diplomatists went off to Teoplitz and Kissingen, their French rivals shut up their chancellery and whisked away to their darling Boulevard de Gand. The transparent reigning family took to the waters, or retired to their hunting lodges. Everybody went away having any pretensions to politeness, and of course, with them, Dr. von Glauber, the court doctor, and his baroness. The seasons for the baths were the most productive periods of the doctor's practice. He united business with pleasure, and his chief place of resort was Ostend, which is much frequented by Germans. And where the doctor treated himself and his spouse to what he called a dib in the sea. His interesting patient, Joss, was a regular milch cow to the doctor, and he easily persuaded the civilian, both for his own health's sake and that of his charming sister, which was really very much shattered, to pass the summer at that hideous seaport town. Emmy did not care where she went much. Georgie jumped at the idea of a move. As for Becky, she came as a matter of course in the fourth place inside of the fine barouche Mr. Joss had bought, the two domestics being on the box in front. She might have some misgivings about the friends whom she should meet at Ostend, and who might be likely to tell ugly stories, but bah! She was strong enough to hold her own. She had cast such an anchor in Joss now as would require a strong storm to shake. That incident of the picture had finished him. Becky took down her elephant and put it into the little box which she had had from Amelia ever so many years ago. Emmy also came off with her Laura's, her two pictures, and the party, finally, were lodged in an exceedingly dear and uncomfortable house at Ostend. There Amelia began to take baths and get what good she could from them, and though scores of people of Becky's acquaintance passed her and cut her, yet Mrs. Osborne, who walked about with her, and who knew nobody, was not aware of the treatment experienced by the friend whom she had chosen so judiciously as a companion. Indeed, Becky never thought fit to tell her what was passing under her innocent eyes. Some of Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's acquaintances, however, acknowledged her readily enough, perhaps more readily than she would have desired. Among those were Major Loder, unattached, and Captain Rooke, late of the Rifles, who might be seen any day on the dyke, smoking and staring at the women, and who speedily got an introduction to the hospitable board and select circle of Mr. Joseph Sedley. In fact, they would take no denial, they burst into the house whether Becky was at home or not, walked into Mrs. Osborne's drawing-room, which they perfumed with their coats and mustachios, called Joss Old Buck, and invaded his dinner table, and laughed and drank for long hours there. "What can they mean?" asked Georgie, who did not like these gentlemen. "I heard the Major say to Mrs. Crawley yesterday, 'No, no, Becky, you shan't keep the old buck to yourself. We must have the bones in, or, damme, I'll split.' What could the Major mean, mamma?" "Major. Don't call him Major," Emmy said. "I'm sure I can't tell what he meant." His presence and that of his friend inspired the little lady with intolerable terror and aversion. They paid her tipsy compliments, they leered at her over the dinner table. And the captain made her advances that filled her with sickening dismay, nor would she ever see him unless she had George by her side. Rebecca, to do her justice, never would let either of these men remain alone with Amelia. The Major was disengaged too, and swore he would be the winner of her. A couple of ruffians were fighting for this innocent creature, gambling for her at her own table, and though she was not aware of the rascals' designs upon her, yet she felt a horror and uneasiness in their presence and longed to fly. She besought, she entreated Joss to go. Not he. He was slow of movement, tied to his doctor, and perhaps to some other leading strings. At least Becky was not anxious to go to England. At last she took a great resolution, made the great plunge. She wrote off a letter to a friend whom she had on the other side of the water, a letter about which she did not speak a word to anybody, which she carried herself to the post under her shawl. Nor was any remark made about it, only that she looked very much flushed and agitated when Georgie met her, and she kissed him, and hung over him a great deal that night. She did not come out of her room after her return from her walk. Becky thought it was Major Loder and the captain who frightened her. She mustn't stop here, Becky reasoned with herself. She must go away, the silly little fool. She is still whimpering after that gaby of a husband, dead, and served right. These 15 years. She shan't marry either of these men. It's too bad of Loder. No, she shall marry the bamboo cane, I'll settle it this very night. So Becky took a cup of tea to Amelia in her private apartment and found that lady in the company of her miniatures, and in a most melancholy and nervous condition. She laid down the cup of tea. Thank you, said Amelia. Listen to me, Amelia, said Becky, marching up and down the room before the other and surveying her with a sort of contemptuous kindness. I want to talk to you. You must go away from here and from the impertinences of these men. I won't have you harassed by them, and they will insult you if you stay. I tell you they are rascals, men fit to send to the hulks. Never mind how I know them. I know everybody. Joss can't protect you, he is too weak and wants a protector himself. You are no more fit to live in the world than a baby in arms. You must marry, or you and your precious boy will go to ruin. You must have a husband, you fool. And one of the best gentlemen I ever saw has offered you 100 times, and you have rejected him, you silly, heartless, ungrateful little creature. I tried my best, indeed I did, Rebecca, said Amelia deprecatingly, but I couldn't forget, and she finished the sentence by looking up at the portrait. Couldn't forget him, cried out Becky, that selfish humbug, that low-bred cockney dandy, that padded booby, who had neither wit, nor manners, nor heart, and was no more to be compared to your friend with the bamboo cane than you are to Queen Elizabeth. Why, the man was weary of you, and would have jilted you, but that Dobbin forced him to keep his word. He owned it to me. He never cared for you. He used to sneer about you to me, time after time, and made love to me the week after he married you. It's false. It's false. Rebecca, cried out Amelia, starting up. Look there, you fool, Becky said, still with provoking good humor, and taking a little paper out of her belt, she opened it and flung it into Emmy's lap. You know his handwriting. He wrote that to me, wanted me to run away with him, gave it me under your nose, the day before he was shot, and serve him right. Becky repeated. Emmy did not hear her, she was looking at the letter. It was that which George had put into the bouquet and given to Becky on the night of the Duchess of Richmond's ball. It was as she said, the foolish young man had asked her to fly. Emmy's head sank down, and for almost the last time in which she shall be called upon to weep in this history, she commenced that work. Her head fell to her bosom, and her hands went up to her eyes. And there for a while, she gave way to her emotions, as Becky stood on and regarded her. Who shall analyze those tears and say whether they were sweet or bitter? Was she most grieved because the idol of her life was tumbled down and shivered at her feet, or indignant that her love had been so despised, or glad because the barrier was removed which modesty had placed between her and a new, a real affection? There is nothing to forbid me now, she thought. I may love him with all my heart now. Oh, I will, if he will but let me and forgive me. I believe it was this feeling rushed over all the others which agitated that gentle little bosom. Indeed, she did not cry so much as Becky expected, the other soothed and kissed her, a rare mark of sympathy with Mrs. Becky. She treated Emmy like a child and patted her head. And now let us get pen and ink and write to him to come this minute, she said. I wrote to him this morning," Emmy said, blushing exceedingly. Becky screamed with laughter. Un biglietto, she sang out with Rosina, eccolo qua. The whole house echoed with her shrill singing. 2 mornings after this little scene, although the day was rainy and gusty, and Amelia had had an exceedingly wakeful night, listening to the wind roaring, and pitying all travelers by land and by water. Yet she got up early and insisted upon taking a walk on the dike with Georgie. And there she paced as the rain beat into her face, and she looked out westward across the dark sea line and over the swollen billows which came tumbling and frothing to the shore. Neither spoke much, except now and then, when the boy said a few words to his timid companion, indicative of sympathy and protection. "I hope he won't cross in such weather," Emmy said. "I bet 10 to 1 he does," the boy answered. "Look, mother, there's the smoke of the steamer." It was that signal, sure enough. But though the steamer was under way, he might not be on board, he might not have got the letter, he might not choose to come. 100 fears poured one over the other into the little heart, as fast as the waves on to the dike. The boat followed the smoke into sight. Georgie had a dandy telescope and got the vessel under view in the most skilful manner. And he made appropriate nautical comments upon the manner of the approach of the steamer as she came nearer and nearer, dipping and rising in the water. The signal of an English steamer in sight went fluttering up to the mast on the pier. I dare say Mrs. Amelia's heart was in a similar flutter. Emmy tried to look through the telescope over George's shoulder, but she could make nothing of it. She only saw a black eclipse bobbing up and down before her eyes. George took the glass again and raked the vessel. "How she does pitch," he said. "There goes a wave slap over her bows. There's only 2 people on deck besides the steersman. There's a man lying down, and a chap in a cloak with a hooray. It's Dob, by jingo." He clapped to the telescope and flung his arms round his mother. "As for that lady, let us say what she did in the words of a favorite poet, De Cruin Gelisasa. She was sure it was William. It could be no other. What she had said about hoping that he would not come was all hypocrisy. Of course he would come, what could he do else but come? She knew he would come." The ship came swiftly nearer and nearer. As they went in to meet her at the landing place at the quay, Emmy's knees trembled so that she scarcely could run. She would have liked to kneel down and say her prayers of thanks there. Oh, she thought, she would be all her life saying them. It was such a bad day that as the vessel came alongside of the quay there were no idlers abroad, scarcely even a commissioner on the lookout for the few passengers in the steamer. That young scapegrace George had fled too, and as the gentleman in the old cloak lined with red stuff stepped on to the shore, there was scarcely any one present to see what took place. Which was briefly this. A lady in a dripping white bonnet and shawl, with her 2 little hands out before her, went up to him, and in the next minute she had altogether disappeared under the folds of the old cloak. And was kissing one of his hands with all her might. Whilst the other, I suppose, was engaged in holding her to his heart, which her head just about reached, and in preventing her from tumbling down. She was murmuring something about, "Forgive, dear William, dear, dearest friend, kiss, kiss, kiss," and so forth, and in fact went on under the cloak in an absurd manner. When Emmy emerged from it, she still kept tight hold of one of William's hands, and looked up in his face. It was full of sadness and tender love and pity. She understood its reproach and hung down her head. "It was time you sent for me, dear Amelia," he said. "You will never go again, William?" "No, never," he answered, and pressed the dear little soul once more to his heart. As they issued out of the custom-house precincts, Georgie broke out on them, with his telescope up to his eye, and a loud laugh of welcome. He danced round the couple and performed many facetious antics as he led them up to the house. Joss wasn't up yet, Becky not visible, though she looked at them through the blinds. Georgie ran off to see about breakfast. Emmy, whose shawl and bonnet were off in the passage in the hands of Mrs. Payne, now went to undo the clasp of William's cloak, and, "We will, if you please, go with George, and look after breakfast for the colonel. The vessel is in port. He has got the prize he has been trying for all his life. The bird has come in at last. There it is with its head on his shoulder, billing and cooing close up to his heart, with soft outstretched fluttering wings. This is what he has asked for every day and hour for 18 years. This is what he pined after. Here it is, the summit, the end, the last page of the 3rd volume. Goodbye, Colonel, God bless you, honest William. Farewell, dear Amelia, grow green again, tender little parasite, round the rugged old oak to which you cling. Perhaps it was compunction towards the kind and simple creature, who had been the first in life to defend her, perhaps it was a dislike to all such sentimental scenes, but Rebecca, satisfied with her part in the transaction, never presented herself before Colonel Dobbin and the lady whom he married. Particular business, she said, took her to Bruges, whither she went, and only Georgie and his uncle were present at the marriage ceremony. When it was over, and Georgie had rejoined his parents, Mrs. Becky returned, just for a few days, to comfort the solitary bachelor, Joseph Sedley. He preferred a continental life, he said, and declined to join in housekeeping with his sister and her husband. Emmy was very glad in her heart to think that she had written to her husband before she read or knew of that letter of George's. I knew it all along, William said, but could I use that weapon against the poor fellow's memory? It was that which made me suffer so when you. Never speak of that day again, Emmy cried out, so contrite and humbled that William turned off the conversation by his account of Glorvina and dear old Peggy O'Dowd, with whom he was sitting when the letter of recall reached him. If you hadn't sent for me, he added with a laugh, who knows what Glorvina's name might be now. At present it is Glorvina Posky, now Mrs. Major Posky. She took him on the death of his first wife, having resolved never to marry out of the regiment. Lady O'Dowd is also so attached to it that, she says, if anything were to happen to Mick, bedad she'd come back and marry some of M. But the Major General is quite well and lives in great splendour at O'Dowdstown, with a pack of beagles, and, with the exception of perhaps their neighbour, Hoggarty of Castle Hoggarty, he is the first man of his county. Her ladyship still dances jigs, and insisted on standing up with the master of the horse at the Lord Lieutenant's last ball. Both she and Glorvina declared that Dobbin had used the latter shamefully, but Posky falling in, Glorvina was consoled, and a beautiful turban from Paris appeased the wrath of Lady O'Dowd. When Colonel Dobbin quitted the service, which he did immediately after his marriage, he rented a pretty little country place in Hampshire, not far from Queen's Crawley, where, after the passing of the Reform Bill, Sir Pitt and his family constantly resided now. All idea of a peerage was out of the question, the baronet's 2 seats in Parliament being lost. He was both out of pocket and out of spirits by that catastrophe, failed in his health, and prophesied the speedy ruin of the empire. Lady Jane and Mrs. Dobbin became great friends. There was a perpetual crossing of pony chaises between the Hall and the Evergreens, the Colonel's place, rented of his friend Major Ponto, who was abroad with his family. Her ladyship was godmother to Mrs. Dobbin's child, which bore her name, and was christened by the Rev. James Crawley, who succeeded his father in the living, and a pretty close friendship subsisted between the 2 lads, George and Rawdon, who hunted and shot together in the vacations, were both entered of the same college at Cambridge, and quarrelled with each other about Lady Jane's daughter, with whom they were both, of course, in love. A match between George and that young lady was long a favourite scheme of both the matrons, though I have heard that Miss Crawley herself inclined towards her cousin. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's name was never mentioned by either family. There were reasons why all should be silent regarding her. For wherever Mr. Joseph Sedley went, she travelled likewise, and that infatuated man seemed to be entirely her slave. The Colonel's lawyers informed him that his brother-in-law had effected a heavy insurance upon his life, whence it was probable that he had been raising money to discharge debts. He procured prolonged leave of absence from the East India House, and indeed, his infirmities were daily increasing. On hearing the news about the insurance, Amelia, in a good deal of alarm, entreated her husband to go to Brussels, where Jos then was, and inquire into the state of his affairs. The colonel quitted home with reluctance, for he was deeply immersed in his history of the Punjab which still occupies him, and much alarmed about his little daughter, whom he idolizes, and who was just recovering from the chicken-pox, and went to Brussels and found Jos living at one of the enormous hotels in that city. Mrs. Crawley, who had her carriage, gave entertainments, and lived in a very genteel manner, occupied another suite of apartments in the same hotel. The colonel, of course, did not desire to see that lady, or even think proper to notify his arrival at Brussels, except privately to Jos by a message through his valet. Jos begged the colonel to come and see him that night, when Mrs. Crawley would be at a soirée, and when they could meet alone. He found his brother-in-law in a condition of pitiable infirmity, and dreadfully afraid of Rebecca, though eager in his praises of her. She tended him through a series of unheard-of illnesses with a fidelity most admirable. She had been a daughter to him. But, oh, for God's sake, do come and live near me, and, see me sometimes, whimpered out the unfortunate man. The colonel's brow darkened at this. We can't, Jos, he said. Considering the circumstances, Amelia can't visit you. I swear to you on the Bible, gasped out Joseph, wanting to kiss the book, that she is as innocent as a child, as spotless as your own wife. It may be so, said the colonel gloomily, but Emmy can't come to you. Be a man, Jos, break off this disreputable connection. Come home to your family. We hear your affairs are involved. Involved, cried Jos, who has told such calumnies. All my money is placed out most advantageously. Mrs. Crawley, that is, it is laid out to the best interest. You are not in debt, then. Why did you insure your life? I thought, a little present to her, in case anything happened. And you know my health is so delicate, common gratitude you know, and I intend to leave all my money to you, and I can spare it out of my income, indeed I can, cried out William's weak brother-in-law. The colonel besought Jos to fly at once, to go back to India, whither Mrs. Crawley could not follow him, to do anything to break off a connection which might have the most fatal consequences to him. Jos clasped his hands and cried, he would go back to India. He would do anything, only he must have time. They mustn't say anything to Mrs. Crawley, she'd kill me if she knew it. You don't know what a terrible woman she is, the poor wretch said. Then, why not come away with me, said Dobbin in reply, but Jos had not the courage. He would see Dobbin again in the morning, he must on no account say that he had been there. He must go now. Becky might come in. And Dobbin quitted him, full of forebodings. He never saw Jos more. 3 months afterwards Joseph Sedley died at Aix-la-Chapelle. It was found that all his property had been muddled away in speculations, and was represented by valueless shares in different bubble companies. All his available assets were the £2,000 for which his life was insured, and which were left equally between his beloved sister Amelia, wife of, and his friend and invaluable attendant during sickness, Rebecca, wife of Lieutenant Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., who was appointed administratrix. The solicitor of the insurance company swore it was the blackest case that ever had come before him, talked of sending a commission to Aix to examine into the death, and the company refused payment of the policy. But Mrs. or Lady Crawley, as she styled herself, came to town at once, attended with her solicitors, Messrs. Burke, Thurtle, and Hayes, of Thavies Inn, and dared the company to refuse the payment. They invited examination, they declared that she was the object of an infamous conspiracy, which had been pursuing her all through life, and triumphed finally. The money was paid, and her character established, but Colonel Dobbin sent back his share of the legacy to the insurance office and rigidly declined to hold any communication with Rebecca. She never was Lady Crawley, though she continued so to call herself. His Excellency Colonel Rawdon Crawley died of yellow fever at Coventry Island, most deeply beloved and deplored, and 6 weeks before the demise of his brother, Sir Pitt. The estate consequently devolved upon the present Sir Rawdon Crawley, Bart. He, too, has declined to see his mother, to whom he makes a liberal allowance, and who, besides, appears to be very wealthy. The baronet lives entirely at Queen's Crawley, with Lady Jane and her daughter, whilst Rebecca, Lady Crawley, chiefly hangs about Bath and Cheltenham, where a very strong party of excellent people consider her to be a most injured woman. She has her enemies who has not. Her life is her answer to them. She busies herself in works of piety. She goes to church, and never without a footman. Her name is in all the charity lists. The destitute orange girl, the neglected washerwoman, the distressed muffin man find in her a fast and generous friend. She is always having stalls at fancy fairs for the benefit of these hapless beings. Emmy, her children, and the colonel, coming to London some time back, found themselves suddenly before her at one of these fairs. She cast down her eyes demurely and smiled as they started away from her. Emmy scurrying off on the arm of George, now grown a dashing young gentleman, and the colonel seizing up his little Janey, of whom he is fonder than of anything in the world, fonder even than of his history of the Punjab. Fonder than he is of me, Emmy thinks with a sigh, but he never said a word to Amelia that was not kind and gentle, or thought of a want of hers that he did not try to gratify. Ah! Vanitas vanitatum. Which of us is happy in this world? Which of us has his desire? Or, having it, is satisfied? Come, children, let us shut up the box and the puppets, for our play is played out.